The next morning, Zhu Tingfei and Wang Shengnan obtained their divorce certificates. Feng Wanhe finally let out a long sigh when she saw the divorce certificate with her own eyes. These days, her sister's death kept haunting her dreams, making her unable to rest peacefully. She kept waking up from nightmares every night. Tonight, she finally could sleep well. Bao Yu had been with Wang Xingnan, seeing her off to the military district compound, and then leaving with her. Because of this, he no longer needed to be stopped at the gate or suspected of having ulterior motives. Life is like an unpredictable play. No one knows what their role will be in the next moment. Bao Yu had joked before that the only way he could get into the military district was by becoming the daughter-in-law of the military district. Now that's happened. Although his relationship with Wang Shengnan was fake, outsiders didn't know the secret behind it. Because Zhu Tingfei had never been to the military district compound, and few people inside knew Wang Xingnan's marriage partner, many neighbors mistakenly thought Bao Yu was Wang Xingnan's husband. Oh, no wonder Xingnan secretly got married before. That young man looks very handsome. Our Xingnan is also quite nice. How many boys in the neighborhood liked her? It's a pity she didn't marry someone from here. Look at how Xingnan is walking. Does that mean she's pregnant? In the evening, as Wang Shengnan and Bao Yu left the military district compound, they happened to pass by the small square where the elderly women gathered. Wang Shengnan greeted the elders with a smile, causing the busybody old ladies to start gossiping and guessing. She smiled but said nothing, which made people think she was shy. Bao Yu, who is thick-skinned, took out a handful of candies from nowhere, handed them out to everyone, and cheerfully greeted them. Wow, Grandma! You look so young. If you weren't leading your grandson, I'd have to call you sister. Come on, everyone, enjoy some wedding candies. When Shengnan has a baby, we'll have a big celebration and invite the elders to the feast. Bao Yu was very talkative, calling everyone sister and auntie, making the grandmothers very happy. Soon, he got along well with the elderly women and started chatting about family matters. You're a good young man. You must treat Shengnan well. Hearing this, Bao Yu patted his chest to promise. I will definitely treat Shengnan well. Even if I have mischievous thoughts about her, I don't have the guts. My brothers-in-law are all tough, and my little sister-in-law is clever and tricky. None of them are easy to deal with. Bao Yu smiled and said, if I weren't honest, I wouldn't even need my father-in-law and mother-in-law to do anything. My brothers-in-law and sister-in-law would take care of me. Everyone burst into laughter. An elderly lady laughed and said, it's good that you know your limits. The children in our neighborhood are not easy to fool. Wang Shengnan watched Bao Yu laughing and chatting happily with the elderly women, worried that he might accidentally reveal something. So she made an excuse that her stomach was uncomfortable and hurriedly took Bao Yu away. Not far off, Feng Wanhe watched Wang Shengnan and Bao Yu walk away hand in hand, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao He, why do I feel like you have some kind of special intuition? Xue Zhanqing, still in his military uniform, stood in the night, watching Feng Wanhe's back. You seem to have the ability to foresee things, repeatedly stopping tragedies from happening. From the beginning, Uncle Feng and Aunt Mei went to the village to find their daughter and were tricked into drowning. That night in the minefield, she risked her life to save others. Then there was the feud between Xue Zhanping and Ma Xiaodong, and later Wang Xingnan's divorce. Looking back, if Feng Wanhe hadn't intervened, each of these events might have ended in tragedy. Uncle Feng and Aunt Mei could have died in the cold pond. He might have been paralyzed from a landmine explosion. Xue Zhanping could have been killed by Ma Xiaodong. Wang Shengnan might have died in the delivery room. At critical moments, Feng Wanhe always seems like a hero, stopping tragedies from happening again and again. Could it all be just coincidence? Seeing the curiosity in Xue Zhanqing's eyes, Feng Wanhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After a long moment, she smiled softly and tilted her head, asking, So, what do you want to say? I want to ask if you have some secret we don't know about? The night breeze was gentle, and Xue Zhanqing's voice was even softer. His heart was very calm, as if no matter what shocking words Feng Wanhe said, he wouldn't be surprised or scared, but would accept them calmly. Foam Wanha's lips moved slightly. After a long pause, she let out a low sigh and said, "To put it crudely, maybe this is just fate's arrangement?" Dismissed by this flimsy excuse, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand to gently her soft hair and said helplessly, all right, this is fate's arrangement. You coming to me is the best gift fate has given." After a moment of silence, he added, "There's something I haven't told your older sister, to avoid upsetting her." Hearing this, Foam Wanha exclaimed softly, "What is it?" Xue Zhanqing gently wrapped his arms around Foam Wanha's waist and said, "Come on, let's go home first. I'll tell you on the way." The two of them walked in the cool night breeze along the stone path lined with flowers in the military compound. Gong Yuan almost got suffocated by Zhu Jianya. Xue Zhanqing said in a deep voice, "If that rope hadn't been so weak, Gong Yuan might have really died." After it happened, Gong Yuan insisted on calling the police, but Zhu Jianya and his wife stopped her. They promised not to make a big deal out of it, agreeing that Gong Yuan and Zhu Tingfei would divorce in the morning and get the marriage certificate in the afternoon. This news was quite shocking. Foam Wanha was initially surprised, then quickly smiled. Wouldn't that be better? Like them should be locked away forever, letting them torment each other. Gong Yuan was no pushover. She wouldn't let herself be bullied for nothing. Now, marrying into the Zhu family is no longer about love. It's more about revenge. Does the Zhu family not know Gong Yuan's thoughts? They definitely do. But because of various interests involved, they can only swallow their anger and focus on protecting their current benefits first. Moreover, Zhu Jianya and Wu Guixiang are not kind people either. They probably already have a plan to deal with Gong Yuan. It's a fight among dogs. As long as the eldest sister can stay safe and leave the suffering behind, how the Zhu family reacts doesn't matter to them. Those who can torment each other alive are already forgiven by fate. In the past, they worked together to harm Wang Shengnan and an innocent baby who hadn't even opened their eyes to see the world. Could they have softened their hearts even a little? Foam Wanha smiled calmly and said, "That's good. Fish go with fish, shrimp with shrimp, and turtles with turtles." Her words made Xue Zhanqing laugh. He half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "So, what do you think? Are you and I fish and fish? Shrimp and shrimp? Or turtles and turtles?" Request failed during the last half-month of the college entrance exam. Foam Wanha went completely crazy. Following Chu Hao's plan, she changed tactics. Instead of studying systematically, she focused on important questions from previous exams, hoping to stumble upon the right answers in the final stage. Even so, she had to put in effort that most people couldn't bear. She woke up at 4 a.m. every day and went to bed at midnight. When she was too exhausted at noon, she only allowed herself to nap for 20 minutes after lunch. No activities, no socializing, not even eating or going to the bathroom without reviewing questions. Foam de Biao felt heartbroken but dared not interfere with his daughter's schedule. He only did logistics, buying whatever was most expensive. The house's stock of milk powder, malt extract, and royal jelly was almost filled a cabinet, all to boost Foam Wanha and Chu Hao's health. That night, Xue Zhanqing carried a bag of grilled skewers home. Just as he was about to deliver them to Feng's house, he unexpectedly saw the light in his bedroom on, the window open, and faintly heard Foam Wanha talking. Xue Zhanqing raised an eyebrow, carried the skewers inside, and headed straight to his bedroom. When he opened the door, he saw a young man he didn't recognize sitting beside Foam Wanha, very close to her, explaining physics problems. It seemed Foam Wanha had made a mistake on a question, and when the boy took her pen from her hand, he touched her slender, greenish hand. In that moment, it was as if someone had poured a jar of vinegar into Xue Zhanqing's mouth. The overwhelming sour smell hit him hard, making Xue Zhanqing feel like he might lose control at any moment. His body was more honest than his mind. While he was still thinking about how to ask questions, his body moved on its own. He grabbed the boy like a chicken and threw him out in one smooth motion. The boy clearly wasn't prepared. Standing at 1.75 meters, he was as fragile as paper in Xue Zhanqing's hands, easily lifted and thrown. The boy was so surprised he fell to the ground, too scared to move.
Hey,
What are you doing? Feng Wanhe yelled in shock when she saw Xue Zhanqing looking angry.
who is he?
Why is he here?
And he's so close to you.
He even touched your hand. I haven't even properly held your hand yet. Why does he think he can touch you? Feng Wanhe stomped her foot and said, he's the family tutor Aunt Zhou asked for me and Zhanping. He's our senior in high school, last year's top scorer, here to help us with exam questions. The boy on the ground struggled to get up, rubbing his buzzing head, voice trembling. I'm really not a bad person. Principal Zhou asked me to come. Ouch! My forehead, my elbow. Just then, Zhanping Xue pushed open the door, going to the bathroom. Seeing the chaotic scene, he exclaimed, Whoa, what's going on? Are you crazy with jealousy, big brother? You won't even let Wanhe and the tutor sit together and discuss problems? Zhanping Xue burst out laughing. Your possessiveness is way too extreme. Men like you are really scary. Wanhe, I think you should think carefully. Before he could cause trouble, his older brother hit him hard. With a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, Zhanping Xue soared through the air and landed with a loud bang. It was pretty rough. Xue Zhanqing helped the top scorer up and straightened his messy clothes.
Baji, I'm sorry.
I got a little carried away just now. You're not angry, right? As he said this, Xue Zhanqing cracked his knuckles with a series of clicking sounds. The top scorer's heart trembled fiercely, roaring inside. Are you serious? Is this how you apologize? Can I even be angry? If you do that again, I might end up in trouble at your house. Inside, he was crying rivers, but on the outside, he looked very friendly. You've apologized, so I wouldn't be angry. It's all just a misunderstanding. Let's clear it up and move on, Xue Zhanqing said, patting the top scorer's shoulder. All right, then there's nothing more to say. You can continue explaining problems to Xiaohe. Here are some skewers for you. Xiaohe, you eat them yourself. Feng Wanhe took the steaming skewers and finally couldn't hold back, laughing out loud. Her laugh made Xue Zhanqing also chuckle. He reached out and pinched Feng Wanhe's cheek, pretending to be angry. Are you joking with me, little girl? I wouldn't dare. If you get upset, what if you throw me away? I'm too weak to handle your roughness. When Feng Wanhe said this, her mind was truly innocent, with no naughty thoughts at all. But for someone with bad intentions, these words sounded different. Xue Zhanqing's eyes suddenly darkened. Especially when he heard the word roughness, his whole body started to feel hot and restless, as if something inside him was calling out. Yes, he was so strong and tall, and she was so soft and small. The difference was huge. On their wedding night, he had to be careful, right? Feng Wanhe didn't realize that his thoughts were starting to run wild. She was still looking at him with innocent eyes. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Are you planning to do something to me? Xue Zhanqing snapped back to himself. His breathing was a little quick, and his face was slightly red. Even if I wanted to do something to you, it wouldn't be now. You little one, eat more, grow taller, and gain some weight. After saying this, he quickly turned and left, leaving Feng Wanhe looking confused. Wait, what was Big Brother doing? Why was he telling her to grow taller and gain weight? Did he think she was too small? Small? Feng Wanhe instinctively looked down, and her face suddenly turned a little red. Honestly, she wasn't that big. When Xue Zhanqing went downstairs, he bumped into his mother. His mother was holding a plate of cut fruit, including cantaloupe, watermelon, pears, and grapes. The colors looked bright and tempting. Xue Zhanqing reached out to grab a grape, but was kicked away by his mother. Get lost. This is for Xiaohe. Rejected so coldly, Xue Zhanqing sighed. Hey, Mrs. Zhou Yuping, wake up. Open your eyes and see that I am your real son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Ever since Feng Wanhe came into the picture, do you still remember the Xue Zhanqing by Daming Lake? He gave up on the idea of eating fruit and pointed upstairs. You're inviting a teacher for Xiaohe? Everyone knows her level. Why spend that money? Why not buy her a house instead? Mrs. Zhou Yuping raised her foot, ready to scold her mischievous son. Xiaohe has dreams, and we should help her achieve them. She will definitely buy a house, but the money for her tutoring. In my mother's half-smiling eyes, I felt like I was seeing the words big fool on my forehead. Sure enough, my mother's next words confirmed my guess. Ask your dad to advance your 3-month salary to pay for Xiaohe's tutoring. Since it's for your wife's studies, it's only right that you spend your money. My mother's first half made me furious. What about human rights? Privacy? Is it appropriate for my wife to use my salary for her tutoring through your influence? But the second half. Spending my money on my wife's tutoring? Well, that's definitely justified. No problem. I agree. In Foam Wanha's life, the biggest turning point was reuniting with her biological parents and returning to the place she belonged, restoring her stolen life. Now, the college entrance exam is her second big change. Even though her father is a high-ranking officer and her family can provide a comfortable life, she still wants to rely more on herself. Having her parents' protection is good, but everyone should walk their own path. Relying on parents, what's wrong with that? The tutor Foam Wanha's mother hired is known for predicting exam questions accurately. It's said that during the college entrance exam that year, he predicted about 50 to 60% of the questions correctly. He even predicted the essay topic, which helped him become the top scorer in Chun City that year. Since Foam Wanha and Xue Zhanping are both poor students with little hope, they decided to slack off and follow the tutor's lead. Every day, they kept practicing questions, especially in the last few days before the exam. Both of them were determined to do their best. Meanwhile, the Feng and Xue families weren't idle either. They were planning how to support them, like how to arrange things during the exam period. Of course, Xue Zhanping benefited from this, but the main focus was on Foam Wanha, especially the Xue family, which didn't plan to care much about poor Xue Zhanping. He's just a boy, so he can handle himself. But Xiaohe isn't feeling well, especially recently. She's lost a lot of weight. Thinking of Foam Wanha studying so hard, Zhou Yuping felt heartbroken. She said, I told the tutor to stop classes 2 days before the exam. No more late-night studying. Let Xiaohe rest well and get ready for the test. Zhou Yuping's heart was full of regret. If Xiaohe had returned home a few years earlier, if she had studied properly from elementary school to high school, with her intelligence and hardworking nature, it wouldn't be difficult for her to get into a top university. It's a pity that human nature is so cruel. Her bright future was stolen, and she endured many hardships and took many wrong turns. Feng Debiao didn't pay much attention. It doesn't matter to me, as long as my daughter is alive and can stay by my side. I don't care whether she is a dragon or a worm. Su Shi once said in Washing Children's Play, I only wish my son to be simple and honest, free from disasters and difficulties, even if he is a commoner. As parents, our biggest hope for our children is not for them to become successful or famous, but for them to grow up safe and happy. That is all. But since my daughter wants to give it one last try, I, as her father, will support her with all my heart. Based on past exam locations, Xiaohe and her classmates should all be at number 3 middle school. Zhou Yuping said, number 3 middle school is in the suburbs, about 20 kilometers from our courtyard, so commuting is a problem. This reminded Foam Debiao and Mei Yuedang. Oh, I forgot about that. Let's not talk about going home tonight. During lunch, the kids' rest is also an issue. Mei Yuedang hurriedly said, I'll go to number 3 middle school and see if there are any inns nearby to book a few rooms for the kids. There are no decent inns nearby, and they're all booked already, Zhou Yuping said with a proud smile. I've prepared ahead of time. I bought a house nearby for Xiaohe to stay in during exams, she added. Hearing this, Foam Debiao and Mei Yuedang were shocked. What? You bought a house just for her 2 exam days? In that remote place? No, Vice Principal Zhou, please don't do this. It puts a lot of pressure on us. If anything, our daughter might not marry your son. In the new era, arranged marriages by parents are no longer popular. It's a big 3-bedroom house, fully furnished with luxury decor. Just move in with your bags. I've even thought about staying there myself, cooking for them, she said. At that moment, Xue Zhanping came in carrying a pink backpack, followed by Foam Wanho, who was still muttering to himself while memorizing words. Let Zhanping take 2 days off too. I'll handle the meals, and he'll take her to and from school. We must create a good exam environment for Xiaohe, Zhou Yuping said loudly, almost knocking Feng Debiao and his wife's faces with her beads. And Zhanqing is responsible for driving her back and forth? Xiaohe is already an 18-year-old young lady. Does she still need someone to pick her up? This is about creating opportunities for their son to develop feelings with a girl from another family. Bah, such bad intentions. But since they bought a house to reassure their daughter about exams, Mei Yueteng didn't say much. Forget it, if Xiaohe really ends up with Xue Zhancheng, that might not be a bad thing. Both families know each other well and live nearby. Even if their daughter gets married, she can easily visit her parents, so there's no worry about being mistreated by her in-laws if she marries far away. Yes, they have no plans to leave their daughter's side in this lifetime. Wherever their daughter goes, they follow. Even if they become spirits someday, their souls will stay with her. After discussing the high school entrance exam accommodations, everyone's gaze returned to Feng Wanhe. The day after tomorrow is the exam. Even the tutoring teacher has stopped classes, but Feng Wanhe still refuses to put down her books, making her final effort. She seemed unaware of the adults' conversations, sitting in the corner memorizing English words. Xue Zhancheng didn't bother her. He just took a bunch of washed grapes from the kitchen, sat beside her, peeled the grapes, and fed her. The two young people sat quietly together, in the orange glow of the sunset, like a pair of lovers from a painting. At this moment, no one spoke to disturb this dreamlike scene. Everyone felt that Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhancheng deserved such sweetness and happiness. It was fate's debt to them. It was fate's reward. Until Xue Zhanping burst in with a summer breeze, holding a basketball, shouting loudly as he entered. Feng Wanhe, what are you still studying for? The exams are coming, and cramming won't help. The beautiful scene of peaceful days was instantly shattered. Feng Wanhe looked up with a surprised awe, and Xue Zhancheng put down the bowl of grapes, moving his wrists as he approached his younger brother. Why are you looking at me with that kind of expression? What did I do wrong? Everyone in the house looked at Feng Wanhe with confusion, while others stared fiercely, as if ready to tear him apart. Xue Zhanping backed away, trying to escape when he reached the door handle, but his older brother grabbed him by the neck, holding him back. If you don't study, fine, but you're disturbing Xiaohe's study? Are you tired of living? Xue Zhancheng dragged his younger brother back into the living room and placed him in front of their mother, Zhou Yuping, as if offering a sacrifice. Zhou Yuping had already picked up a feather duster, smiling more viciously than a wicked stepmother. Don't think just because you have a basketball, you can act all big and bossy. Did you go out to play basketball? Or sneak into the video hall to watch videos? Zhou Yuping pointed at her useless son with a feather duster. If your dad finds out you went to that kind of place, do you believe he would beat you to death? I've told you many times, it's not a proper place. Xue Zhanping, feeling guilty, instinctively looked at Feng Wanhe. Xiaohe, did you tell my mom that I went to the video arcade? Feng Wanhe finally snapped out of her daze. She opened her clear, innocent eyes and said, You went to the video arcade? Why didn't you take me? Wang Qiangwei and the others said the arcade is really fun. I also want to go and watch videos there. Xue Zhanping never expected that his upright older brother would come to the arcade with him. Actually, he was just imagining things. His real brother wanted someone to accompany him, not him, but Feng Wanhe, who was behind him. It was really frustrating. When he went to the arcade to watch videos, his mother used a feather duster to scold and hit him, saying the arcade wasn't a proper place, and warned that if he went again, she would break his legs. But when Feng Wanhe expressed a desire to see the arcade, his mother wholeheartedly approved and even paid for it, giving Feng Wanhe 100 yuan. To know, a single viewing only costs 2 yuan. Even for an all-night session, it's just 5 yuan. Isn't Ms. Zhou Yuping a bit careless? Does she always double standard? Is she abusing her child who is only about 200 months old? Who can he argue with? It's like shouting to the sky and getting no response. He questioned her at the time. Mom, if I go to the arcade to fool around and Xiaohe goes to relax, what's the difference? His mother looked at him sideways, still holding the feather duster. Xiaohe goes to the arcade to watch proper videos and relax. Why are you there? Don't you know yourself? What can men watch at the arcade? Art films? No. He only likes to watch romantic action movies from Japan, very spicy and exciting. Chu Hao originally wanted to sleep at home because Feng Wanhe was going to the arcade, but his parents pulled him out of bed and forced him to join the group to go to the arcade and indulge. Standing at the busy street corner of the arcade district, Xue Zhanping looked innocent. Really, I've never been to the arcade. I am a kind and innocent child. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wanhe pouted and said, just bragging. Last time I heard you telling someone that your favorite arcade is Huaqiang Video Arcade because they have lots of movies. Feng Wanhe paused and deliberately asked, hey, what kind of movies does Huaqiang Video Hall have? This question made Xue Zhanping feel very guilty, especially under the intense, almost murderous look from his older brother. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. No, Feng Wanhe, are you doing this on purpose? You just want to get me into trouble, make my brother embarrass me in public. You're getting more and more mischievous. Well, isn't that Huaqiang Video Hall? Let's go watch there. Feng Wanhe, with sharp eyes, saw the sign for Huaqiang Video Hall from afar. She took the lead and walked over, completely ignoring the expressions of the three men behind her. Xue Zhanqing patted his younger brother's head a few times and whispered, you kid, can't keep your mouth shut. Why do you keep talking nonsense in front of Xiaohe every day? She's just a little girl who doesn't understand anything. How would she know about movies? Xue Zhanping still argued stubbornly, sticking out his neck. Honestly, in his eyes, Feng Wanhe was just a naive little sister who didn't know much. If it weren't for his possessiveness as an older brother, he wouldn't mind carrying her to school in the rain. She's still young? She's already 18. She's innocent, yes, but she's not stupid. Xue Zhanqing said helplessly. Really, his younger brother was the one with the bad head. Maybe he forgot to bring his brain when he was born? Feng Wanhe pretended not to hear the brothers' conversation, holding back her laughter as she walked straight into Huaqiang Video Hall. Although she was 18 physically, she had lived through another life, after all. Sure, she died pretty quickly in her previous life, and she hadn't truly experienced love or relationships, but she had seen a lot in her lifetime. What kind of movies? What would boys watch at a video hall? Watching Shangenling or Underground War? Inside the hall, there was a strong smell of cigarette smoke, mixed with foot odor and faint toilet smell. It was chaotic and messy. Especially now, when a young, beautiful girl entered, the small-time thugs smoking nearby immediately changed their expressions. Some even stubbed out their cigarettes, with ill intentions, planning to approach her. But before they could get close to Feng Wanhe, a tall, commanding young man entered. He put his arm around her waist from behind. The man had short hair, a handsome face with sharp features, and thin lips that carried a fierce, intimidating aura. When his gaze swept over, it was like a blade, making the thugs feel a chill down their necks. No one dared to bother the girl anymore. To protect themselves, they even took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe saw the mischievous look in the little troublemaker's eyes. If she were alone, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't step into such a place. But now, with the man standing beside her called Xue Zhanqing, she felt fearless. As long as he's here, she isn't afraid. She would dare to face any danger, because she knows he always stands behind her. Xue Zhanping and Zhu Hao walked in together. The owner of the video store immediately brightened when he saw Xue Zhanping. Hey, Brother Ping is here. Did you not enjoy the movie this noon? I just got some new ones, all from the island countries.
Cough.
Cough, cough, cough. Xue Zhanping looked like something was stuck in his throat, coughing violently, with his eyes twitching as he kept signaling to the owner. Brother, stop talking. If you say more, my brother will get mad at me. The owner, being somewhat clever, saw that the pretty girl and the cold-looking man beside her were with Xue Zhanping, so he quickly changed his attitude. He took out a box of videotapes from under the table, all patriotic films, full of positive energy. Xue Zhanping pretended to say, "Oh, I've seen all these. They're so touching, so inspiring." Foam Wanha couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Fake.
Just pretend. Who comes to a video store to watch this? Every month, there are outdoor movies in the courtyard, all of this type, right? Not wanting to play along with Shui Zhanping, Shi Dudong said, "Boss, do you have any good Hong Kong movies?" The owner didn't dare speak. He just looked at Shui Zhanping, afraid that he might accidentally reveal the boss's identity. Before Shui Zhanping could respond, Shui Zhanping already took out 50 yuan and placed it on the counter. "Prepare a clean private room for us, and bring the latest popular movies tapes. We'll pick what we want to watch ourselves." Seeing the 50 yuan, the owner's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, this generous customer, or rather, this generous benefactor, is so easy to please. He happily led everyone upstairs to the innermost room, even offering sunflower seeds, tea, and snacks. Shui Zhanping pretended to go to the bathroom, then caught the gleeful owner and shamelessly extended his hand. Seeing this, the owner quickly covered his pocket. "Don't play tricks. This is a luxury room, and it's worth this price. I even gave you sunflower seeds and tea. Stop lying to me. My brother isn't short of money, and is willing to be the big spender. I don't want to. Do you think I don't know this room only costs 20 yuan? Shui Zhanping, acting bossy, said, "Either you give me 15 yuan, or I'll go back now and tell my brother you're cheating him. Let me tell you, he has no special skills, but he can fight like 3 people. Thinking of that stern, sharp-eyed man and the thick calluses on his hands, the boss felt a bit scared. After a moment of silence, the boss took out 15 yuan from his pocket and cursed as he shoved it into Shui Zhanping's hand. Same mother, but such a big difference. No wonder that pretty girl chose your brother. Foam Wanha picked a copy of Police Story. In her past life, when Shui Zhanping was paralyzed in bed, one late night, he suddenly spoke softly. There was a popular movie called Police Story that I really wanted to see, but I was too busy, so I kept delaying until I missed the chance. She happily said, "Then I'll take you to see it. Times change and I no longer feel the same. Never mind." Shui Zhanping lay on the bed, his voice tinged with sadness and weariness. So now, when she saw the tape, she chose it almost without thinking. "You like this?"
Why?
Planning to apply for the police academy later? Shui Zhanping thought the little girl would pick a romance or a comedy film, but she chose this one instead. Honestly, it touched his heart. He had wanted to watch this movie for a long time, but never had the chance because he was too busy. Could this little girl be a mind reader? Foam Wanha tilted her head and smiled at Shui Zhanping. "I like watching movies. What does that have to do with me taking the college entrance exam? According to your logic, Shui Zhanping likes those bad movies. So, what kind of college do you think he should go to?" Just as Shui Zhanping was about to reach the door, he took a deep breath. "I've only been out for a few minutes, and you've all dragged me into this. Who did I offend? You're just flirting and arguing. Why make me the topic? If this keeps up, Foam Wanha, we're done as friends." Foam Wanha's sharp-tongued look made Shui Zhanping chuckle softly. He peeled an orange, broke off a segment, and put it in Foam Wanha's mouth, saying, all right, you're right. Everything you say is correct." Foam Wanha didn't swallow the orange segment, and just outside the door, there was a commotion. "No, Brother Bao, there are customers in this room. Please, I'm begging you, give me some face, okay? I can't afford to offend the people inside. Hey, kid, why don't you understand human language? The people in the room are my friends. What's wrong with me saying hello to them? Why are you always stopping me? Do you really trust me?" This is Bao Yu's voice, full of teasing and helplessness, sounding a bit funny. "Last time, you said the customers in the private room were your friends, but when you opened the door, you started punching them. Not only did you almost beat the guest half to death, but you also smashed everything inside the room." The owner of the video hall was about to cry. And this time, the guest really isn't easy to deal with. "Please give me some face." From the owner's humble and pleading tone, it's clear Bao Yu is also a troublemaker. Hearing the commotion, Shui Zhanping stood up and went to the door. He told the owner still trying to block Bao Yu, "I know him. Let him in." Seeing Shui Zhanping, Bao Yu's face lit up with a big smile. "Oh, my dear brother-in-law, hello there. Brother-in-law, huh? Are you just trying to take advantage of me? Giving you a little gift and you think it's a free pass? Shui Zhancheng rolled his eyes at Bao Yu and frowned. Why are you here? Aren't you with Wang Shengnan? I'm with her. I was about to take her back to the big yard. Just then, I saw you guys come in, so I came to check out the situation. She's waiting outside. The video hall was messy and noisy, not good for pregnant women. Hearing that his older sister was here, he also came over and peeked out from behind Shui Zhancheng. Then let her in too. We can watch the video together before going home. Bao Yu refused without thinking.
No.
The environment here isn't good. It's not good for your sister and the baby. I've read books about pregnancy. It says pregnant women shouldn't smoke or be around secondhand smoke. Shui Zhancheng looked at Bao Yu with a half-smile, full of curiosity. You little guy. You're quite knowledgeable now. Studying pregnancy books? Waiting to be a dad. Bao Yu's face turned a little red. He muttered softly, "Get lost." But in the end, he went out to bring Wang Shengnan inside. Everyone sat in the private room, closed the door, and started chatting. When Bao Yu said the people at the door of the video hall were your friends, I didn't believe him. I thought my little sister had her high school entrance exam in 2 days and wouldn't want to come to such a place. Wang Shengnan held He's hand and said, but when he came in and looked around, it was true. What's wrong with you? Do your parents know you're here? Of course they do. My brother came with me, and it was approved by our parents. My mom even gave me 100 yuan to watch the video. Shui Zhanping looked jealous, full of envy in his eyes. Why is it that when he goes to the video hall, he's just fooling around? But when he goes, it's called relaxing. Who should I argue with? Had touched Wang Shengnan's slightly bulging belly. How have you been lately? Has anyone caused you trouble? Wang Shengnan smiled and looked up at Bao Yu, saying, I'm fine. I'm much happier now than before the divorce. Bao Yu stood up, patted his pocket, and said to Shui Zhancheng, I'm going out for a smoke. Do you want to come with me? I don't smoke, but I can go outside and wait with you. Shui Zhancheng knew Bao Yu had something to say, so he stood up and went outside with him. Sitting on the steps outside the video room, Bao Yu smoked, and the swirling smoke rose in front of him, making it hard to see his expression. Did the Zhu family cause trouble? Did Wang Shengnan's biological mother come to make a scene? How are you getting along with Wang Shengnan? Shui Zhancheng stood in front of Bao Yu and asked. The Zhu family didn't dare come, but her mother caused a big fuss, and I drove her away. Bao Yu remembered that sharp-tongued woman, who not only showed no sympathy for her daughter's situation but also scolded Wang Shengnan loudly for being pregnant. Where do flies not bother a spotless egg? If you have no problems, can Zhu Tingfei find someone else? If you don't take good care of him at home, aren't you worried he'll go out looking for fun? Zhao Hehua's finger almost poked Wang Shengnan's nose. Which man doesn't go out to flirt? Why do other women not get divorced? Why are you so proud? All these bad habits, you learned them from your foster parents. You know how hard I worked to get you to marry into the Zhu family? Now that you're divorced, I get nothing. This house. You have to give it to me. The small 2-bedroom apartment Wang Shengnan lived in was bought with money from Feng Debiao and his wife when she was in college. At that time, the area wasn't very developed, and the house only cost a few thousand yuan. But within 2 years, the area was suddenly planned as a university town and property prices soared, now multiplying tenfold. Earlier, Wang Shengnan lied to Zhao Hehua, saying the house was rented for her by the Feng family. Only now did Zhao Hehua learn from the Zhu family that the house was Wang Shengnan's own. Thinking about her precious son reaching marriage age and knowing they still lived in a rented house, Zhao Hehua couldn't miss this chance to make money. Since Wang Shengnan was already useless, she might as well seize the house and give it to her son. She thought she had the upper hand, but unexpectedly, Bao Yu, who was more shameless than her, was by Wang Shengnan's side. When Zhao Hehua started to curse, Bao Yu pushed and pulled Wang Shengnan back to the bedroom, then closed the door, grabbed her collar, and threw her downstairs. Listen carefully. Wang Shengnan is now my wife. I protect my family. Anyone who dares to hurt me even a little, I will cut off 10 of their fingers. You are no exception, Bao Yu said fiercely. If you're afraid your son might get kidnapped, just come and cause trouble. Cause trouble once, and your son will be beaten once. The final result will be either I kill your son, or you kill me directly. Bad people need to be tough. Zhao Helua is a shameless and ruthless person, and Bao Yu is even more shameless and cruel. After this confrontation, the outcome was clear. Zhao Helua was afraid her precious son would be bullied by this fierce man, so she had to retreat in shame. After hearing Bao Yu's story, Xue Zhanqing raised an eyebrow. You're quick to get into character. So, do you like Wang Xingnan? Bao Yu didn't deny Xue Zhanqing's teasing question. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, no one can refuse a good woman like Wang Xingnan. Honestly, I used to think she was a fool who couldn't handle even a divorce, but living with her. To keep up the act, Bao Yu moved into Wang Xingnan's house. They had a 2-room apartment, each living in their own room. When the doors were closed, they acted like normal friends, polite to each other. When they went out, they were a loving couple. Do you know how happy it is to have someone make breakfast for you every day? Do you know how joyful it is to come home and find dinner ready? Bao Yu smoked, and his voice was a bit dreamy. She cooks really well, has a good personality, and is beautiful. Her background as the adopted daughter of a senior military leader doesn't seem that important anymore. Suddenly, Bao Yu looked up at Xue Zhanqing. I really want to be with her. It's not pity or anything else. I just feel like we can bring happiness to each other. Love is something rich people talk about. For someone like Bao Yu living at the bottom of society, love is nonsense. What matters most is whether two people are compatible and whether they can bring emotional value to each other. In just half a month, his restless heart found a harbor. As long as Wang Xingnan was by his side, he felt like he had the whole world. After saying this, Bao Yu suddenly laughed at himself. Hey, a toad, want to eat swan meat. Her father is a high-ranking general, and her 2 brothers are also officers. In a few years, her 3rd brother will definitely be successful, and her sister. At this point, Bao Yu looked at Xue Zhanqing. You're sure to marry Feng Wanhe. Then Wang Xingnan will have another brother-in-law in the military. Haha. If she could marry me, only if my family's ancestral grave was struck by lightning. This made Xue Zhanqing laugh. That's not right. Our Bao Yu shouldn't be so humble and insecure. He teased, you should be confident and proud, saying that no one but you deserves Wang Xingnan this lifetime. Get lost, you old. Bao Yu was amused, and his gloomy mood eased. He stood up, brushed off the cigarette ash from his pants, and said, I'm quitting smoking. Today's the last cigarette. The pregnancy book says men smoking can affect pregnant women. What's it called? Secondhand smoke? He wasn't sure whether it was first, second, or third-hand smoke, but he knew one thing. Women have a hard time during pregnancy. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're planning to turn over a new leaf? Bao Yu smiled as he went inside, saying, yes, Wang Xingnan is the angel who pulled me out of my bad ways. I've been risking my life these years, and now I suddenly want to be a good person. Just as he was about to enter, he remembered something. You go ahead first. I'll buy a bottle of juice at the shop next door. She's pregnant, so she can't drink tea. Watching Bao Yu hurriedly leave, Xue Zhanqing smiled thoughtfully. It seems there's hope. When they returned to the private room, Feng Wanhe and Wang Xingnan were still chatting. The 2 sisters seemed to have forgotten their earlier disagreement caused by Gong Yuan. Feng Wanhe was holding Wang Xingnan's arm, talking about funny school stories. Wang Xingnan smiled softly, listening quietly, her expression gentle and calm. No wonder Bao Yu quickly fell for Wang Xingnan. She really is very charming. But he still preferred Feng Wanhe. She's lively and adorable, very likable. Wang Xingnan is too dignified, so much so that it feels tiring to look at her. When Bao Yu returned with the juice, Feng Wanhe started playing the tape. Honestly, the movie was really good. As night fell, Feng Wanhe left the video room still eager, watching Xue Zhanqing imitate the hero's fighting moves like a silly person. Isn't he so cool? She followed Xue Zhanqing, looking love-struck when mentioning the hero. Although the hero was indeed handsome, Xue Zhancheng's stubborn desire to win and lose made him unable to agree. Where did he fall short? Where was he lacking compared to the hero? Why does Feng Wanha's eyes sparkle when she mentions the male lead, but she shows no emotion when she looks at him? A group of people return to the big courtyard and happen to meet Zhou Yuping carrying a basket of cherries on her way to Feng's house. "You Uncle Xue's retired comrade-in-arms gave me these cherries, saying they are from his own garden, juicy and sweet. I figured you should go home now. I washed them and brought them to you." Zhou Yuping looks at Feng Wanha and asks, "How is it? Did you enjoy the movie?" "Yes. It was so good. Aunt Zhou, you really should go see it." "Oh my, the male lead was so handsome." Feng Wanha, excited, links her arm with Zhou Yuping and says, "After the college entrance exam, I'll go see it with you again. I heard the sequel is out too." Hearing Feng Wanha's fearless words, Xue Zhanping scowls. "Are you crazy? Taking the vice principal to the video hall? Once inside, you'll scare everyone to death." The Huaxiang video hall mostly has high school students, and Zhou Yuping is the vice principal. If she suddenly appeared there, it would be scarier than a ghost. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping laughs and scolds. "That little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Am I that scary?" She turns to Feng Wanha and says, "I think it's fine. After your college entrance exam, we'll call your mom and older sister to go see the movie together. No men allowed. Bring grandma too, let her see something new." Feng Wanha laughs and makes a suggestion, making Zhou Yuping burst into laughter. Okay, I think it's fine. Grandma is old, but she's not traditional at all. That day, she even told me she wanted to buy you a trendy backless dress as a graduation gift." Before Feng Wanha can speak, Xue Zhanqing loudly refuses. "Don't let grandma buy that. A good girl shouldn't wear backless dresses. Those things look terrible. Whether they look good or not is secondary." Just thinking about Feng Wanha's beautiful, fair back being seen by other men makes Xue Zhanqing feel sour inside. If he really had to buy it for Feng Wanha, it could only be worn at home, so only he could see it. Feng Wanha snorts and deliberately says, "Who says backless dresses are ugly? I think they look nice. I want one." Almost fainting, Xue Zhanqing mutters. The child is growing up and no longer listens. Don't force him to act. If she dares to wear such a dress, he can only hold her down on his lap and give her a good spanking. After some laughter and teasing, they still didn't decide whether to buy the backless dress or not. Feng de Biao was eating cherries and watching Bao Yu, who was sitting beside him with a back cushion for Wang Xingnan. His gaze flickered slightly. "Bao Yu, do you have plans tomorrow?" Hearing this, Bao Yu looked up in surprise, then replied, "She has a checkup in the morning. I'm worried the Zhu family might go to the hospital to cause trouble, so I'll go with her. Paying fees upstairs and downstairs, she's also very tired alone. The checkup will be finished by noon, and he has no plans in the afternoon." Wang Shengnen glanced at Bao Yu before speaking to Feng de Biao. "Then, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you can come with me to Jindu Tea House to meet some friends." Bao Yu was stunned and didn't speak until Xue Zhanqing nudged him. "Hey, big brother, are you daydreaming?"
Oh.
"Okay. I'll be at the entrance of Jindu Tea House at 1:30. "No, I'll wait nearby for you." Bao Yu agreed repeatedly. Perhaps Bao Yu didn't know which friends Feng de Biao was taking him to see, but everyone else knew Feng de Biao's temper well. He wasn't someone who liked to dine or drink tea with friends. If he had time for socializing, he'd rather go home to spend time with his wife and children. Now that he said he'd take Bao Yu to meet friends, it was clear he was trying to pave the way for him. Feng de Biao was a very loyal person. Bao Yu, to help his daughter, was willing to accept Wang Xingnan's pregnancy, even if it was to deceive the Zhu family. But this kind of loyalty wasn't something everyone could have. Therefore, he should show some appreciation or give Bao Yu a little compensation. "After the checkup tomorrow, I'll take you to a clothing store to buy 2 decent outfits. You look like this. Not suitable." Wang Shengnen looked at Bao Yu's jeans and worn-out canvas shoes and softly said. Bao Yu, who was usually carefree and loved freedom, surprisingly didn't argue with Wang Xingnan's request. Instead, he nodded obediently, like a well-behaved puppy. Xue Zhanqing nudged Feng on his shoulder and whispered gossip in her ear. Bao Yu, this kid, weighs 60 kilograms but has a rebellious streak of 59. If you tell him to go east, he'll go west. Only your eldest sister can keep him tightly in check. What is this called? It's called fate. Xue Zhancheng was very close to Feng Wanha's ear. His warm breath brushed her ear, feeling hot and ticklish, making her instinctively shrink her neck. So itchy. She giggled and tried to dodge, but Xue Zhancheng deliberately teased her, continuously blowing on her ear. At first, Feng Wanha was worried about the family being around and didn't want to make a move. However, the man kept pushing his luck, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he opened his mouth and bit her earlobe. A surge of electricity runs from her core, spreading through her limbs and all over her body. She feels a bit weak and can't help but shout out. Immediately, she forgets her ladylike image and gets up to punch Xue Zhancheng. Xue Zhancheng no longer resists. He allows Feng Wanha to push him down, even pressing on his waist, while her small fist seems to be tickling him. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. Seeing her daughter bullying Xue Zhancheng in front of everyone, Mei Wetang quickly steps in to stop her. Why is this girl fighting? And Zhou is still here. Zhou Yuping laughs and says, whether I'm here or not, it makes no difference. Do you think I would side with Xue Zhancheng? I'm not helping Xiaohua hit him. I've been kind enough to him already. While speaking, Zhou Yuping picks up a feather duster from the vase and hands it to Feng Wanha. Is it more painful to hit with your hand? Here, take this. It's easier to hit with this. Being forcefully handed a feather duster, Feng Wanha is a bit confused. No, Aunt Zhou, please don't do this. Wake up. I'm hitting your son, and you're giving me a weapon? This makes me feel so helpless. Feng Wanha, holding the feather duster, can't move, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. Everyone is laughing, and Wang Shengnan turns to look at Feng Debiao, cautiously saying, Dad, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Feng Debiao puts away his smile and looks seriously at his eldest daughter. I want to work in another city. She quickly explains, it's not that I want to leave the Feng family. I just want to completely get away from my biological mother. As soon as she says this, the living room falls silent. Wang Shengnan seems to have done something wrong and hurriedly says, maybe I shouldn't be so harsh. After all, she gave birth to me. You should have done this a long time ago. Feng Wanha loudly says, is Xiaohua fit to be a mother? She abandoned you during the big earthquake, and now she's like a leech, crazily blood. Anyone with a conscience wouldn't do such a thing. I think you should move back home. If Xiaohua still has any ability, she wouldn't be able to enter the military compound. As long as Wang Shengnan doesn't care, she can stay in the military compound. No matter how much Xiaohua cries and makes trouble, what can she do? But she's overthinking, which is why Xiaohua has her tightly in her grasp, even hurting her foster parents. It's often like this. Bad people seem to live happily, while good people are always tormented by their conscience. Feng Debiao falls silent for a moment before nodding and saying, all right. I will inform your workplace to arrange for a long-term sick leave, so your work relationship remains with the original company.
Then,
You and Bao Yu can go live in launching for 2 years. He said, Bao Yu wants to start a business, but honestly, he didn't even finish junior high school. How can he handle business matters or manage people? I have a comrade who is the president of Launching Business School. I plan to send Bao Yu there to study. Hearing this, Bao Yu suddenly sat up straight.
can I do that?
I didn't take the college entrance exam, so I don't think I qualify for university. Xue Zhancheng chuckled and kicked Bao Yu playfully. See, being uneducated is really scary. Launching Business School isn't just for those who took the college entrance exam to attend public universities. It's a place for successful people, a cradle for the wealthy, and everyone eager to get in. Is Launching Business School only about learning finance and management? Honestly, how many of those wealthy people have low educational backgrounds? Basically, what they care about most is connections, being classmates with industry leaders, and building a strong, reliable network. What does doing business rely on? Skills alone? There are many capable people in the world, but why is money still controlled by a few? In the end, it all comes down to two words: connections. I was originally thinking about how to keep Shengnan from being disturbed by the Zhu family and Zhao Huahua, but now that Shengnan wants to leave Spring City, it's easier. Feng Debiao patted the tea table and said, "You two might as well go to Lanqing for school." Shengnan can see it as further education, and when she returns to the tax system, she can serve society better. As for Baoyu, remember this. Others go to Lanqing Business School for connections and relationships, but you must focus on studying seriously. You need to understand clearly what you want and what you can get. Zhou Yuping was right. Feng Wanhe, Chu Hao, and Xue Zhangjing all took their exams at number 3 middle school. So, on the morning before the college entrance exam, both families started preparing. The Xue family and Feng family's jeeps were parked outside, packed with belongings in the trunks. There were clothes, food, emergency medicines, and even Feng Wanhe's favorite plush toy. Seeing this lively scene, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's just 2 days of exams. Why move everything over? Zhou Yuping packed a blanket into the trunk and said, "This isn't just a normal test. This is the college entrance exam, your first challenge in life and a turning point that will decide your future." Yesterday, everyone was just a group of young students sitting together in a classroom, studying side by side. Tomorrow, they will use their pens to write their own futures. The young students are full of hope, ready to go on their own paths in life. Xue Zhanqing, that little brat, told him to ask for leave, but he still mentioned the mission. "He's supposed to come back tonight at the earliest or early tomorrow morning," said Zhou Yuping, who was in her menopause and had a temper so bad that even the family dog was afraid. At this moment, Xue Chongqing came out of the house. When he heard his wife yelling, he immediately turned around and walked back without hesitation. But he was a moment too late. Zhou Yuping found someone to vent her anger on and chased after him, shouting, "Xue Chongqing, is your unit not short of people? Don't they know Xiao he has exams? Can't the mission be done without Xue Zhanqing?" Xue Chongqing was left speechless, feeling helpless. As a leader, Zhanqing was the commander of the reconnaissance battalion, and he had to take responsibility for his duties. Soldiers are like that. They always have to sacrifice their families for the greater good, often disappointing their loved ones. "Auntie, don't scold Uncle Xue. They are soldiers. Following orders is their duty." "Uncle Xue is right, and Zhanqing is right," said Feng Wanhe, holding Zhou Yuping's arm and smiling. "Besides, what can Zhanqing do if he stays with the team? Can he cook? Can he tidy up the house? The only thing he does is bully me. Let's move quickly. I want to eat fried sauce noodles at noon." Hearing that Feng Wanhe wanted fried sauce noodles, Zhou Yuping immediately became excited. "All right. Auntie will buy meat and bean paste later. We'll have fried sauce noodles for lunch. Oh, and buy some braised beef too. You love the sauce from Bao Hualu the most." Nearby, Xue Chongqing quietly gave Feng Wanhe a thumbs up. His wife's fiery temper can only be calmed by Xiaohe. Only she can keep Vice Principal Zhou's anger in check. Yes, Zhanqing must marry Xiaohe. This isn't just about Zhanqing's happiness, but also about the happiness of the whole family. Only Xiaohe can make everyone happy. Immediately, both families drove straight to the new house near the exam site. The 3rd middle school is in the suburbs. Its location isn't very good, desolate even. Yet, in this remote place, a high-end residential complex was built, featuring elevator apartments and villas, which seemed out of place in this area. Because of this, there aren't many residents here. When you enter the complex, it feels deserted and quiet. Xue Zhanping looked displeased. "Mom, you've already spent so much money. Can't you buy a house in the city center? Who would even want to live here?" He was right. From the military compound to here, it takes a full hour by car, and the last 20 minutes are bumpy and narrow, which is really annoying. Zhou Yuping raised her hand and patted Xue Zhanping on the forehead. "You don't earn any money, so what right do you have to complain? Besides, do you think this house is for you? When your dad and I retire, we'll come here to live." She couldn't help but glance at Feng Wanhe with obvious happiness. After your brother gets married, he needs his own little home. Let them live in the big yard, and your dad and I will move out. As a good mother-in-law, she knew she had to be wise and learn to read the situation. Young people today value privacy and independence. They don't like living with their elders. She wasn't old-fashioned. She understood these things. So, no need for her daughter-in-law to chase them out. When they get married, she and her husband will move out quickly, along with the elderly, to make space for the newlyweds. Having grandchildren isn't just talk. She wanted to create opportunities for the young couple. With so many people and distractions at home, how could she focus on such things? Xue Zhanping was stunned for 3 seconds and asked, "What about me? What should I do?" "You're out of luck." Zhou Yuping held back her laughter and said, "Since you don't like the house I bought, then you better work hard yourself." This made Xue Zhanping feel a deep sense of crisis. He grabbed Feng Wanha's arm and said, "Xiaohe, once you become my sister-in-law, we need to agree on something. As classmates, you can't just kick me out." Unprepared, Feng Wanha replied, "Big brother, what are you talking about? I haven't even started dating your brother, and you're already making conditions?" After a while, Feng Wanha blushed and cursed, "Get lost," then turned and continued walking inside. Entering this neighborhood, Feng Wanha felt a mix of emotions. Her small home, saved up from her previous life, was right here, and she had died here too. Now, the shabby neighborhood that Xue Zhanping looked down on was the luxurious residence Feng Wanha couldn't afford in her past life. She had saved for years, but still couldn't buy her own home. It was only because Xue Zhanping helped her financially that she finally had her own place. Back then, she was stubborn and kept her last bit of dignity, refusing to ask Xue Zhanping for money. Xue Zhanping sat in a wheelchair, smiling as he looked at her, and said, "You always complain that I don't want to go outside and get some sun. It's not that I don't want to, but there are too many steep stairs. I'm afraid you'll get tired. Xiaohe, you should buy an elevator apartment. It doesn't have to be big, just a small place of a few dozen square meters. After we get married, we can live there together. You can push me, and we can go for walks downstairs every day." Because of these words, Feng Wanha worked hard and finally settled here. She was lost in a beautiful dream, imagining her future with him, but eventually, her so-called family destroyed it all. When she was reborn, she chose to forget selectively, hiding the pain and despair of death deep in her memory. But fate kept turning, and no matter how she tried to escape, she still had to face her painful past. "Xiaohe, what do you think of this place?" Seeing Feng Wanha lost in thought, Zhou Yuping felt a bit nervous. Oh no, it seems like her future daughter-in-law doesn't like this place. She even looks close to crying. Feng Wanha snapped back to reality. She looked at Zhou Yuping, whose eyes were gentle, and at Xue Zhanping, who was joking around nearby. She saw the car carrying her biological parents approaching slowly in the distance. After a long moment, she showed a bright smile. "I like it. I really like this place. It's like after traveling thousands of miles, I finally stopped here." She held Zhou Yuping's hand and said, "Aunt Zhou, thank you." The street was empty in the early morning. Under the dim yellow streetlights, moths fluttered their wings in vain. Bats swooped low, and distant night birds called, creating a slightly eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, at the end of the road, a tall figure dressed in military uniform appeared. The figure was full of righteousness and courage, and everything around the long street seemed peaceful and calm. The person was Xue Zhanping. He had just finished a mission and didn't even bother to change into clean clothes at the camp. He hurried back under the stars. Today was his little girl's college entrance exam, her most important turning point in life. He had to be with her. When he entered this new neighborhood, his mind suddenly felt a bit hazy. Although he had only been here a few times, a strange sense of familiarity arose in his heart. It was as if he had paused here at some moment, or as if something significant had happened here, making his heart inexplicably heavy. Suddenly, the wind blew from all directions, all heading toward Xue Zhanping. The moths fluttered wildly, as if a flood of time and space was rushing through, causing Xue Zhanqing to lose his way. He faintly saw himself sitting in a wheelchair, being carried into the hospital by many people. The doctor looked at his shriveled, twisted legs with sympathy, speaking in a heavy and regretful tone. Please accept my condolences. Your fiancée. She was poisoned by nitrite. When her parents brought her in, she was already beyond help. Xue Zhanqing looked up and saw a person lying on a bed nearby. The person was covered with a white cloth. He couldn't see who it was, but his heart ached so much it was hard to breathe. Push me over. His voice trembled. He tried to smile, to show he could hold on. But his mouth felt so heavy that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't smile, and his hands trembled so much he couldn't hold the wheelchair's armrests. Someone pushed him to the bed. He carefully lifted the white cloth. When he saw Feng Wanha's pale, distorted face and touched her cold, stiff skin, his experience told him she was dead. How could she be dead? Lil He, how could you die? In his dream, Xue Zhanqing was like a helpless, panicked child. He looked helplessly at the doctor, tears filling his eyes. Doctor, try again. Maybe she's just too tired and fell asleep. The doctor had seen life and death many times. For the dead, death is just a moment. Once consciousness disappears, they lie forever in a cold, dark grave. But what about the living? The living have to endure the pain of losing a loved one, the endless longing and suffering. That's why death is a punishment for the living. If possible, the doctor wished he could cure every patient, wished there were no more farewells in this world. But all of that was just a dream. No matter how much Xue Zhanqing called out or cried, Feng Wanha lying on the bed never opened her eyes again, never touched his face with warmth, never called him Zhanqing. Suddenly, the dream shifted. Xue Zhanqing was back in his home at the military district. He was still in a wheelchair, facing the wall in the living room. On the wall hung several black and white photos, with white flowers on the frames, as if they were memorial pictures. The people in the photos looked so familiar. His parents, his brother, his grandparents, and his little He, once lively lives, now turned into thin photos hanging lightly on the wall. In the photos, they smiled so gently, silently watching him, making his pain so intense he couldn't hold back tears. Xue Zhanqing also smiled at them. Wait for me, I'll be with you soon. He looked down at the small nail clipper in his hand and, without hesitation, cut his wrist veins with it. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing came from somewhere. Like a magic spell being broken, it suddenly woke Xue Zhanqing from this unending nightmare. He regained his senses and found himself standing downstairs. The moths that had been surrounding him all flew away at once, disappearing completely. The night wind from all directions suddenly stopped, and the treetops became still, with no movement at all. Xue Zhanqing's eyes were bloodshot. He reached up to touch his face and found it was covered in tears. He didn't understand what was happening to him, but in his mind, he clearly remembered the strange and sad scene. His family, his little He, were all gone. His wrist hurt a little, and he looked down instinctively. He saw a few moths clinging to his wrist, biting into his skin. When he moved slightly, the moths fluttered away. The red marks on his wrist looked just like the scene from his hazy memory when he cut his wrist. A deep, indescribable fear and sadness filled his heart. Xue Zhanqing couldn't control his emotions. He dared not stay any longer and hurried upstairs like he was flying. He knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. He took out a piece of wire from his bag, quickly unlocked the door, and staggered inside. It was his first time here, so Xue Zhanqing didn't know who lived in which room. As soon as he rushed into the living room, he saw his mother, Zhou Yuping, coming out of her room wrapped in clothes, still looking sleepy. Hey, don't you have a key? How did you get in? Hey, what are you doing, kid? Before she finished speaking, his usually cold and distant older brother suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly. Mom, you're still here? So it was all just a hallucination. This made Zhou Yuping confused. Of course I am here, Zhanqing. What's wrong with you? Her son's sudden vulnerability and pain made Zhou Yuping feel very sad last week. She raised her hand to gently touch her son's head, trying to comfort him like a good mother. But before she could say anything, Xue Zhanqing's words made Zhou Yuping furious. "Mom, I thought you were dead." Zhou Yuping, almost exploding with anger, said. "Sure enough, my good eldest son, really. What's the use of having him?" Before Zhou Yuping could react, Xue Zhanqing headed straight for the bedroom facing north. He kicked open the door and saw Xue Zhanping and Chu Hao sleeping peacefully on separate single beds. Chu Hao slept peacefully and gracefully, while Xue Zhanping looked like he had been in a fight, with his blanket on the floor and his body forming a T shape, completely disheveled. Hearing the noise, Chu Hao instantly woke up. He sat up and saw Xue Zhanqing enter, groggily calling out, "Brother Zhanqing, you." "It's okay, I came to check on you guys." Xue Zhanqing patted Chu Hao's head, signaling him to keep sleeping. Then he went to Xue Zhanping's bed and roughly pulled his younger brother up, not very gently. Xue Zhanping was having a wonderful dream of being a hero in ancient times, surrounded by countless beautiful women, each crying and shouting to marry him. Kids only make choices. Adults want everything. Just as he was about to enjoy a romantic moment with the beauties, his older brother suddenly pulled him out of the dream with a special move. He was annoyed. Before Xue Zhanping could get angry, his brother patted his forehead. "Oh, you're alive. That's good. Don't worry, keep sleeping if you're fine." Xue Zhanping, feeling slightly offended, thought. "Is it illegal to kill someone? If not, I want to get rid of my brother." Xue Zhanqing went to the master bedroom, which was Feng Wanhe's room. Zhou Yuping always treated Feng Wanhe the best and would definitely leave the biggest and nicest room for her. He pushed open the door and saw the room was dim. On the large bed, a slender girl was lying quietly. Even though her breathing was light and steady, Xue Zhanqing still heard it. His mind involuntarily flashed the scene of Feng Wanhe lying on the hospital bed, no longer breathing. His heart pounded wildly and hurt deeply. He tiptoed forward a few steps and half knelt by the bed, gently watching Feng Wanhe sleep. Feng Wanhe was already a light sleeper, and the faint movement of Xue Zhanqing woke her. She opened her eyes and saw the man under the dim light, gentle as water. She wasn't frightened or screamed. Her eyelids moved slightly, and she reached out to touch Xue Zhanqing's face, her voice soft and hoarse from just waking up. "You're back home." Xue Zhanqing smiled and nodded, brushing her messy hair behind her ear. "Yes, I came back. I had a nightmare on the way, so I couldn't help but come see you. Did I disturb your sleep?" Hearing this, Feng Wanhe nodded softly, her tone slightly raised, quietly waiting for Xue Zhanqing to speak next. He sat directly on the floor, leaning close to Feng Wanhe's bed, very near to her. "I don't know if it's a dream. Just now, I was walking home when many moths suddenly flew at me. It felt like I traveled through time, as if I entered another world. In that world, my parents and relatives had all passed away. I was disabled, relying on you for support. Then suddenly you also died. My heart hurt so much, and I was so scared." Feng Wanhe, who had been sleepy, suddenly woke up with a start. She turned over and sat up, grabbing Xue Zhanqing's hand. "And then, what happened after I died?" Xue Zhanqing thought Feng Wanhe was frightened. He held her hand gently and patted it. "Don't be afraid, it's all fake." Seeing her eyes, he continued, "I buried you next to my parents. I know you were harmed by the Feng Taiman couple. I sought justice for you. They were sentenced to death for murder." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe closed her eyes slightly. She turned her face away, so Xue Zhanqing wouldn't see, her quietly shedding tears. This was the thing she couldn't let go of after her rebirth. She thought the Feng Taiman couple had taken over her and Xue Zhanqing's home. She believed that ungrateful couple hadn't been punished. But it turned out that after her death, Xue Zhanqing had avenged her. Now she felt at peace. "And you? What will you do?" Feng Wanhe's eyes were moist. She looked at the confused and sad Xue Zhanqing and asked softly. Xue Zhanqing didn't speak. He just stared blankly at the girl sitting on the bed. "Promise me first, don't be angry." Seeing the cautious look in his eyes, Feng Wanha smiled faintly. What's there to be angry about? You already said it's just an illusion, a dream. Xue Zhanqing finally let out a sigh of relief. He pointed to his wrist, where a red mark from a moth bite was visible. It looked like a cut, somewhat fierce. I sent away the housekeeper, used a nail scissors to cut my vein, and I also died. Even though it was a terrifying thing to say, Xue Zhanqing seemed relieved when he spoke of it. I left a letter, saying I would be buried with you after I died.
Ah!
Xiao He, what are you doing? Before he finished, Feng Wanha turned over, sat up quickly, grabbed a pillow, and started hitting Xue Zhanqing's head. Caught off guard, Xue Zhanqing was hit several times, jumping up and down, trying to dodge Feng Wanha's attacks. Feng Wanha scolded angrily, tears falling down her face. Are you crazy? Xue Zhanqing, have you lost your mind? Living is already hard enough. Why do you want to hurt yourself? Why end your life so easily? He is the last bloodline of the Feng family. When he dies, the Feng family will almost lose its lineage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuping rushed in with a feather duster in hand. She had heard Feng Wanha's angry shouts and Xue Zhanqing's crying and apologies outside. Is it appropriate to break into a girl's room in the middle of the night? Although she hoped her own pig would soon help Feng Wanha find a good match, this was definitely not the right time. Oh, ancestors, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Waking up the whole family in the middle of the night and saying such strange things. Aren't you just asking for trouble? So, Xue Zhanqing faced a mixed attack from a girl. Feng Wanha hit him with a pillow on the head, and Zhou Yuping swung the feather duster to spank him. He couldn't fight back with fists and legs, and soon he ran away in defeat. He barely escaped to the living room, gasping for breath, when he saw the fearless Xue Zhanqing rush over and kick his own brother twice, claiming it was revenge. As a result, the unlucky Xue Zhanqing became a punching bag for his brother. If Feng Wanha and Zhou Yuping hadn't come out to stop, Xue Zhanqing might not have survived to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Why are you bullying Zhanqing? Do you even have the right to bully him? Feng Wanha stepped forward and tried to grab Xue Zhanqing's ear, pulling him away to save Xue Zhanqing. Hey, it hurts, little Wanha, be gentle. The man who was just punching his own brother moments ago was now so timid he didn't dare to fight back or even struggle. Feng Wanha wasn't angry about Xue Zhanqing breaking into her room in the middle of the night. She was upset because after her death in her previous life, Xue Zhanqing had ended his precious life in such a tragic way. Unable to say certain words aloud, she could only vent her pain and frustration in another way. Zhou Yuping naturally didn't know this. She unconditionally stood on Feng Wanha's side, even without asking why, and helped beat her own son. If Feng Wanha doesn't marry Xue Zhanqing in the future, she would feel unworthy of Zhou Yuping's love for her. After a scuffle, it ended with Xue Zhanqing apologizing and admitting his mistake. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong or why he needed to apologize, he dared not ignore Feng Wanha's words. Feng Wanha snorted and looked at Xue Zhanqing, saying, and remember, whether it's an illusion or reality, you must remember this. No matter what happens, you can't take your own life. You have to live well. Her eyes showed her deep concern as she said this. Xue Zhanqing grinned and said, Of course I'll follow you. If you live well, I'll live well.
If you.
Seeing Feng Wanha's fierce gaze, Xue Zhanqing quickly covered his mouth. Phew, I've got a jinx. Of course, you'll live a long life, and I will too. We will stay together forever, until our children and grandchildren fill the house, until we are buried side by side after 100 years. Sharing the same bed in life, sharing the same coffin in death. After tidying up, Feng Wanha left her room to go to the exam site. She was surprised to see her mother and Zhou Yuping dressed in bright red kipeos and wearing makeup, which was unusual for them. Clearly, these two weren't skilled at makeup, and their hurried makeup looked a bit funny, making her want to laugh. Xue Zhanqing was fearless and burst out laughing, only to be hit by her mother's powerful palm strike. Mom, Andy, what's going on? Feng Wanha almost laughed but held back, remembering Xue Zhanqing's past mistakes. She had to hold it in, otherwise, she'd get scolded. We heard that wearing kitpayos during exams symbolizes good luck and victory, Mei Yuedang said, spinning around happily. Red kitpayos mean a good start, and I and your Aunt Zhou each prepared one. Before Feng Wanhe could speak, Zhou Yuping added, Today, we're both in red. Tomorrow, I'll wear a green qipao to symbolize smooth progress, and your mom will wear yellow to represent success. Isn't that a good meaning? The saying goes, the end of science is mysticism. After Feng Wanhe's efforts, everything else was left to fate. As mothers, Mei Yuetang and Zhou Yuping could only wear their kitpayos and give their children their final blessings. This motherly love was very great, and Feng Wanhe's anxious heart gradually calmed. Feng de Biao and Xue Chongqing had already arrived, along with her older brothers and the Xue family's elders. A large group was heading to the exam hall with Feng Wanhe, Xue Zhanping, and Zhu Hao. The scene was so lively that even her homeroom teacher, Dang Juansong, couldn't help but glance several times.
Teacher Dang.
From afar, Feng Wanhe saw her homeroom teacher and, happily, went over to greet him. Today, Teacher Dang, usually stern, looked especially gentle. He smiled warmly at his student and handed her the exam admission ticket. I see all your hard work. I believe in you. Feng Wanhe, keep going. Don't waste your life. Next to her, Xue Zhanping took the admission ticket and pouted. It's okay. Besides the college entrance exam, we still have many chances to waste our lives, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping raised her hand, ready to scold her unlucky son. Dang Juansong quickly stopped her and said, Principal Zhou, today is the kids' college entrance exam. Let's not get into family fights. Out of respect for Dang Juansong, Zhou Yuping withdrew her hand. You little guy. I'll settle accounts with you later. Meanwhile, Xue Zhanqing handed the pencil case to Feng Wanhe, smiling as he pinched her cheek. Answer calmly. No need to carry any mental burden. Feng Wanhe smiled, waving to her parents and brothers, then walked confidently into the exam room. Third son, do your best in the exam. Feng de Biao patted his third son's shoulder, full of pride. Although Dad hopes you'll get good results, even if you don't do well, it's okay. At worst, you're such a person. The kid hasn't even entered the exam room yet, and you're already jinxing him? What do you mean he'll do badly? Pft, pft, pft. Mei Yuetang pushed her husband away and stomped her foot, as if breaking a spell, saying pft, pft, pft. Seeing his mother nervous, Chu Hao couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I will definitely do well and make you all proud. Chu Hao's tone was firm and calm, with a bit of Feng de Biao's commanding presence. Unlike the sensible and caring children of the old Feng family, the unlucky son of the old Xue family had already sneaked in. He saw the school beauty passing by and planned to seize this last chance to chat with her. Maybe he could succeed? Inside the exam hall, Feng Wanhe sat quietly, watching the invigilator bring in the exam papers. Her heart was full of feelings, excited and joyful, yet also a bit melancholic and sad. Excited and joyful because she finally fulfilled her dream, able to take the college entrance exam and have a chance to go to university. Melancholic and sad because her 18 years of life had been wasted, causing her to miss the best time to go to school, so she could only scramble at the last minute. Outside the exam site, parents crowded together. Except Zhou Yuping and Mei Yuetang, who went home to cook, everyone else was waiting under the scorching sun. Wang Shengnen also arrived. Her belly was slightly protruding, supported by Baoyu, sitting on a small folding stool brought specially. Baoyu has arranged everything for me to study at Lan City Business College. Shengnan, have you submitted the application to your company? Feng de Biao looked at his eldest daughter's belly and asked with a frown. Wang Shengnan replied, the application has been submitted. The approval process will take about a month. When Shaha's college entrance exam results come out and she decides where to go to university, I will go to Lan City with Baoyu. After the divorce, Wang Shengnan seemed like a different person, more cheerful than before. Feng de Biao nodded and asked Zhu family, haven't caused you trouble again, have they? Mentioning this, Wang Shengnan glanced at Baoyu. Baoyu answered, Zhu Tingfei came to our house causing trouble, but after I hit him a few times, he stopped bothering us. People tend to be afraid of the strong and bully the weak, especially someone like Zhu Tingfei. From Zhu Tingfei's crying, pleading, and arguing, Bao Yu and Wang Shengnan roughly understood his situation. Zhu Tingfei used to be married to Wang Shengnan but cheated on her outside, being led astray by Gong Yuan, thinking he found true love. But now, after being with Gong Yuan, he realized she was a troublemaker who drove him crazy. He only slapped her once, but she took advantage of him sleeping to almost smother him with a pillow. Then, because his parents said Gong Yuan was less virtuous than Wang Shengnan, she grabbed a kitchen knife and chased his parents around the yard, trying to attack them. His sister only wore Gong Yuan's jewelry, but Gong Yuan slapped her face several times, causing her to bleed. Gong Yuan's chaos made the family miserable, so Zhu Tingfei longed for Wang Shengnan's kindness and obedience. No matter how much he insulted or beat Wang Shengnan, she only cried and never fought back harshly. His sister used to secretly take Wang Shengnan's jewelry and money, but Wang Shengnan never said a harsh word. Without comparison, there was pain. Zhu Tingfei's whole family was driven to the brink of madness by Gong Yuan. Not only Zhu Tingfei himself, but even his parents and sister secretly encouraged him to find a way to remarry Wang Shengnan. They even said they could accept the child in Wang Shengnan's belly, whose origins were unknown. After all, the child posed no threat, but Gong Yuan was like a bomb ready to explode and ruin their entire family. Hearing this, Feng Debiao snorted coldly. Bad people get their comeuppance. Zhu family has bullied my daughter for so long. Now they should face their karma. Beside him, Xue Zhanqing smiled a little mischievously. Bao Yu, since you have many contacts, just find someone to give Gong Yuan a tip. Say Zhu Tingfei is back looking to reunite with his ex-wife. Hearing this, Bao Yu clapped his hands and burst into loud laughter. Yes, this idea is good. Instead of me cleaning up after Zhu Tingfei every day, it's better to let them fight among themselves. The couple can fight fiercely, and we can save ourselves trouble. The first exam was Chinese. When the bell rang to end the test, the parents sitting around quickly stood up and rushed to the school gate, waiting for their children to come out. Feng Manhwa came out a bit late. The students who came out first looked unhappy, and some girls immediately burst into tears. The questions were very hard, even harder than previous years. This was the common feeling among the students, which made Xue Zhanqing feel very nervous. Wait until Xiao He comes out. We shouldn't ask about the exam or put pressure on her, so it won't affect her next tests. Everyone knew Feng Wanha's personality well after being together for so long. She is very proud and competitive, especially about the college entrance exam. She is almost obsessive and crazy about it. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Shengnan called out, "Hey, Xiao He is coming out over there." Xue Zhanqing looked toward the school gate and saw Feng Wanha being surrounded by Chu Hao and Xue Zhanping. Chu Hao still looked calm and relaxed, while Xue Zhanping was also acting carefree. Only Feng Wanha looked sad and lost, clearly affected by something. Seeing this, Xue Zhanqing hurried to greet her. "Xiao He, over here." He called several times, and Feng Wanha finally snapped out of her thoughts. She looked up at Xue Zhanqing, blinked, as if trying to control her emotions, and after a while, managed a faint smile. "Just now, my dad scolded me really badly." Xue Zhanqing stepped forward and took the stationery bag from Feng Wanha, sadly complaining. Hearing this, Feng Wanha was stunned. "Really?
Why?
What did Uncle Xue scold you for?" "Because I lost my temper late at night, woke you up, and affected your exam mood." Xue Zhanqing looked pitiful and whined, "Xiao He, if my dad scolds me again later, you have to protect me." Just then, Xue Zhanqing overheard his son's words and immediately turned into a good actor. "How dare you complain to Xiao He? Just go home if you're tired, stay on the sofa, and don't cause trouble. Instead, you woke up the whole family. Who do you think I should hit? Now you've caused Xiao He to do poorly on her exam. How do you plan to make up for her loss?" Confused, Feng Wanha thought.
Huh.
"Isn't the reason I didn't do well because the exam questions were too hard? Why does everything suddenly seem to be Xue Zhanqing's fault? Are all adults' minds so strange? And also, Your reckless behavior just ruined the sadness I had just started to feel.
It.
Why does the story seem a bit messy? Yes, yes, yes. It's my brother's fault for disturbing our rest, which made Xiaohe and I feel blank during the exam, and we couldn't answer many questions. Xue Zhanping found a scapegoat and was so excited he almost jumped up.
Hooray.
He finally doesn't have to worry about how to explain to his parents if he does badly on the test, so he avoids a mixed doubles match. Yeah, it's all Xue Zhanping's fault. Xiaohe, why aren't you smiling yet? The scapegoat. Oh no, the culprit has appeared. This is a huge happy event. Foam Wanha feels a bit amused and helpless. No, Xue Zhanping, your plan is too loud. Your beads are almost hitting my face. Dad, Uncle Xue, my poor exam results have nothing to do with Zhanping. It's just because I didn't study enough. Foam Wanha hadn't finished speaking when Foam de Biao already beamed with joy and happily put his arm around his daughter's shoulder. Really didn't do well? Her father's reaction made Foam Wanha feel even more complicated. No, what are you all doing? Wake up. I might fail the exam, and you're not embarrassed? Only to hear Foam de Biao say, it's great if you didn't do well. I'm afraid you'll get such good scores that you'll go to a university 10,000 miles away from home. Now that I hear you didn't do well, I feel relieved. Finally, I can keep my daughter close and spoil her for a few more years. Seeing the joy in her father's eyes and hearing his words, Foam Wanha felt a mix of sadness and comfort. Yes, if she had good grades, she would definitely choose a suitable university, probably far away from home. She and her parents just reunited, and now they might have to part again. She felt reluctant. So, Foam Wanha felt more at ease. She hugged her father and said, yes, it's okay if I don't do well. If I don't do well, I'll just stay with you and be a freeloader. The word freeloader was used well here. Foam de Biao smiled and said, Dad hopes you'll stay with me forever. What's wrong with being a freeloader? My daughter stays with me, and I give her my salary to spend. Isn't that reasonable? Although this logic sounds a bit strange at first, upon reflection, it doesn't seem wrong. Next to them, Bao Yu chuckled and teased, little sister-in-law, don't feel pressured. When my brother-in-law makes his business bigger and stronger, he'll make sure you never lack money to spend. Get lost. Do you think you can support Xiaohe? Do you think I'm dead or something? Xue Zhanping pushed Bao Yu away, smiling as he patted his chest. Xiaohe, I will support you. To outsiders, it seemed like Xue Zhanping was joking, but Foam Wanha saw the determination and promise in his eyes. At that moment, the pressure from failing the exam suddenly eased a lot. Foam Wanha felt much lighter on her back. She tilted her head to look at Xue Zhanping, smiling so much that her small fangs showed. Okay, you can support me. Seeing Foam Wanha smile, everyone felt relieved. This girl is too thoughtful. She needs good guidance. Xue Zhanping also pretended to be worried, sadly grabbing his father's wrist. Dad, I feel so much pressure. I might not be able to hold on. Lying in front of Master Xue is just asking for trouble. Most people understand this simple truth, but Xue Zhanping's mind is slow, and he tries to gain his father's sympathy by copying others. Master Xue looked at his good eldest son with a half-smile. Really? Is the pressure so big? Is it because you didn't do well on the exam? Xue Zhanping nodded heavily and said, Dad, so can you promise me in advance? No matter what grades I get, don't hit or scold me. Just like Uncle Feng supports Xiaohe, support me forever? This is really a bit shameless. Master Xue smiled, a warm and gentle smile, so much so that Xue Zhanping thought the man in front of him was not his real father. And then there was nothing more. Xue Zhanping insisted on getting punished, and Master Xue wouldn't let him off. So, at the exam center entrance, in front of many classmates, Master Xue showed him through action what it means to be a good person. After a good scolding from his father, tears streamed down Xue Zhanping's face. Sigh. It's hard to be a man these days, and even harder to be a man from a noble family. Do you know why he's been gaining weight? It's not happiness weight, it's from being beaten. This handsome face, which should have been stunning, was swollen by his parents. Hey, Baby feels bitter inside, but won't say a word. Even though he failed in Chinese, Feng Wanha suddenly felt that everything wasn't so bad thanks to her family's encouragement and support. So, in the remaining exams, she stayed calm, prepared for the worst, and worked hard toward the best. Until the last exam was over, Feng Wanha felt a huge relief. At this moment, grades seemed less important. For Feng Wanha, this college entrance exam was more about saying goodbye to her past self. She was no longer a poor girl who couldn't even attend school. Currently, Feng Wanha is loved by her parents, brother, and sister. She has caring neighbors, friendly classmates, and a healthy, strong Shuezhanqing. Her life is complete, and she has no regrets. Walking out of the exam room with a relaxed step, Feng Wanha saw Shuezhanqing holding a bouquet of flowers at the door from afar. He was a handsome man in uniform, and the bright, romantic flowers made him stand out as the most eye-catching scene outside the exam hall. Some young girls looked at Shuezhanqing with admiration, but he remained still, staring straight at the entrance, standing tall like a resilient pine tree that could withstand any storm. When Feng Wanha met his gaze for a moment, she was slightly stunned but quickly smiled brightly. She hurriedly almost jogged out of the exam room, her carefree smile flying, heading straight to Shuezhanqing. Xiao He, you worked hard. Shuezhanqing, who had been serious, instantly became gentle and caring when he saw Feng Wanha. He handed the flowers to her, without asking how she did in the exam or if she could get into university. Just the words hard work were enough to comfort Feng Wanha's heart. Holding the bouquet close, Feng Wanha looked up at the man in front of her. He was so tall, and she stood in his shadow, just right. He blocked the bright sunlight for her. I think I did okay. Feng Wanha couldn't help but talk about the exam. She was a bit excited and said, Aunt Zhou found me a tutor, and they predicted several big questions perfectly. Also, my third brother had marked some key questions for me, and they appeared on the test paper. Seeing familiar question types, Feng Wanha felt a bit incredulous. She couldn't believe her luck. Being able to predict so many big questions made her feel a bit dazed and unsure when writing her answers. Seeing the smile in Feng Wanha's eyes and corners, Shuezhanqing chuckled softly. He opened his arms and looked at the girl in front of him, gently saying, Then, can I give you a big hug to congratulate you?
Well,
That's not too bad either. Although Feng Wanha was shy, the temptation of his embrace was stronger. After a brief hesitation, she finally ran over and gently leaned into Shuezhanqing's arms. They were actually separated by only a thin barrier, and even if they hadn't broken through it, they already knew each other's hearts. Everyone was just waiting for the right moment. Xiao He, I want to say, Brother Chung, actually. At the busy exam hall entrance, Feng Wanha and Shuezhanqing both spoke at the same time, but then paused. They looked at each other with the same expression, then both started laughing. You go first. No, you go first. They spoke again simultaneously. The annoying sense of perfect timing made Feng Wanha lose the fluttering heartbeat he just felt. It seems today isn't a good day to confess. Suddenly, from the noisy crowd behind, a sharp scolding broke out. Crazy girl, say what you just said again? Hearing the commotion, Feng Wanha turned around and saw her classmate Wang Qiangwei being pointed at and scolded by a strong middle-aged man. This angry shout made the lively entrance suddenly quiet. Everyone's eyes focused on Wang Qiangwei and the man. Many parents frowned when they saw her red hair. Let go of me. I won't go back to that house. Wang Qiangwei tried to break free from the man's grip, but he held her tightly, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Some kind people stepped forward to help, but they heard the man tearfully crying and explaining. This girl is my adopted daughter. I've raised her since she was 3. I worked hard to bring her up. Even after her mother passed away 2 years ago, I never gave up on her. So what? This girl hangs out with a bunch of troublemakers, wastes her time studying, and even runs away from home. Think about it. Should I care for her? Should I bring her back home? The man choked up again. Sometimes she's so bratty I want to cry. If I don't care for her, I feel guilty about her late mother. It's really... After saying a few words, Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with sympathy, then at Wang Qiangwei with blame and even disgust. Oh, a foster daughter without blood ties, just a little ingrate. Just because she has red hair, you can tell she's no good. The foster father really is kind-hearted. Even when his foster daughter is so ungrateful, he still doesn't abandon her. Wang Qiangwei's face turned pale. She clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Shut up. Wang Changyi, shut up. You're a beast. You almost." Before she finished, the man called Wang Changyi stepped forward and slapped Wang Qiangwei hard. She immediately was hit so hard she bled from her nose, and the words she wanted to say were forced back. After a pause, Wang Changyi looked pained and annoyed. He stepped forward and gently held Wang Qiangwei in his arms, secretly covering her mouth. "I'm sorry."
Xiaowei, I'm sorry.
"Dad shouldn't have hit you. I was just upset because of you." Wang Qiangwei couldn't speak, only kicking and punching in protest. To outsiders, it looked like a rebellious girl arguing with her understanding foster father, which made her seem very dislikable. "This child, your foster father treats you so well. Why are you so ungrateful?" "Exactly. Stop causing trouble. Hurry and go home with your foster father. His kindness is more important than blood ties. Everyone help out. Let's take this brother to send her home." A few male adults spoke while helping Wang Changyi hold down Wang Qiangwei, who was struggling fiercely, and they lifted her to leave. Wang Qiangwei was silenced, unable to speak. Tears filled her eyes, full of despair and fear, which made Feng Wanha's heart race suddenly. Outsiders didn't know Wang Qiangwei's true nature. She knew her well. So, what if Wang Qiangwei dyed her hair red? So, what if she wore a bat-themed shirt and baggy pants? Why judge her goodness or evil based on her appearance? Feng Wanha no longer hesitated. At the moment Wang Qiangwei was lifted, she stepped forward with open arms, her slender and weak body blocking Wang Changyi and the confused adults. "Let go of that girl." Seeing such a young girl blocking the way, Wang Changyi looked unhappy.
Child.
"This is someone else's private matter. Why are you interfering?" One parent scolded and tried to push Feng Wanha away. Before the other's hand could touch Feng Wanha's clothes, Xue Zhanqing stepped forward, grabbing the other's wrist. He said nothing, just stared coldly at the person. In less than 3 seconds, the man trying to push Feng Wanha back looked guilty and even took a few steps back. "Wang Qiangwei is my classmate. She doesn't want to go with you. Let her go." Feng Wanha shouted at Wang Changyi. Wang Changyi's face looked very dark, but he still pretended to be a caring father and said, "Child, don't be fooled by Wang Qiangwei. She stole money to run away with a troublemaker. I have no choice but to take her home forcibly. I know Wang Qiangwei. She's not the type to steal money, nor is she blindly trusting love. I don't believe what you say." Feng Wanha said loudly, word by word, "If you have the courage, let her go, and let her explain herself. She is full of lies and cannot be trusted at all." Wang Changyi still covered Wang Qiangwei's mouth and refused to let go, even encouraging other parents who didn't understand the truth to attack Feng Wanhao. A parent said, "Are you probably working with Wang Qiangwei? I heard she's friends with some girls and bullies other students every day." Parents, your children might have been bullied by her too. Hearing this, some parents immediately became angry. They rushed forward, planning to tear apart innocent Feng Wanhao. "No wonder my daughter had mouth injuries recently. I asked her, and she wouldn't say anything. Turns out she was bullied by you." Yes, my daughter also said some girls at school bully her every day. Children like this, if parents don't discipline them well, we have to do it for them." Some parents shouted and even raised their hands to slap Feng Wanhao. How could Xue Zhanqing allow Feng Wanhao to be bullied? He immediately stepped forward with open arms, protecting Feng Wanhao, and sternly warned the parents who were being used. He was dressed in a military uniform, a soldier protecting the people. He couldn't hit the parents. The only thing he could do was stand in front of Feng Wanhao and bear the attacks for her. Meanwhile, Wang Changyi had already dragged Wang Qiangwei and was trying to escape. Feng Wanhao watched helplessly as Wang Qiangwei was taken away, unable to rescue her. Just then, Chu Hao, Xue Zhanping, and some third-year students from Class 7 came out. Seeing this, Feng Wanhao shouted loudly, "Third brother, Zhanping, save Wang Qiangwei." This angry shout instantly boosted Xue Zhanping and Chu Hao's fighting spirit. They didn't even ask why, just based on Feng Wanhao's few words, they rushed over shouting and rescued Wang Qiangwei from being put into the car. Xue Zhanping was good at fighting. He threw 3 punches and 2 kicks, making Wang Qiangwei's nose and face swell. He didn't bother to cover Wang Qiangwei's mouth anymore and was even overwhelmed himself, rolling on the ground as students from Class 7 beat him up. Meanwhile, someone called the homeroom teacher, Party Jun-song. Seeing his classmates being bullied, Party Jun-song was furious. He pushed away the parents attacking Feng Wanhao and pulled the frightened, crying Wang Qiangwei behind him. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Bullying my student in broad daylight? Is there no law? Is there no justice?" He was a short, chubby man standing in front of his students, fearless in the face of the fierce storm, like a tall tree blocking the wind and rain.
Who are you?
"Why are you encouraging parents to bully my students?" A parent hesitated and said, "Isn't he the parent of a student in your class? The head teacher, and you don't even know the parents?" "I've known Wang Qiangwei for 3 years. She has never appeared at parent meetings. I learned that she grew up in a blended family. After her mother died unexpectedly, her foster father treated her badly." Party Jun-song frowned and said, "Even when I visited her at home, her foster father refused to see me. Wang Qiangwei has lived in the school dormitory for 3 years, even spending the New Year at my house." Hearing this, the scene erupted in shock. The parents who had been incited by Zhang Yongyi to cause trouble looked both surprised and guilty. They thought they were fighting for justice, but they were actually helping the wrongdoers. But this child, she doesn't seem like a proper girl. Who dyes their hair red, if they're a decent kid? One parent was still not convinced and pointed at Wang Qiangwei's red hair. "My rebelliousness is just to protect myself," Wang Qiangwei shouted hoarsely. "In my first year of high school, I was only 15. He wanted to get a project and planned to offer me to an old man who was old enough to be my grandfather because the old man liked young, obedient girls. I could only dye my hair strange colors and wear exaggerated, rebellious makeup to make that old man dislike me." This was a secret Wang Qiangwei had never told anyone. No one knew she came from such a dirty, disgusting family. Her proud self-esteem didn't allow her to be pitted. She had worked hard to maintain her dignity for 3 years. But now, she was forced to tell everyone about her painful past and shame. Business people don't like girls who dress weird and rebellious. I just dressed like this, as crazy as I could, to barely survive for 3 years. But now, he's found a new sponsor for me. The sponsor has a unique taste, likes wild and spicy young girls. As long as he sends me to the sponsor will give him a big project worth millions. Wang Qiangwei's tears fell as she spoke. Robbing someone on the street, and you adults are still helping the wrongdoer, helping a man bully a helpless girl? The one who finally saved me was also a girl, but you still humiliated her. At this point, Wang Qiangwei's heart was full of hatred. "It's one thing to bully me, but you shouldn't bully my friends. Today, I have remembered all your disgusting faces. One day, I will take revenge and make your lives miserable." Smack. Before she finished speaking, Party Army-song, usually calm and kind, raised his hand and slapped Wang Qiangwei hard. This slap not only silenced Wang Qiangwei, but also shocked Feng Wanhao. She wanted to step forward to protect Wang Qiangwei, but was held back by Xue Zhanping. "Do you know why your class teacher hit her? Silly girl, this is to make her realize her mistakes. It's to wake her up and help her get back on the right path." Feng Wanhao didn't quite understand what Xue Zhanping meant, but she saw Party Army-song speak. He pointed at Wang Qiangwei and said, "What are you trying to do? Are you willing to sacrifice your future for a few bad people? Who do you want to get back at? Do you think the person who feels like life is not worth living is someone else?" Wang Qiangwei covered her face and stared blankly at the short, chubby, middle-aged, bald man in front of her. "Even if you graduate, you're still my student. A teacher forever acts like a parent. Today, I must take care of you. Party Army Song said sternly, you too, and all the students in class 7 of grade 3. Remember this. Never punish yourself for others' mistakes. Life is short. Don't waste your precious time on bad people. Keep moving forward and never look back. Foam Wanha just realized today that class teacher Party Army Song is actually very protective of his students. Even though his class is the worst in the whole grade, it doesn't change how much he cares for and protects his students. Even on regular days, he would close the classroom door and scold these unruly students harshly. But when they really face problems, he still stands in front of them and doesn't back down. Now, everyone has their own opinion. Let's call the police. Party Army Song frowned and said, if Wang Qiangwei is lying, I will apologize and admit she was right, and promise she will listen to you in the future and repay your kindness.
But if...
He paused and looked into Wang Changyi's eyes. But if what Wang Qiangwei said is true, then we need to discuss this carefully. Are you committing a crime? Hearing about calling the police, Wang Changyi got angry and embarrassed. He relied on his taller height and planned to throw a punch. But he underestimated how much Party Army Song is respected among these students. A group of over 10 students gathered around, with the girls surrounding the party military warehouse and the boys surrounding the girls. Everyone pointed their guns outward, forming an unbreakable wall like a solid fortress. Try moving our teacher today. See if I don't beat you to death. Xue Zhanping angrily pointed at Wang Changyi's nose. Xue Zhanping, watch your words. We're not just some young troublemakers.
Don't talk like that.
The students had surrounded him so tightly that he couldn't move, and because he was short, the party military warehouse couldn't see what was happening outside. But this didn't stop him from teaching and scolding the students. Yes, I want to be a polite and civilized young person. Foam Wanha also slipped out of Xue Zhanqing's arms to protect his teacher. Xue Zhanqing, feeling a bit helpless and amused, thought to himself, so, in Xiaohe's mind, his position isn't even as important as the teacher's. He took a few steps forward and knocked away his younger brother's outstretched hand. Listen to your teacher. Don't use bad words all the time. It's not good for your image. Then, Xue Zhanqing looked at Wang Changyi, who was feeling guilty, but unwilling to give up. This matter. Everyone knows the truth. If it really gets serious, do you think you can take advantage? Wang Changyi gritted his teeth and said, that girl is slandering me. She's lying. You can't believe her. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter what anyone says. We can call the police. After an investigation, the police will find out the truth. Then everything will be clear. Xue Zhanqing smiled faintly and said, you don't think there are walls that no one can see through, do you? When he said this, Wang Changyi's face looked worse. But he still stubbornly said, I am upright. I'm not afraid of shadows. I'm not worried about being investigated. Wang Qiangwei quietly whispered to Foam Wanha, he's careful and meticulous. Even if we call the police, there's no evidence to prove he abused or forced me. At this, Wang Qiangwei's eyes were full of despair, resentment, and a faint mockery. I've reported to the police before, but in the end, they said I was lying. No one believes me anymore. She had lost all hope in this world. Foam Wanha held Wang Qiangwei's hand and said, I believe you. The students in class 7 of senior year also believe you. And the teacher. Teacher, do you believe Wang Qiangwei? The party warehouse looked at Wang Qiangwei's red hair and snorted. If she dyes her hair back, I'll believe her even more. Dye it. I'll take Wang Qiangwei to dye her hair black tomorrow. Foam Wanha couldn't help but laugh, with a calm look in his eyes. Because Xue Zhanqing is here and Teacher Dang is here, she is not afraid at all. They are like big trees and solid rocks. As long as they are here, no one can bully her. Seeing the cunning and treacherous look in Wang Changyi's eyes, Xue Zhanqing smiled. Do you think that without proof, I can't do anything to you? Many times, as long as you have enough power, many things are not a problem. For example, dealing with you. Wang Changyi's eyes flickered. Just because you think you can? What are you? Just a lousy soldier. Xue Zhanqing stepped forward a few steps and quietly whispered a few words into Wang Changyi's ear. Immediately, Wang Changyi's face changed. He seemed unable to believe what he heard and took a few steps back, staring hard at Xue Zhanqing. Under Xue Zhanqing's cold, sharp gaze, Wang Changyi's expression became very dramatic. First shock, then horror, followed by panic, and finally flattery. He changed from being arrogant and sneaky to smiling kindly, bowing deeply and apologizing to Xue Zhanqing. "Oh, look at this. It's like a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple. Sorry for not recognizing your true worth and not knowing that Rose has such a friend." He looked at Wang Ruowei with a kind and gentle smile. "Xiao Wei, why don't you bring your friends to visit my home?" Wang Ruowei said cautiously, "Why should I bring my friends? To make you pick suitable girls, like choosing concubines and send them to your sponsors?" Hearing such blunt sarcasm from Wang Ruowei, Wang Changyi surprisingly did not get angry. "You child, what nonsense are you talking? About choosing concubines or sponsors? These are all misunderstandings. Let's sit down and have a good talk, father and daughter." Wang Ruowei turned her face away and said, "No need. I have nothing to talk to you about." "Let Wang Ruowei stay at our house for a few days," Feng Wanhe suggested. "The college entrance exams are over, and she can't stay in the school dorm anymore. She can stay at my house first, and then plan further." Hearing this, Wang Ruowei's eyes filled with gratitude. After the college entrance exams, she felt like her best days in life were coming to an end. As long as she was still under her father-daughter relationship with Wang Changyi, she couldn't escape from this cruel man's control. She had planned to run away right after the exams, to leave Spring City and never come back. But Wang Changyi sensed her intentions and blocked her here, completely tearing away her last bit of dignity. Her dignity was trampled on the ground, blood and flesh torn apart. When she was trapped in an abyss and couldn't escape, Feng Wanhe reached out to help her. She said she believed in her, stepped forward to protect her, and didn't care that she was different. She gave her a place to stay. She would remember this great kindness for the rest of her life. At this moment, Feng Wanhe simply wanted to help Wang Qiangwei. She never expected that many years later, Wang Qiangwei would rise rapidly, riding the wave of reform to become the richest businesswoman in Spring City. When she faced difficulties, Wang Qiangwei offered her great help. Heaven is always fair. Whatever you plant today, you will harvest tomorrow. Life is not about luck or sympathy from fate, but about your own hands and heart. At 18, Feng Wanhe planted a seed called kindness. Many years later, this seed grew into a tall tree, always by her side, protecting her. When Wang Qiangwei said she would stay at Feng Wanhe's house, Wang Changyi was so excited he couldn't hold back. He rubbed his hands and said, "Xiao Wei, tomorrow I'll bring you some clothes and tasty food."
You.
Hearing this, Wang Qiangwei coldly replied, "If you want to use me, then forget it. I won't go to Feng Wanhe's house. I'll just find a part-time job outside."
No.
"Don't go out. I'll come find you myself. Just stay peacefully at your classmate's house and behave well. Be a little more perceptive." Hearing that Wang Qiangwei wouldn't go to her classmate's house, he was so anxious he shouted loudly, almost jumping up. "As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no worry about firewood. As long as Wang Qiangwei keeps to this path, he isn't worried about not climbing up to a high branch someday. This high branch is like a climbing vine, much better than his previous connections, and it's something he can only dream of. If he can climb onto this high branch, he could become successful in no time, rising to be the wealthiest and most powerful person in Spring City." Therefore, Wang Changyi waved goodbye to the parents who had just helped him. "Everyone disperse. It was just a misunderstanding. What are you all looking at? Go home." Those parents looked like they had been force-fed something disgusting, embarrassed and angry. They thought they were standing up for justice, but in the end, they were helping a dishonest man bully a girl who had no mother? Is this what people do? Some couldn't swallow this injustice, and, seeing Wang Changyi as the target, grabbed his collar to make him clarify and apologize. Wang Changyi naturally refused. The people who had just been on the same side turned against each other in an instant, cursing, fighting, and causing a big fuss outside the exam hall. Ignoring Wang Changyi, who was surrounded and beaten by the crowd, the students of Class 7 in the third year of high school, led by Party Jun-song, surrounded Wang Qiangwei and left quickly, far away from trouble. Wang Qiangwei, life is just beginning. Don't give up on yourself or hurt yourself. Party Jun-song looked at his students with loving eyes. Maybe in other teachers' eyes, you are just a group of problem students, but I have taught you for 3 years. I know most of you are kind and honest. Years from now, we will all become ordinary people. That's okay. Most people in society end up being average. As long as you believe in being a good person, you will always make your teacher proud. These words moved the students of Class 7 deeply, and some passers-by couldn't help but applaud. Grades are never the only way to judge a student's worth. Party Jun-song has never judged his students by grades. The students who usually struggle felt respected and encouraged for the first time. Some even shed tears of emotion. Having a teacher like Party Jun-song in high school was their lucky chance. Teacher Party, I have a question. Xue Zhanping raised his hand and asked, if I and Chu Hao both fell into the river at the same time, who would you save? Of course, I would save Chu Hao. Party Jun-song answered without hesitation. Then he felt it might not be right and explained nervously, Chu Hao is not feeling well, so I need to take care of him more. Xue Zhanping pouted. Teacher Party, can you speak honestly? The reason you saved Chu Hao is simple, he studies better than me. Caught by the unlucky student, Party Jun-song decided to be straightforward. If you know the truth, why say it to embarrass yourself? Zhanping, a person should have self-awareness. Patting the shoulder of the most clueless student in the class, Party Jun-song continued with sincere advice. Really, sometimes brains are a good thing. The implication was, Zhanping, you really are not very smart. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Wang Qiangwei smiled through her tears. Party Jun-song then took 20 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Wang Qiangwei, saying, stay at Feng Wanhe's house peacefully. Everything can wait until the college entrance exam results come out. Wang Qiangwei refused to take Party Jun-song's money no matter what. Everyone knew that Party Jun-song's child had health issues, and his family was not well off. This 20 yuan was more than half a month's salary for Party Jun-song. Take this 20 yuan as a loan from me. When you work and earn money in the future, pay me back double. Party Army Warehouse quickly handed money to Wang Qiangwei and said, although I know Feng Wanhe will take good care of you, and I also know that if you agree, your foster father is willing to give you money. We must have integrity. He looked at Wang Qiangwei and said, remember, you must not betray your dignity. Even if it means sweeping the streets, you should still be a person with honor. Wang Qiangwei tearfully took the money from Party Army Warehouse and remembered his words today. Many years later, Wang Qiangwei experienced ups and downs in the business world. Every time she was about to cross a line and make a mistake, she would think of Party Army Warehouse's words. Because of this, she kept her principles and always maintained her conscience. Of course, the 20 yuan loan from Party Army Warehouse was repaid with a luxurious house and car. After parting from Party Army Warehouse, Feng Wanhe led Wang Qiangwei home. As they reached the alley entrance, they saw her parents, Aunt Zhou, and Uncle Xue standing side by side at the corner, smiling at her with admiration in their eyes. Our little Wanhe is amazing. Zhou Yuping stepped forward and held Feng Wanhe's hand, saying, we saw what happened at the door just now. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe gasped in surprise. Zhou Yuping smiled and said, originally, your mother and I wanted to step in and help you, but your dad and Uncle Xue said that you've grown up and should handle problems on your own. The future life will be longer, and the challenges will be more complicated and difficult than today. Parents will grow old and will face storms someday. Therefore, while parents are still able to support, giving children the ability to handle problems is the deepest love they can give. You handled it very well. You didn't succumb to evil forces, didn't give up your principles, and didn't abandon your friends. These are the most valuable qualities a person can have. Feng Debiao looked at his daughter with admiration, full of pride. Feng Wanhe smiled. What if I mess up? What if I cause you big trouble? Hearing this, Feng Debiao waved his hand and said, just go ahead and do it boldly. If something happens, I'll be the one to handle it. With these words, Feng Wanhe felt fearless. Feng Wanhe, you are truly lucky. Wang Qiangwei looked at Feng Wanhe with no jealousy, only pure admiration. Having parents who love you unconditionally, a caring older brother, in-laws, and a younger brother standing with you, and most importantly, having a wonderful man who loves you. These are the greatest blessings. All the previous words were very normal, and Feng Wanhe found them very agreeable. As Wang Qiangwei kept talking, the tone suddenly changed. Wait, what does it mean to say that my parents-in-law and younger brother-in-law are on the same side with me? And what does it mean to call men who love each other? Before Feng Wanhe could speak to defend herself, Zhou Yuping happily interrupted. Yes, everything the student said is right. We are always on the same side as Xiaohe. If she divorces Xue Zhanchen in the future, we will definitely support her to leave her husband and keep the family name. After the college entrance exams, everyone naturally returned to the military district compound. Xue Zhanchen drove his jeep, taking Feng Wanhe, Wang Qiangwei, Zhu Hao, and Xue Zhanping home first, while the other adults rode in Feng Debiao's car. Zhu Hao confidently sat in the front passenger seat, leaving Xue Zhanping to sit in the back.
He was unhappy about this.
If someone else had taken the front seat, he would have shamelessly fought for it, but Zhu Hao. In this world, Zhu Hao was the only person he dared not and would not bully. So he cursed under his breath but honestly sat in the back seat. He thought he could sit by the window, but unexpectedly, Feng Wanhe and Wang Qiangwei both got in from the sides. Now, Xue Zhanping, who got in first, was squeezed in the middle, feeling so awkward he didn't dare move. Hey, you two girls, can't you sit next to each other?
This
makes me feel uncomfortable. Wang Qiangwei had already returned to normal. She looked at Xue Zhanping and said, why do you feel uncomfortable? Is it because you like to be hugged from both sides? Don't all men like that? Shameless. Shut up. Xue Zhanping was shocked and quickly pointed at Wang Qiangwei, saying, are you afraid my brother can't beat me? That's why I'm being hugged from both sides. With you two, I really
can't handle it. Ah.
Before he finished, Feng Wanhe swung her fist and made a move to hit him. Xue Zhanping dodged while shouting, brother, you need to control Xiaohe. She's going to hit me. Go, Xiaohe. Remember the fighting skills I taught you. Make sure to knock Xue Zhanping down on the sand. Xue Zhanchen, driving the car, smiled and cheered for Feng Wanhe, showing no concern for his brotherly bond with Xue Zhanping. Abandoned by his loving brother, Xue Zhanping looked for help from Zhu Hao. Hey, Zhu Hao, Feng Wanhe has only been home a few days. How many years have we known each other?
You
need to be fair. Zhu Hao raised his hand to cover his chest and said quietly, my conscience tells me that friendship is precious, but family love is even more valuable. If it's for Xiaohe, I will step aside. This little poem made Feng Wanhe and Wang Qiangwei both laugh out loud. Xue Zhanping, holding his wounded heart, wailed, wow, Zhu Hao, you unfeeling man. You hurt me and just smiled about it. Amidst the laughter and joy, Wang Qiangwei seemed to forget the unpleasantness for a moment. Soon, she and Feng Wanhe stood on the same side, teasing Xue Zhanping together. Even though Wang Qiangwei had long known that Feng Wanhe came from a noble military family, she was still surprised when the car entered the military district. Seeing the strict guards and the soldiers coming and going inside, she felt a bit stunned. When the car stopped outside a small Western-style house, and Xue Zhanping urged them to get out quickly, saying they had arrived home, Wang Qiangwei felt a little dazed and scared. Through the rear-view mirror, she saw her bright red hair and suddenly felt inferior, as if she didn't belong in such a place or even be friends with Feng Wanhe. Who is Feng Wanhe? She is a distinguished daughter of a high-ranking official, a noble daughter from a military family who can make Spring City tremble with just a stomp. And what about her? The huge gap made Wang Qiangwei sit motionless in the car for a moment. Old Master Xue Weisong, and the matriarch, Lei Shuxian, came out of the house to greet Feng Wanhe, who had just returned from college entrance exams, with loving smiles. Wow, it's only been 2 days, and our Xiaohe looks thinner? Lei Shuxian examined Feng Wanhe carefully, full of concern. Are you exhausted? Come on, let's go home. Grandma will cook something delicious for you, and we'll all have a good meal together. Shui Weisong patted Chu Hao on the shoulder and asked with a smile, How did you do? Was it a good exam? Chu Hao replied, Just average. Oh, just average? Looks like you did okay then. Do you have a favorite university? Have you thought about applying to the military industry university? Shui Weisong loves talented people. Even though he is retired, he still cares deeply about the country's military industry development, and he worries a lot. Chu Hao hesitated, pointing to his leg, and said, Military Industry University has physical requirements. I'm not suitable. If you're willing, Grandpa can help you speak for you, Shui Weisong said. He's in the army for combat, but the Military Industry University focuses on research, so the physical demands aren't that strict. Especially for someone as talented as you, a little flexibility is fine. Hearing this, Chu Hao's eyes moved slightly. But he still replied, After I get home, I will talk with my parents and give you an answer. Is that okay? Shui Weisong didn't speak immediately, only to see Shui Zhanping come closer. Grandpa, since you've already opened the back door, why not help your own grandson find a good future? I also want to attend the best military school in the country for college.
Get lost.
Shui Weisong chuckled and scolded. The army isn't a trash dump. They don't accept every useless person. With your poor grades, if you want to join the army, start honestly from the basic units. Whether it's a horse or a mule, you'll find out once you try it. You've been fooling around for so many years, I know your character well. When it comes to arguing, the old master of the Shui family is very skilled. Being disliked by his own grandfather, Shui Zhanping didn't care at all. Although Grandpa's words are not very polite, the facts are clear. Chu Hao's academic performance back then was unbeatable, even attracting offers from the youth programs at Qingbei University. But because Mei Yuetong was worried about her son, who had a leg disability, going far away to study, Chu Hao continued to stay in Chuncheon to finish high school. High school life was very tough. Shui Zhanping secretly asked Chu Hao if he regretted his choice. If he could do it all over again, would he disobey his mother and insist on studying in the youth program at Qingbei? At that moment, Chu Hao was doing his homework. When he heard Shui Zhanping's question, he didn't lift his head or hesitate at all, giving an immediate answer. Even if my mom had agreed, I wouldn't have gone to the youth program. I care more about having a family that's together and happy than a bright future. Because of this, Shui Zhanping and Chu Hao became the best of friends, sharing 3 years of high school together.
But now,
they would eventually go their separate ways. Thinking about the future, knowing he could no longer always be with Chu Hao, Shui Zhanping felt a little sad and reluctant. Friendship among teenagers is so precious. He even regrets not studying hard enough earlier, so now he isn't qualified to follow Chu Hao's steps and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Meanwhile, Feng Wanhe, arm in arm with Lei Shuxian, smiled and said, Grandma, I brought a friend to visit. Hearing this, Lei Shuxian smiled and asked, Our little his friend must also be very excellent. Where is she? Still in the car? Feng Wanhe smiled, walked forward, and opened the car door, waving to Wang Qiangwei hiding inside. Wang Qiangwei, come out quickly. I want to introduce you to my grandpa. Oh no, I want to introduce you to Shui Zhanping's grandparents. Under Feng Wanhe's repeated urging, Wang Qiangwei finally timidly got out of the car. Seeing the girl in strange clothes with bright red hair in front of her, Lei Shuxian's smile froze on her face. The smile in Shui Weisong's eyes also faded, and his expression became serious. Feng Wanhe is very sensitive, and Wang Qiangwei is too. Even though Lei Shuxian and Shui Weisong's expressions changed very slightly, both noticed it at the same time. Feng Wanhe felt a little nervous and a bit regretful. She shouldn't have hurriedly brought Wang Qiangwei to the Shui family. After all, the 2 elders of the Shui family are traditional, upright retired officials. They have never made any discriminatory or insulting comments about strange clothes, but that doesn't mean they are willing to accept it. Especially since Wang Qiangwei is a recent high school graduate, her outfit could easily cause misunderstandings. Like some parents outside the school, who, because of Wang Qiangwei's red hair, automatically assume she is a troublemaker. Wang Qiangwei is even more nervous than Feng Wanhe. Though she appears strong on the outside, her heart is actually fragile and sensitive. At school, her tough and confident attitude was mainly to hide her weakness and low self-esteem. Now, standing in this military compound, facing the powerful presence of the two elders of the Xue family, she feels completely lacking confidence. She clenched her fists on her clothes and forced a smile, saying, "Feng Wanhe, I think I should go now."
Go.
Go where? Go home? She has no home anymore, unless she returns to Wang Changyi's dangerous den, falling into an endless abyss. Just as Feng Wanhe was about to speak and persuade her to stay, Lei Shuxian suddenly smiled. She gently pushed her husband and took a few steps forward, grabbing Wang Qiangwei's hand. "Oh, so this is our Xiaohe's friend. She looks really nice, especially that red hair, very unique. Old man, don't you think?" Xue Weisong's expression softened a little. Although he didn't speak, Feng Wanhe let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled, holding Lei Shuxian's arm, and said, "Grandma, she's Wang Qiangwei, my best friend. Last time, when the fight broke out, it was thanks to her leading the way." Before Wang Qiangwei could react, Feng Wanhe quickly tugged her arm. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Say hello." Hearing this, Wang Qiangwei hurriedly said, "Hello, Grandma and Grandpa. My name is Wang Qiangwei. I am Feng Wanhe's classmate." Lei Shuxian smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's go home now." Just as they were about to enter, they saw Feng Debiao's car also parked at the door. Ma Yutang got out of the car and immediately invited Feng Wanhe and Wang Qiangwei to her home. "Yuping, since there was no exam before, you said it was convenient for Xiahe to stay at your place to study. Now that the exams are over, I have to bring my daughter home." Hearing this, Zhou Yuping was not happy. "That's not right. My daughter isn't some object you can just take around. Now Xiahe has brought her classmates over, and your family has several children. Where would they all stay?" Zhou Yuping was calculating, almost her beads against Ma Yutang's face. "Our family has plenty of space, so Xiahe can stay with her classmates. I'll cook some delicious food." Suddenly, Zhou Yuping grinned mischievously. "Yuedang, I'm not criticizing your cooking skills, but how can you host Xiahe's classmates properly? Maybe it would even embarrass Xiahe." This hit a nerve with Ma Yutang. She felt a tight knot in her throat, uncomfortable and upset. She wanted to argue back, but look at this, what she said was true, so what could she say? Feng Wanhe watched the scene and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. "Come on, you've been neighbors with Aunt Zhou for years. Don't you know her way of talking? Why argue with someone who's a former political teacher turned vice principal? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Though she was laughing inside, Feng Wanhe still had to protect her mother's dignity. "Aunt Zhou, my mom might not be good at cooking, but I can cook. Recently, my parents have been worried about my exams. I want to go home and cook something nice for them." When she said this, Ma Yutang was delighted, and Zhou Yuping felt a bit jealous. Listen to Xiahe, so thoughtful. She's such a well-behaved kid. Unlike their two little troublemakers, who only cause trouble and have no other skills, she's so caring. So, Zhou Yuping pitifully took Feng Wanhe's hand. "Xiahe, why don't you bring Annie to your home too? Annie has been having a tough time lately and wants to eat your cooking." Feng Wanhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. She teased, "Why not let Wang Qiangwei stay at your place? You see, 2 daughters, one for you and one for me, very fair, right?" Hearing this, Ma Yutang playfully added, "Hey, Wang Qiangwei and Zhongping seem quite a good match. Maybe you should set them up." "Stop. Stop right now." Xue Zhongping jumped up excitedly and shouted, "I don't want to marry her. I already have my mom and Xiahe, 2 fierce women at home. I definitely can't have a third one." As the party army warehouse said, brains are a good thing, but unfortunately, Xue Zhongping does not have one. When he said this, Zhou Yuping and Feng Wanhe simultaneously sharpened their knives and aimed them at Xue Zhongping. Oh, not at pigs and sheep, but at him. In the busy military compound, in front of Shue's parents, Shue's grandson was beaten so badly he looked like a beaten dog. Watching the scene nearby, Shue Zonqing couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, stop randomly setting people up. In our yard, someone else has their eye on Wang Qiangwei. Hearing this, the onlookers all stepped forward eagerly. Feng Wanhao and Zhou Yuping also forgot about beating Shui Zhanping and all looked at him, waiting for him to reveal the secret.
Who is it?
Who has their eye on this tiger lady? Oh, I mean, the beautiful woman Wang Qiangwei? Shui Zhanping asked curiously. Feng Wanhao, confused, shook Wang Qiangwei's arm and asked, Who? Who are you involved with in our yard? At this moment, Wang Qiangwei's expression was just as confused as Feng Wanhao's, both bewildered and puzzled. She wanted to be part of the gossip crowd and also ask Shui Zonqing which big shot in the military compound was interested in her. Suddenly, as if on cue, Dong Yuanchao ran over from a distance. Seeing him, Shui Zonqing helplessly spread his hands. Here, Wang Qiangwei's official match has arrived. Dong Yuanchao was running so fast he was covered in sweat. When he reached Wang Qiangwei, he almost couldn't stop in time. Am I late? I was cooking at home. The chicken soup is still simmering in the pot. Let's go quickly, or it'll burn, Dong Yuanchao said, grabbing Wang Qiangwei's wrist and heading toward his house.
No.
You. Wang Qiangwei was so confused she forgot to resist and was pulled away by Dong Yuanchao. Did you leak the news? When did this happen? Feng Wanhao finally reacted, looking at the mischievous smile on Shui Zonqing, and asked, It was when you and my mom were complimenting each other about business. I called Dong Yuanchao from a public phone booth and asked if he wanted a wife.
He said yes.
I told him to hurry and cook. Shui Zonqing shrugged and said, Fate can't be stopped. Then he also grabbed Feng Wanhao's wrist and led her toward his house, not caring about her parents watching. Let's go, I'll go home and cook for you too. I may not be as good at making chicken soup as Dong Yuanchao, but I can cook noodles. Feng Wanhao wanted to say no, but Shui Zonqing whispered something softly in her ear, and immediately, she stopped resisting. Ma Yutang watched as her daughter entered the Shui family home, feeling both amused and helpless. Girls tend to become more independent as they grow up. The only comfort now was that the two families lived close enough for her to see her daughter anytime. However, Feng Debiao focused on the main issue. Wait, what did that little rascal Shui Zhanqing give my daughter to drink? I think I heard words like teacher Dang, daughter, and doctor? Feng Wanha had previously mentioned to Shui Zhanqing her wish to help the class teacher's daughter get treatment within her ability. She planned to discuss with her parents after the college entrance exams to see if they could find an eye specialist to treat Dang Junsong's daughter. But before she could talk to her parents, Shui Zhanqing had already quietly arranged everything. He used the private connections of the Shui family's old master, Shui Weisong, to find a very famous eye doctor and scheduled a consultation for Tuesday. Feng Wanha knew very well that without the approval of the Shui family's old master, Shui Weisong, neither Shui Zhanqing nor Shui Chongqing could use his contacts. This showed how much the old master liked Feng Wanha. She was eager to share this good news with the class teacher, Dang. So the next afternoon, she, Wang Qiangwei, and Shui Zhanping took some things and went to the Dang family's home. They carried a big bag filled with butter cookies, white rabbit candies, and tasty juice. Dang Junsong lived in the school staff housing. This old apartment building was hot in summer and cold in winter. Over the years, teachers and staff with better financial conditions had moved out to buy their own apartments. When Feng Wanha and her friends entered, the place was very quiet. As they went upstairs, a damp, stuffy feeling hit them. By the time they reached the second floor, Feng Wanha was already soaked with sweat. Following the address given by Zhou Yuping, they climbed to the fourth floor and found Dang Junsong's home at the end of the corridor. They knocked on the door, and a young girl's innocent voice came from inside. Who's there? My dad and mom aren't home. Feng Wanha gently asked. We are teacher Dang's students. We just finished the college entrance exams and wanted to visit him. May I ask where teacher Dang has gone? The girl's voice seemed closer now, probably standing at the door. My dad wants to earn money to treat my eyes, but actually, it's impossible to cure them. I told him to forget it and stop wasting time and money on me. Let them have a healthy child again. The little girl whispered through the thin door, her tone mature and heavy beyond her age. You are my dad's students. Please advise him not to spend more time and money on me. I don't deserve it. This made Fong Wanha feel a little hurt. What does it mean to deserve? What does not deserve mean? Every child is a parent's treasure. Whether healthy or disabled, parents want to do their best to protect them. For a moment, the hearts of the young people felt very heavy. Dang Juansong was always smiling at school, calm and content, very peaceful. Who would have thought he carried such a heavy burden? Xue Zhanping remembered how he used to cause trouble and make his teacher worry a lot, even working overtime to handle his problems. He wished he could slap himself. My mom runs a stall near the school market. You can find my dad there. I won't invite you in. The little girl softly said, Don't look down on my dad because of this. To others, he might seem useless, but in my heart, he's the best dad in the world. We respect and admire our teacher, Fong Wanha said sincerely and gently through the door. The group turned to go downstairs to find Dang Juansong at the market. Just outside the community, they met Dang Juansong and his wife pushing a tricycle. Unlike the clean and cheerful appearance at school, he was now wearing old clothes, covered in dirt, with sweat stains on his face. Seeing his students, Dang Juansong was surprised for a moment. Then he smiled and said, You little rascals, how did you find my address? Mom gave it to me. Xue Zhanping, still playful as always, said, I want to visit you to thank you for your teaching. That's why I asked my mom for your address.
Stop joking.
You think I should be grateful for my teaching? I've scolded you many times in high school. It's good enough that you don't hold a grudge. Dang Juansong joked and turned to introduce his students to his wife. This is my student. The pretty girl is Fong Wanha. The mischievous boy is Xue Zhanping.
And,
Hey, Wang Qiangwei, where's your red hair? Wang Kuangwei, who was called out, touched her neat black short hair. I dyed it back. She smiled and said, Fong Wanha took me to the barber shop at the military compound. Do you know party teacher? The military compound is really great. It has a barber shop, shops, a cafeteria, and even a school. Talking about her recent experience at the military compound, Wang Kuangwei couldn't help but sigh. I used to think I had seen the world, but once I entered the military compound, I realized there are always higher places and better people. If it weren't for Fong Wanha, I probably would never have seen the world of the children of high officials.
Party Yun Kang smite.
Now you know why I always advise you to study hard, right? For ordinary people, the college entrance exam is your only chance to leap into a better life. There is no real fairness in this world. Some are born into wealthy, powerful families, while others are born into poverty and struggle just to survive. The college entrance exam brings people from different worlds together, starting at the same point, with the same standards. Whoever can succeed is the winner. Everything depends on your grades. After a pause, Party Juansong said, Let's go. Don't just stand there. Come help push the cart, then we'll go home and sit down. Your wife's cooking is good. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Party Juansong's wife, Wenru, was a rural woman who couldn't read or write. They married by arrangement, arranged by their parents, but Party Juansong never looked down on his wife because he was educated. In fact, he was very afraid of his wife. Wenru smiled kindly and led her husband's students upstairs. As soon as Fong Wanha entered, she saw a slender girl with long hair sitting by the window, reaching out as if feeling the warmth of the sun. When she heard the noise, the girl turned her head. Her eyes, though lacking light, looked no different from others. Anning, your dad's students are here. Hurry and call your brothers and sisters. When Ruth smiled and took her daughter's hand, guiding her away from the hot window. Hello, brothers and sisters. Party Anning, the daughter of Party Juansong, was 14 years old. From Wenru's description, Fong Wanha learned that Anning could see initially, but when she was about 7 or 8, she suddenly fell ill. Her eyesight deteriorated rapidly, and eventually she became blind. Why don't you want to treat her? We sold everything we could to pay for her treatment, but it just didn't get better. Looking at the tears in the teacher's eyes and at Teacher Dang's furrowed brows, Foam Wonha spoke. Teacher Dang, we have arranged for a very famous eye specialist to see your daughter. It's on Tuesday, which is tomorrow morning. Please take her to the ophthalmology clinic at the military hospital. Hearing Foam Wonha's words, Wenru suddenly stood up. Her voice nearly trembled, and her cloudy eyes suddenly lit up with hope, but in the next second, it seemed to be extinguished.
This.
But we don't have money. What kind of place is the military hospital? Not to mention that ordinary people like us are not allowed to go there. Even if we could, we wouldn't have enough money for treatment. Moreover, this isn't a minor illness for your daughter. Jan Kang, who had been silent, slammed the table and said, as long as we can cure Aining's illness, we are willing to sell everything we have. I can ask the school for a loan. I can sell the land back home. Foam Wonha shook her head with a smile. Let's put aside the money for now. This doctor is an acquaintance. He knows Aining's condition and has agreed to treat her for free. Once the diagnosis is confirmed and a treatment plan is made, we can discuss the costs. After a pause, Foam Wonha continued, even if we really run out of money, Teacher Dang, you've taught and nurtured so many students over the years. We students can't just watch you struggle. No, my job is to teach and nurture. No matter how successful you become, it's your own effort. I can't take. Wenru, what are you doing? Teacher Dang didn't finish his sentence, as Wenru suddenly knelt on the ground, holding her husband's hand. Is your daughter's health more important, or is your dignity? If the treatment costs are huge, please, for the sake of Jan Kang, who is your teacher, lend us a hand. As she spoke, Wenru bowed her head 3 times heavily toward Foam Wonha and others. I know this is shameless of me. I am using our teacher-student relationship to emotionally pressure you. But I am a mother, and I can't let my daughter's future be ruined just for these empty notions of dignity. Foam Wonha and Wang Qiangwei hurried forward to help Wenru up. Teacher's wife, don't worry. Since we have taken on the task of treating Aining, we are mentally prepared. As long as there is hope for her illness, money is not a problem. Teacher Jan Kang wanted to speak, but Foam Wonha interrupted him first. Teacher Dang, I know you don't want to trouble us. Rest assured, we don't see it as trouble, and we are doing what we can within our means. Hearing this, Party Army Tsang sighed and nodded, tears shimmering in his eyes. Sometimes I ask myself if this job is really worth sticking with. The pay isn't high, it's troublesome and hard work. I might as well follow my friends into business to make money. Until now, when my students carry half the sky on their weak shoulders for me, I suddenly feel that my life is very worthwhile. Teaching and nurturing. Not only teaching students academic knowledge, but also teaching them how to be good people. Now, with many achievements, he feels full of joy. Foam Wonha then said, Master's wife, don't set up stalls anymore. I'll ask my parents at home if they can arrange a relaxed job for you, preferably one that also takes care of Anning. Hearing this, Wenru's eyes filled with happiness. She quickly wiped away her tears and nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay, that would be great. Thank you all so much. Before leaving, Foam Wonha told Party Army Tsang the hospital's address and the professor's name. If all goes well, I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Anning finds it hard to travel, and the weather is hot, so taking a car would be better. After multiple thanks from Party Army Tsang and Wenru, Foam Wonha and the others finally left. Quietly, Foam Wonha overheard Wenru talking with Party Army Tsang. I used to complain that you weren't capable, always upset that you wouldn't go into business, insisting on being a boring teacher.
But now,
your students are truly outstanding. Party Army Tsang's tone was proud beyond words. Of course. Let me tell you, my attitude toward students is never just about grades. I always believe that every student has a kind and honest heart. This is the highest praise and affirmation a teacher can give to a student. At that moment, Foam Wonha felt incredibly proud. The group returned to the military district compound. Just at the gate, they saw Xue Zhanqing and Dong Yuanchao riding bicycles back as well. From afar, Dong Yuanchao waved to Wang Qiangwei. Hey, I've been wanting to ask but didn't dare. What's your relationship with Dong Yuanchao now? Is it convenient that you live at his place? Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back her curiosity and finally asked. Hearing this, Wang Qiangwei chuckled and said, What are you imagining? My relationship with Dong Yuanchao isn't what you think. I live at his house to help take care of his mother. Feng Wanhe knew that Dong Yuanchao's mother wasn't in good mental health and indeed needed someone nearby. His family's nanny quit suddenly, and they couldn't find anyone to replace her. I had just finished my college entrance exams, so I offered to help take care of things. He insisted on paying me a salary. After saying this, Wang Qiangwei saw Dong Yuanchao riding his bike over. He handed her some ribs and said, I bought these ribs. For dinner night, we'll have braised ribs. I'll cook them. Teach me how to cook, Wang Qiangwei replied with a smile. Once I learn, you can come home and eat ready-made meals. She took the ribs and laughed. They chatted about everyday life, acting like a young couple living a normal life. Watching Wang Qiangwei and Dong Yuanchao leave, Feng Wanhe turned around and looked at Xue Zhanqing, who was in a military uniform and smiling at her. Why are you smiling? Feng Wanhe felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and asked. My mouth is on my face. I like to smile, isn't that okay? Xue Zhanqing replied, taking a few steps forward, his smile growing more obvious. So, did you visit your head teacher today? When it came to serious matters, Feng Wanhe quickly described what had happened, especially when mentioning Dang Anning's words about giving up her parents. Feng Wanhe felt a bit upset. Such a young girl. What kind of despair and helplessness must she feel to say such hopeless things? Behind her obedient and sensible appearance, how much pain and sadness is hidden? Xue Zhanqing sighed and gently patted Feng Wanhe's shoulder to comfort her. Life is like this. Ordinary people's suffering is never small, but we shouldn't be defeated by it. We must always hold hope for this world. Even if the whole world abandons us, we shouldn't give up on ourselves. Even with just a 1% chance, we should try our best to fight for it. Living is the hardest but most meaningful thing. Tomorrow I'm free. I'll drive and go to the hospital with you. Having one more person makes things a little easier. Feng Wanhe didn't refuse. Gradually, Xue Zhanqing became her main support. As long as he was there, she felt fearless. Like performing magic, Xue Zhanqing took a lollipop out of his bag, tore open the wrapper, and put it in Feng Wanhe's mouth. Don't frown. You look like a little old lady with a sour face. Dong Yuanchao bought Wang Qiangwei some ribs, and I bought you the sweetest lollipop in the world. You walked from the courtyard to the military hospital in just 10 minutes. Why take such a big detour? Are you all crazy? So, Xue Zhanqing and Feng Wanhe drove to pick someone up, while Xue Zhanqing and Wang Qiangwei waited directly at the hospital entrance. They soon arrived at the family apartment building and experienced how cramped and hot it was inside. Xue Zhanqing frowned. This place is not suitable for living. If the young girl needs surgery, staying here to recover is definitely not good. She might even get an infection. As they climbed upstairs, Feng Wanhe said, Teacher Dang has spent all his money on his daughter's medical bills over the years. There's no money left to move somewhere else. There's always a way, Xue Zhanqing replied calmly. First, we'll see the doctor. Once we have a plan, I'll help solve this small problem. Seeing Feng Wanhe gasping for breath as she climbed, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but smile and tease her. You're so small, and you've only climbed 2 floors, and you're already exhausted? Little girl, you're not cut out for this. Offended, Feng Wanhe didn't like being laughed at. How do you know I can't do it? Look at you, sweaty and eyes unfocused, clearly tired. You're the one who can't do it. Xue Zhanqing was taken aback.
What?
Little he, you say I'm sweaty and weak, and that I can't do it? Well, I must prove that I'm capable. There aren't many families living in this building. Suddenly, at the staircase corner, Xue Zhanqing reached out and pulled Feng Wanhe into his arms, then easily tossed her onto his shoulder. Ignoring her struggles and screams, he carried her like a sandbag and jogged all the way to the top floor.
Stop.
I've gone past. Put me down first. Don't let Teacher Dang see. Feng Wanhe was lying on Xue Zhanqing's shoulder. She could clearly feel his hand on her hips, which was very intimate. But Xue Zhanqing seemed energized. He ran back down to the first floor and even did 10 squats while carrying her. Is it enough? Do you think I can do it now? Feng Wanhe had just had breakfast. Being jostled around like this was really uncomfortable. Big brother, if you run like this 2 more times, I'll throw up my breakfast on your back.
Ah.
Okay, you're great. Xue Zhanqing is awesome. He's the best and strongest man in the world. Thinking about her own safety, Feng Wanhe quickly gave up and admitted defeat. At this moment, she wouldn't hesitate to praise Xue Zhanqing or even sing and dance for him. Really, she liked her breakfast so much it would be a shame to waste it. Xue Zhanqing was very happy. He didn't want to let Feng Wanhe go easily and said, "What? What did you just say? I couldn't hear you because your voice was too soft." Feng Wanhe, feeling embarrassed, said nothing. That man was really shameless. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wanhe shouted as loudly as she could, "Xue Zhanqing is the strongest and bravest man in the world. Xue Zhanqing is truly amazing." After a brief silence, a few birds on the treetops were startled and flew away. While Feng Wanhe was urging Xue Zhanqing to put her down so she wouldn't be seen, she heard her teacher's awkward voice behind her. "Cough, Feng Wanhe. Even though you have graduated high school and are an adult, you should still be careful in public." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe was so shocked that her hair stood on end. She kicked Xue Zhanqing and shouted, acting like a frightened little horse. After fixing her clothes and hair, she awkwardly smiled and looked at her beloved teacher. "Teacher Dang, enough, don't explain. Vice Principal Zhou already told me that you and her eldest son are engaged, so it's not early love. He asked me not to interfere with your relationship." Feng Wanhe's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably.
No.
"Teacher Dang, you misunderstood. I am not in early love, nor am I in love. Xue Zhanqing and I are completely innocent." But from Teacher Dang's ambiguous gaze, Feng Wanhe felt helpless and hopeless. What's the point of explaining? Although youth and love are priceless, you still need to be careful about your influence. Talking about that kind of thing in public. Just say it behind closed doors. At this point, Teacher Dang looked Xue Zhanqing up and down. "Feng Wanhe is right. You do look strong and brave, but let me make this clear. Your strength and bravery are to protect your family, not to hit your wife." Teacher Dang, a short and chubby man, suddenly showed great strength. "If you dare to bully my student, I won't let you go." This made Xue Zhanqing laugh. Yes, I understand. I will protect your student and make sure she's safe from any harm." Afraid that his teacher might say something embarrassing again, Feng Wanhe quickly changed the subject. "Teacher Dang, it's getting late. You picked up your wife and Aning. Let's go to the hospital together. The professor is waiting for us." When it came to serious matters, Party Army Song's expression also became serious. "All right, I'll go upstairs now to ask them to come down. You all wait under the shade of the tree for a moment. Don't go inside yet, it's stuffy inside." After Party Army Song went upstairs, Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back and sharply pinched Xue Zhanqing's waist. "I told you not to cause trouble. Someone might see you, but you didn't listen. You insisted on rushing around with me and even forced me to praise you. Now look, I've been embarrassed in front of my teacher." Xue Zhanqing wanted to laugh but held it back because Feng Wanhe was angry. He tried to hide his smile. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. I'll definitely listen to our class teacher. After we close the door, you can praise me as much as you want. You're just a big fool." Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back anymore and swore softly. Soon, Party Army Song and Wenru helped Party Anning come down from the stairs. Because they hadn't gone downstairs for a long time, Party Anning's skin was almost transparent and very pale, looking extremely fragile. "Anning." Feng Wanhe stepped forward, holding Party Anning's hand gently. "Your sister is taking you to see a doctor. Maybe soon, you'll see the blue sky and white clouds again." Party Anning blinked with hollow, unfocused eyes and used her voice to find Feng Wanhe's direction. "Sister, I've caused you trouble again.
I'm sorry.
The more obedient and sensible a child was, the more it touched people's hearts. Foam on his throat felt like something was stuck inside, making her speechless. After a moment, she softly said, "You don't always have to say sorry. You didn't do anything wrong." She helped Party Anning into the car, then called Party Armit Song and his wife to get in as well. Soon after, Shue Zhanqing started the car, and everyone headed to the military hospital. When Party Armit Song arrived at the hospital, he saw from afar that his former students were standing neatly at the gate. Not only the more than 10 students from his current Senior 3 Class 7, but also about 20 very familiar students, all of whom he had taught before. Seeing Party Armit Song get out of the car, the students rushed over excitedly, calling out Teacher Party one after another. "Teacher Party, do you remember me? I graduated last year." "Teacher Party, I've already graduated for 3 years." "Teacher Party, and me, I've graduated from university too." Everyone crowded around Party Armit Song, introducing themselves one after another, afraid that their teacher would forget them. Party Armit Song carefully looked over each student's face, then accurately called out each of their names. "You used to be famous at our school as the best fighter. What's your situation now? Have you turned over a new leaf and joined the army?"
And you?
"I remember you. You once stuck a note on my back that said idiot, and I carried it all afternoon." Hey, isn't that the school beauty from 1986? I heard you repeated a year and got into the media university to become a star?" In that moment, it was undoubtedly the proudest and most glorious time in Dang Juansong's life. He was surrounded by the children he had taught. They were no longer rivals but like long-lost friends, joking and reminiscing happily. Finally, Dang Juansong remembered a serious question. "What are you all here for?" Shue Zhanping raised his hand and said, "Report to Teacher Dang. We heard your daughter is in the hospital for treatment, so we came to see if we could help in any way." Before Dang Juansong could ask more, Shue Zhanping took the initiative to admit, "I told some close friends about this, and the news spread. I didn't expect you to be so influential. In just one night, you gathered so many students." Someone laughed and said, "Many others are on their way too. Of course, some truly can't come. They asked us to pass along the message. As long as it's within our power, we will help Teacher Dang." Some straightforward and wealthy students even took money out of their pockets and tried to give it to Dang Juansong. "What are you all doing? Stop messing around. Don't make trouble." He was startled when a thick stack of money was pushed into his arms. He had never seen so much money in his life. "I appreciate your kindness, but since she's not seeing a doctor yet, and we don't know if Aining's illness can be cured, what's the point of giving me money?"
Take it back.
"All of it." Dang Juansong returned the money to the students with wealth. This was his unique personal charm. If he were a little more selfish, he could have taken the money from the students. Even if his daughter's illness was incurable, he could use that money to improve their lives. But he didn't. He always upheld his integrity and conscience as a teacher, leading by example and giving the students a moral lesson. "I'm already happy if you remember me after graduation and stand up to help when I need it. It's not a waste of my effort to scold you so many times." His eyes were full of pride and satisfaction. "Thank you for not holding a grudge. You are the problem students in others' eyes, the least favored group. I have also scolded you many times." A student loudly said, "But only you never looked down on us. Only you never gave up on us. When you scold us, it's out of love and hope for us. We all understand." These words are the best comfort for a teacher. Party Armit Song's eyes filled with tears. He nodded heavily and was speechless for a moment. Foam Manhwa finally spoke. "Everyone, wait outside. We will take Anning to see a doctor first. As soon as we have news, we will inform you. Of course, if anyone needs help, we will ask for it." Hearing this, dozens of students parted ways, their eyes full of blessings, watching Party Armit Song hold his daughter's hand and go into the hospital. The scene was lively and many passers-by stopped to watch. Who was that man? Why is he making such a big fuss? He's almost as important as a high-ranking official. I heard he's just a high school teacher in charge of a class for struggling students. These are his former students here to help. Wow, that teacher's life must be truly meaningful. Hearing these comments, Party Army Song looked up at the sky, trying not to let tears fall.
What is a meaningful life?
This is my meaningful life. Party Anning held her father's hand. Her dull gray eyes seemed to shine with admiration. Dad, you're so amazing. Hearing his daughter's words, Party Army Song almost couldn't hold back his tears. He is just an ordinary man, a humble teacher, a father with little talent.
But now,
His students respect and love him, and his daughter is proud of him. Just as the passers-by said, his life was worth it. The eye specialist treating Party Anning was Professor Xue Zhanqing, who was specially invited from outside. Because of his great reputation, even the ophthalmologists at the military hospital came to learn from him and admire him. As soon as he entered, the professor first looked at Xue Zhanqing, then turned his gaze to Feng Wanhe. The old man called me himself, saying the patient is his future daughter-in-law's daughter, and I must do my best to treat her. Otherwise, he will cause trouble for me. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing chuckled and joked, "Look at that, I haven't had a good day. I went around contacting and inviting you, and then the old man called. Well, I guess it's not my problem anymore." The professor smiled and said, "Soldiers are always quietly dedicated and don't seek fame. Young master, a soldier's outlook should be broad." This statement left Xue Zhanqing unable to argue back. He gently pinched Feng Wanhe's nose and said, "Did you hear that? My grandfather credits all the achievements to you. How will you thank me later?" Feng Wanhe replied seriously, "Thank you? How about I sing you a song?" Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing chuckled. "Forget it. Others charge money for singing, but you risk your life singing. When it comes to being tone-deaf, follow me." The atmosphere in the consultation room became much more relaxed. The professor waved to Dang Anning and said, "Kindly come, little girl. Sit down. Let me take a look at your eyes." As the professor began his examination, the room grew quiet. He asked detailed questions about Dang Anning's medical history and symptoms, and based on previous tests at other hospitals, he roughly diagnosed her condition. Wenru, like someone clutching a straw while drowning, spoke with a choked voice and trembling all over. "Doctor, do you think? Can my daughter's eyes still be cured?" The professor pondered for a long time, then looked up at Dang Juan-song and his wife and said, "There is hope, and quite a lot of hope." The professor's words sounded like the most beautiful language in the world. Hearing this, Dang Juan-song and Wenru's eyes widened in shock. After a brief moment of surprise, Wenru burst into tears and suddenly knelt down with a thud. A child is a mother's life. Wenru was once a very proud and stubborn woman. Even when she was young and got into trouble, beaten almost to death by her parents, she refused to bow her head and beg for forgiveness. Until she got married and her daughter fell ill, her tears never stopped. She sought medical help everywhere, kneeling and pleading with every doctor, humiliating herself, hoping they could save her child. When medical help failed, she placed her hope in the gods. Wenru traveled all around the temples and shrines near Spring City, even visiting churches. The believers told her that faith should be in one religion only. Having multiple gods or beliefs would bring punishment. But Wenru didn't care. She knelt before the gods, looking up at the divine figure high above, her eyes nearly crying out. "Punishment, what does it matter? If the gods could show themselves, if they could cure my daughter's illness, I would gladly accept being struck by lightning or reborn as an animal. I would accept any punishment." At this moment, the professor was her divine figure. Having seen life and death countless times, the professor was moved by this mother's devotion. He couldn't bear to say those words that shifted responsibility again. He reached out and helped Wenru to stand, saying, "Although the treatment is very difficult, I believe there is still a chance." Professor Wu's surname is Wu, and his accent suggests he is from the southeastern coast. He said, "Cases like this are rare domestically, so ordinary eye doctors find it hard to diagnose the cause. There are successful cases abroad, but ultimately, the solution is to replace the cornea." Hearing this, Wenru and Party Juan-song both said, "Give my daughter's cornea to me." Parents' love for their children is always great and selfless. They would sacrifice anything for their children, even their lives. Living donors cannot donate corneas. That goes against moral ethics. We will first do detailed tests, and once we have the results, we will make a detailed treatment plan. Professor Wu said, if everything goes smoothly and the treatment progresses well, there is a good chance the patient will see again. At least, they can wait 3 to 5 years for a cornea. The only source of corneas is from deceased donors. This means a very long and painful wait, and it might even take a lifetime to find a suitable cornea. But no matter what, Party Jun-song and his wife saw hope. All the years of hardship and suffering turned into tears of relief as they listened to Professor Wu. Party Jun-song, usually calm and composed, looked back at Feng Wanha's sincere smile, and he couldn't help but tear up. Words could not fully express Party Jun-song's gratitude to Feng Wanha. Originally, someone like Party Anning, in her condition, wouldn't qualify for hospitalization or tests. But because of Elder Shue's influence, when Professor Wu learned that Party Anning's family was far from the hospital, he immediately arranged for her to stay in a ward. Don't worry about the money. We are currently interested in doing some related scientific research. I think the young girl is very suitable for our study. As a reward, we will cover all her treatment costs. Hearing Professor Wu, Wenru was surprised. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Not only can she be treated, but it's also free, like a pie falling from the sky. But Party Jun-song knew very well. This isn't luck. It's clear that Feng Wanha's background and status are the reason Professor Wu is offering such a precious opportunity. All the unspoken words were in this understanding. When they left the consultation room, they saw dozens of students rushing over in a mighty procession, looking like gang leaders. Teacher party, how's little sister doing? How much do I need to pay? I'll go pay. Everyone was asking questions loudly, surrounding Party Army Warehouse tightly. Party Army Warehouse looked pleased and repeated Professor Wu's words exactly to the students present. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed and took a deep breath. All right, everyone go home first. It's not appropriate for so many people to gather in the hospital. That's right. Who has seen a family where dozens of relatives accompany a patient? Hospital security personnel were already patrolling around, looking alert and cautious, even holding batons, clearly ready to act at any moment. Feng Wanha and others hurried to send the students of Party Army Warehouse out of the hospital, while Party Army Warehouse and his wife took their daughter to handle the admission procedures. Even though Party Anning is blind, and even though Professor Wu said special arrangements could be made for admission, Party Army Warehouse still patiently queued with his wife and daughter. They waited for more than 20 minutes until finally it was their turn. Do you have your military officer ID? Do you have your family member ID? The staff handling the procedures was a middle-aged woman who looked over the modestly dressed Party Army Warehouse through the counter with a hint of disdain in her eyes.
Sorry,
We are not military family members. Professor Wu asked us to come here to handle the admission. Party Army Warehouse handed the hospital admission form signed by Professor Wu to the middle-aged woman. When she heard Professor Wu, the woman suddenly looked up sharply at Party Army Warehouse. Oh, so you are the patients that Professor Wu traveled a long way to see? Haha, what a big show. I thought you were some high-ranking officials. Turns out, just some poor folks from the countryside. The woman's eyes were full of resentment. After all, she had heard of Professor Wu's fame, and she had personally gone to find Professor Wu, hoping he could treat her mother-in-law's tearful condition caused by wind. But Professor Wu not only refused but also criticized her for wasting medical resources. Remember, she is the sister-in-law of the deputy director, and everyone in the hospital respects her a bit. She had been holding back her anger all morning, wondering which divine being had brought Professor Wu to Chun City for treatment, only to find out. It was just a few country bumpkins. She didn't even care that Party Army Warehouse was right in front of her. She turned to her colleague beside her and whispered, "Nowadays, even stray cats and dogs can come to our military hospital for treatment?" The colleague tugged at her sleeve softly and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful. It might be a relative of some high-ranking official." Relative? Just because of that? I am the sister-in-law of the deputy director. Do I still have to be afraid of him? A middle-aged woman said harshly, "The military hospital is for treating high-ranking officials and officers. Let me tell you, when ordinary soldiers come here, I don't even bother to look at them. And I definitely won't serve common folks like this. Someone like him? He doesn't deserve my service. Today, I'm feeling rebellious. I won't even process his hospital admission." The woman was unreasonable, saying poor people should just go back to their small clinics and wait to die. If medicine and IVs can't help, just buy a coffin early. Why bother? Before she finished, a slap landed on her face, knocking her down onto the counter. "Apologize." The person who spoke was Fong Wanha. Before she reached the hospital window, she heard the staff mockingly sneer. This respected party teacher, like a helpless child, was holding his daughter with one hand and his wife with the other, trembling and unable to speak. To them, they were here for medical help, relying on others, and couldn't afford to offend anyone, not even a fee-charging staff member. They endured the woman's insults and mockery, smiling helplessly and trying to explain their situation. When they heard the woman say, "Poor people should just go back to their small clinics and wait to die," she trembled with anger. Where does this woman get her sense of superiority? Professor Wu, a highly accomplished medical expert, is kind and respectful to every patient. How can a fee-charging staff member be so arrogant? Who gave her this courage? Who spoiled her bad habits? When a young girl slapped her, the middle-aged woman was stunned at first, then quickly reacted. She flipped over the counter and reached out to grab Fong Wanha's hair. But Fong Wanha, trained by the military's top soldier Xue Zhancheng, was capable of defending herself. Not only against a rowdy middle-aged woman, but even if ordinary men attacked her, she could fight back. Before the woman could grab her hair, Fong Wanha acted first, grabbing her arm, flipping her over her shoulder and forcefully knocking her to the ground. Though small, she was very strong. Without even needing help from Xue Zhancheng behind her, she alone managed to throw down a woman twice her size. The woman was dizzy and in pain all over, almost fainting. She opened her mouth to cry and curse, but Fong Wanha angrily spoke first. "My teacher's paperwork is complete. Why won't you process his hospital admission? Just because he's dressed plainly? Is it just because he's polite? People shouldn't behave like you. He shows you enough respect, so shouldn't you also respect him? If today my teacher had come in angry and scolded you directly, you probably wouldn't dare say a word. The reason you act like this, afraid of the strong and soft on the weak, is because you haven't been properly disciplined." The woman got up and sat on the ground, pointing at Fong Wanha and shouting, "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I only know that your words today are damaging the reputation of the military and the hospital. Do you think only leaders and officers deserve medical care? Are ordinary soldiers and civilians not people? You've probably had a good life for too long and forgotten who truly defends the country and the people during tough times. Let me tell you, it's the grassroots soldiers and ordinary citizens." Fong Wanha said loudly, "Why do we always say that soldiers and civilians are one family? Why do we always talk about the bond between the military and the people? The military is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also sink it. I know you're not officially part of the military, but in the eyes of others, you're still part of the military hospital. Your words and actions represent the hospital and the military district." Pointing at the middle-aged woman's nose, Fong Wanha gritted his teeth and said, "You're like a pot of mice ruining the soup. You're damaging our military's reputation and image among the people and the soldiers." After these powerful words, the scene fell silent for a moment before loud applause suddenly erupted. Not only local civilians cheered, but even the soldiers who came for treatment couldn't help but clap. Behind the crowd, a man in military uniform, Fong de Biao, listened to his daughter's words, eyes full of pride. "Old Fong, your daughter is impressive. She speaks logically and confidently at such a young age, and she knows how to defend our military's honor. She has great potential." A senior officer of the same rank as Fong de Biao gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. "Hey, you should seriously consider my suggestion earlier. Let your daughter join our Northern Group Army. She can train with the communications unit for a few years, and she'll have a bright future. After all, like father, like daughter. Hearing his comrade's words, Feng de Biao chuckled.
Come on, stop joking.
Your plan is so obvious. I can see right through it. You're not really caring about talent. You're just using my daughter as a hostage. Feng de Biao laughed. If I let my daughter be in your hands, it's like my life is also in your grip. You might as well wash up and go to sleep. Let's go see Lao He in the hospital ward. My comrade raised an eyebrow and pointed at the large crowd, saying, Our daughter is still fighting. Aren't you going to do anything? Old Shue's son is watching over her. I don't need to worry. Besides, you said a tiger father won't have a dog son. My daughter, Feng de Biao's daughter, can't be bullied by others, he replied. Then Feng de Biao pulled his comrade and said, Let's go, let's go. Lao He has been injured for over 10 days. If we don't visit him now, he'll probably be discharged soon after healing. Feng Wanhe didn't realize her father had seen her brave and spirited side. She was truly angry. She had been in the military compound for a long time and learned a clear lesson. The higher your position, the more you should respect everyone, especially ordinary people. They are the strongest foundation of our army. What is a soldier's duty? To protect the homeland, drive out enemies, and ensure civilians no longer suffer from foreign threats, so they can live confidently and happily. Finally, peace had come, but there were still troublemakers trying to damage the reputation of soldiers and the military. Feng Wanhe couldn't allow that. A middle-aged woman suddenly became the target of thousands of insults. She was almost overwhelmed by spit, but she refused to apologize. She even shouted tough words, daring others to watch her, and threatened that if the military hospital could process her admission, she wouldn't be Feng Hongyu anymore. Initially, everyone just called her a middle-aged woman who looked down on others.
But now?
People could specifically target someone, like insulting Feng Hongyu for looking down on others. The commotion was loud enough to attract the hospital leaders. Soon, a group of hospital leaders hurried over. One short, fat, bald man saw Feng Hongyu, who was throwing a tantrum on the ground, and frowned deeply. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. I was beaten. Look, my face is swollen. Feng Hongyu cried loudly, saying, My sister loves me the most. If she finds out you didn't stand up for me, she won't forgive you. Hearing this, the bald deputy director looked helpless. But in the end, he walked up to Feng Wanhe, looked her over, and took on a commanding tone to scold her. This is the military hospital, not your home. What are you causing trouble here? Get out immediately or I'll call the guards to handle you. Originally, if this bald deputy director just scolded his sister-in-law a little, giving the onlookers a reasonable explanation and helping with her hospital admission, Feng Wanhe planned to leave. After all, they were here for treatment, not to fight. It was better to avoid trouble. The bald deputy director surprisingly couldn't tell right from wrong and accused and threatened her without understanding the full situation. What a joke. Does he think Feng Wanhe is easily scared? At this moment, someone was trying to smooth things over. Forget it. Let's all step back a little. The hospital will handle your paperwork, and you can apologize and admit your mistake. Then, everything will be fine.
Exactly.
You came here for treatment, which means you need help from others. Why are you being so rude and unreasonable? Hearing this, Feng Wanhe looked at the people making sarcastic comments. Why should we apologize and admit fault? We have proper hospital admission papers, but we are being insulted for no reason. That doesn't make sense. Feng Wanhe said loudly, Hospitals are places to save lives. When did they start dividing people into ranks? Ordinary people shouldn't be allowed to come to hospitals? I'm just wondering, the doctors who treat us are very kind. How come a non-medical administrative staff member dares to act so arrogantly? Who gave you the courage? Party Juan-song gently pulled Feng Wanhe's arm and said softly, Feng Wanhe, this is a military hospital. There's no need to. But Feng Wanhe shook her head to signal that Party Juan-song didn't need to persuade her. In my memory, military doctors are always on the front lines of danger. Whether it's a plague or a disaster, as long as the country and people need us, Our military doctors pack their bags and go to save lives from fire and water. Foam Wanha continued, the people's soldiers, the bond between the military and civilians, the army is the Great Wall, and the people are the backing. Even I understand this simple truth. How come some people? She looked at the bald deputy director and said, even I understand this simple truth.
How come you
Are confused? With this big accusation, the bald deputy director's face suddenly changed. His surname is Du, and his full name is Du Yang. It's important to clarify that although Du Yang is the vice director of the hospital, he is not an active soldier but a technical expert recruited by the hospital. Du Yang has deep medical skills in general surgery, and because soldiers often suffer serious injuries during missions, he was brought in through a special talent program. The hospital gives him enough respect and authority, hoping he can use his expertise to treat injured soldiers and reduce their aftereffects as much as possible. Du Yang is indeed very capable at work, even earning the nickname Du the Knife. He was promoted to vice director only last year, but is still on a contract basis. Regardless of Du Yahong's character and conduct, his family's arrogant and domineering attitude clearly shows they rely on their connections. They think that because someone in their family works at the military hospital and is a high-ranking officer, they can act recklessly. Foam Wan has said in a serious voice, several of the uncles and aunts in our big courtyard are military doctors. In my heart, they all care for the world and help people without caring about their background. Once, a military doctor uncle was on a business trip when he saw an old farmer collapse from a heart attack. He knelt on the cold ground for half an hour, performing CPR and saving the old man from death. When Du Yang heard Foam Wanha mention military doctor uncle, his face slightly changed. Isn't this the same incident that happened last winter when the hospital director went on a trip to the Northeast? In weather below freezing, the director knelt on the ground doing CPR on an old farmer. When the man was saved, the director's knees were frozen and turned blue. After returning, the director never mentioned it until the son and daughter of the rescued person came to thank him with heavy bows. Only then did they learn what had happened. Now, this little girl called military doctor uncle in a familiar, affectionate way, making his heart suddenly tighten. Little girl, the military doctor uncle you mentioned probably is. Before Du Yang finished asking, Foam Hongyu had already jumped up and rushed over, raising her hand to slap Foam Wanha's face. Next to them, Xue Zhanqing quickly grabbed Foam Hongyu's hand. Gently, he shook her hand off, causing her to fall to the ground. She then started crying loudly, acting like a shrew. I've kept quiet until now because you're a woman.
I didn't want to argue with you.
But if you are unreasonable or bully me, don't blame me for being rude. Xue Zhanqing pointed at Foam Hongyu and warned sternly. Hearing this, Foam Hongyu not only refused to calm down but also shouted arrogantly, if you have the guts, come hit me. You country bumpkins really think the military hospital is a marketplace? I tell you, my brother-in-law is the director, and this hospital belongs to our family.
What?
The hospital belongs to her family?
What kind of nonsense is that?
Like a toad croaking loudly, she sounded quite confident. In front of everyone, Foam Hongyu said such words, clearly trying to put her brother-in-law in a difficult position. Du Yahong's face turned extremely grim. He tried several times to stop her, but his own sister-in-law was even more unruly. Look at you. You're also in the army? I tell you, today you offend me. Even if you die on the battlefield in the future, I won't let the hospital save you. Foam Hongyu was extremely arrogant, even foolishly thinking that this large military hospital was her private property. As the crowd was noisy, a deep voice suddenly came from behind them. When did our military hospital become private property? I didn't know about this. Although the voice was not loud, it carried the authority of someone used to being in charge, making the atmosphere instantly serious. Foam Wanha did not turn around. She knew who was coming just by the sound of the voice. Yes, Uncle Xue, who is the father of Xue Zhanqing and the person who cares for her the most, was here. A man in a military uniform, Xue Chongqing, approached. He looked around and finally focused his gaze on Xue Zhanqing. Aren't you supposed to handle the girl's hospital admission? It's already so late. Why isn't it done yet? Are you slow at work, or is the hospital's process too complicated? Before Xue Zhangqing could answer, Xue Chongqing turned to Feng Wanhe with a gentle and caring attitude. Little he, after we finish here, sit in my car and go home. Aunt Zhou is cooking chicken for you. She bought a big rural chicken just for you. Feng Wanhe smiled sweetly. Thank you, Uncle Xue. Although Du Yang and Feng Hongyu were not active military personnel, their ranks could be seen from their shoulder patches when they worked at the hospital. The person coming was high-ranking, even 2 levels higher than the director's rank. From the tone of this senior officer, it was clear he knew the young girl from an unknown background, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Feng Hongyu couldn't help but look at Feng Wanhe and ask, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing the woman in front of her looking panicked, Feng Wanhe shrugged and smiled. Coincidentally, I also have the surname Feng. Guess how many senior officials in the military district share the surname Feng? As soon as she said this, Feng Hongyu's legs went weak, and she collapsed to her knees uncontrollably. Her face turned pale, tears almost in her eyes, and she looked at her brother-in-law with a plea for help. Du Yang looked even worse than Feng Hongyu, because he saw the director standing behind Xue Chongqing with a look of deep disappointment in his eyes. This disappointment wasn't because he had offended the senior officer, but because, after reaching a high position, he had lost himself and forgotten the oath he took when he first became a doctor. I swear I am willing to dedicate myself to the health of humanity, consciously uphold the dignity and sanctity of medicine, respect life, save the wounded, and show kindness and love to all. Even if today's victim of bullying wasn't Feng Wanhe's homeroom teacher, even if they were just ordinary citizens, Xue Chongqing would not stand by and watch. He would step forward and speak out bravely. In the face of illness, there is no high or low status, no hierarchy among living beings. All are equal. Any hope of healing should never be abandoned. Xue Chongqing turned to look at the hospital director, speaking softly but with a commanding, intimidating tone. How do you see this matter? Although the director's rank was 2 levels below Xue Chongqing's, he remained calm and respectful, without any flattery or pleading. He stepped forward and bowed deeply before the military warehouse. Sorry, due to our poor management, we caused you this trouble. On behalf of the hospital, I apologize. The party military warehouse was visibly nervous. In their eyes, doctors are highly revered, and military doctors are especially noble and untouchable. They only wanted their daughter to be admitted smoothly for examination and treatment. Everything else was secondary. They were even willing to apologize and admit fault.
But now?
The director apologized sincerely, which made them feel both anxious and filled with respect and admiration for the soldiers. Every soldier deserves respect because they take responsibility and never run away from it. With soldiers like these guarding the country and the people, ordinary citizens feel reassured and grateful.
It's
okay. Party military warehouse did not take the opportunity to shift blame or seek favor. If he had said the common phrase used by many citizens, "We also made mistakes," it would have been a huge to Feng Wanhe. This incident had nothing to do with her. She stepped forward only to seek justice for her daughter. He couldn't hurt his student for his own benefit. He always upheld the integrity of being a good person. The director nodded and said, "Today's incident also revealed many underlying problems in our hospital, such as some medical staff abusing their authority and some personnel having improper attitudes." He looked at Feng Wanhe and said, "I know you are Old Feng's daughter, but what I say next has nothing to do with your identity. It is simply a promise from a hospital administrator to a patient." The director then turned to Party Military Warehouse and said, "We will handle this matter promptly. You can proceed with the admission procedures immediately, and we will give you a satisfactory response within 5 working days." He glanced at Du Yang, whose face was pale, and said, "Our hospital indeed needs skilled doctors, but more importantly, we need doctors with good character. Kindness and skill are not just words written on paper or hung on walls. They must be kept in your heart. If you cannot do that, I'm sorry, but this industry does not welcome you." At this point, Du Yang seemed to see his future clearly. As a doctor dismissed by the hospital at his age, he was doomed to be treated like an outsider. There was no longer a place for him in this industry. Brother-in-law, please say something. You're the deputy director, and your skills are among the best in our hospital. They can't do without you. Fong Hongyu was still dreaming and shamelessly talking about their family hospital. In despair and anger, Du Yang pointed at Fong Hongyu's nose and scolded her loudly. Even if your sister had hanged herself, I shouldn't have agreed to place you in the hospital. From the first time you argued with a patient, I knew you were a troublemaker. Du Yahong's past career truly reflected the meaning of kindness and skill. However, his wife was obsessed with helping her sister. She first forced him to introduce excellent young doctors to Fong Hongyu. After several introductions, they all refused for various reasons. When helping her sister find a good husband didn't work out, his wife started pushing to find her a good job. Fortunately, Du Yang was promoted to deputy director because of his excellent medical skills, so his wife insisted he get her sister a job at the military hospital. At first, Du Yang resisted, but when his wife threatened to die, he had no choice but to arrange for Fong Hongyu to work in the hospital cafeteria as support staff. But his wife thought that wasn't enough, so he had to find other ways. Eventually, he got Fong Hongyu to work at the reception desk. Unexpectedly, something went wrong, and it even ruined his career. Du Yang bowed deeply to the hospital director.
I'm sorry.
I have let you down and failed to live up to the words, kindness and skill. I am willing to resign and take responsibility. Hearing this, Fong Hongyu became anxious. She stood up and pointed at Du Yang, shouting angrily, Du Yang, are you crazy? My sister married you because she valued your status. If you dare to resign, she will definitely divorce you.
Divorce.
Even if she doesn't, I will. Du Yang had endured for many years, and at this moment, he finally burst out. He pointed at Fong Hongyu and yelled, do you know what your family has done to me all these years? My salary and bonuses were all taken by your sister to support your family. That's not enough. You still threaten to divorce or even hang yourself, and you want me to arrange jobs for your whole family. Even your 70-year-old father wants to come work as a security guard at the hospital. Du Yang shouted loudly, I have endured so much just to give my daughter a complete family, but look at the result. Unable to continue, Du Yang took a deep breath and bowed to apologize to Fong Wanha.
I'm sorry.
From the very beginning, I knew Fong Hongyu was at fault because I know her character too well. I betrayed my conscience and used my power to bully others. I deserve it. Fong Wanha couldn't judge Du Yahong's life. He was supposed to have a bright future, but because he married an unworthy wife, was indecisive and couldn't stick to his principles, he ultimately ruined his own life. She knew that if she spoke up to plead for Du Yang now, she could help him stay in the hospital. But she didn't want to. Would anyone plead for those ordinary people who had been bullied by Fong Hongyu? If she softened today, someone else might get hurt tomorrow. Fong Wanha didn't look at Du Yang again. Instead, she turned and linked arms with Dang Anning, saying, Anning, let's go handle the hospital admission. We also have tests this afternoon. Although Dang Anning couldn't see, she listened carefully to what was happening. She groped forward and softly said to Fong Wanha, Sister, if everyone in the world were as honest and upright as you, the world would be a much better place. Fong Wanha smiled slightly. She said, yes, the world is so beautiful. You should see this colorful world, explore all the mountains and rivers, and experience the prosperity of the world. Once hopeless about life, Dang Anning smiled brightly with hope. Yes, once I recover, the first person I want to see is my sister. You must be very beautiful. After a series of thorough examinations, Professor Wu quickly gave an exciting answer. Dang Anning's eyes could be operated on, and there was a good chance she would see again after the surgery. She probably won't have perfect normal vision, and her left eye isn't in great shape, so restoring sight might be difficult. But the condition for surgery on her right eye is very good. After the expert consultation, Professor Wu spoke with Dang Juansong. Just then, Fong Wanha came to deliver food and overheard some of the conversation. But as I said, if you want a permanent solution, you still need a corneal transplant, he said. Hearing this, Wenru and Dang Juansong burst into tears of joy. They left Professor Wu's office, and Wenru held Feng Wanha's hand, wanting to say something grateful. But words couldn't fully express their deep gratitude. She cried like rain and suddenly knelt in front of Feng Wanha, choking on her words. "Child, you are our family's great benefactor. I will repay you even if I have to be a cow or a horse in the next life." This gesture was too formal, making Feng Wanha feel very nervous. Instinctively, she also hurriedly knelt down and said, "Madam, please don't do this. It's just a small favor. Your doing this makes me feel very, very scared. How can a teacher's wife kneel to a student? If this got out, wouldn't people say she disrespected her elders?" Wenru knelt on the ground, crying quietly. Feng Wanha was so anxious she could only look at her head teacher with a pleading expression. "No, Teacher Dang, you can't just stand here and watch. Your wife looks so scared. It really worries me." Dang Juansong's eyes also turned a little red. He smiled and stepped forward to help his wife up, saying, "Get up, quickly. You're scaring my student." But Wenru refused to get up. "Someone helped us so much. They are like Ning's lifesaver. I have nothing to repay with." Dang Juansong smiled and said, "Then don't worry about repaying now. When Feng Wanha's child goes to high school, I'll still be her homeroom teacher." Hearing this, Feng Wanha couldn't help but laugh. "Then, please don't always call parents when the time comes. When I was in school, you scolded me. If my child goes to school and gets scolded by you, it will be really hard for me." Wenru wiped her tears and said, "It's okay. When the time comes, Madam will support you. If he dares to scold you, I'll deal with him." Feng Wanha clapped her hands and laughed out loud. Yes, now I have a strong backing. Madam is at the top of the food chain. Why are you all laughing so happily? What are you talking about?" Just then, Zhou Yuping walked over carrying a bag of fruits and snacks from the staircase. She heard Feng Wanha's laughter from afar and knew at once that Dang Anning's illness might have hope. Seeing Zhou Yuping come over, Dang Juansong quickly stepped forward respectfully and said, "Principal Zhou, you. With such difficulties at home, you should have raised concerns with the school earlier. You've been working here for 20 years. The school can't just ignore it." Zhou Yuping handed the snacks and fruits to Dang Juansong and then took out an envelope from her bag. "Don't rush to refuse. This money isn't for me personally. I'm representing the school to visit. It's a small token of appreciation for your contributions to teaching and nurturing students." Hearing this, Dang Juansong no longer declined. The daughter's illness cannot be cured overnight, and Professor Wu cannot bear the cost of her lifelong treatment. For them, money is very important. Also, after a meeting, the school leaders decided to offer your wife a job. Although it's just a supporting role in the logistics department, it's still a formal job. Zhou Yuping said, "And you can bring your child to school, so you won't have to delay work and can take care of the child at the same time." Party Juansong and Wenru felt so grateful they didn't know what to say. After the surgery, their daughter still needs a long time to rest and recover. Not to mention the money for medicine and checkups. Even the cost of buying nutritional supplements for her is a big expense for this fragile family. The whole family depends on Party Juansong's salary, and they probably live paycheck to paycheck. But now, Zhou Yuping's timely help and a suitable job have immediately solved their difficulties. "Principal Zhou, I will work hard in the future and repay the school leader's kindness." Party Juansong, who usually dislikes flattery, rarely said such words. If spoken by others, it might not seem very believable. But coming from Party Juansong, it is a sincere promise. That was just the school's care for you. What I'm about to say is a personal gesture from Xiaohe. Zhou Yuping took a set of keys out of her bag and handed them to Party Juansong, along with an address, precise to the house number. This apartment is near the school, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room on the first floor. The neighborhood is very safe, and it's only a 5-minute walk to the school. This is the Feng family's house. After learning about your situation, Feng Wanha's mother specifically handed me the keys to pass on to you. Seeing the shocked expressions of Party Juansong and his wife, Zhou Yuping said, "Feng Wanha's parents have always been very grateful for how you took care of and nurtured their daughter, but they didn't want to cause you any unnecessary pressure, so they didn't come forward. Don't refuse. In this situation, the child's well-being is more important than dignity. Zhou Yuping smiled and said, and this is Feng Wanha's own gesture. Think of it as a small gift from a student to a teacher. Taking the keys, Party Jun Song was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he stepped forward and gently patted Feng Wanha's shoulder. Originally, I should give you a hug, but since we're of different genders. Feng Wanha, at such a young age, you already have such a kind heart and strength. With time, you will surely soar high and achieve great things. Even if Zhou Yuping arranged a job for his wife under the school's name, and even if he provided them with accommodation using Feng Wanha's parents' name, Dan Juansong understood clearly in his heart. If Feng Wanha hadn't mediated, if she didn't have such sincere and deep friendship, who could have so perfectly provided him with what he truly needed without him even mentioning his difficulties? Feng Wanha was not proud or boastful. She smiled gently and politely. I'm very happy to receive such praise from Teacher Dan. After saying goodbye to Dan Juansong, Feng Wanha linked arms with Zhou Yuping and they left the hospital together. When they reached a less crowded place, Feng Wanha finally showed her playful side. She hugged Zhou Yuping's waist happily, jumping and laughing. Aunt Zhou, you're so kind. These days, I've been worried about how to ask you and your family for help for Teacher Dan, but before I could even speak, you already did. Zhou Yuping looked at her with a loving smile and said, Don't thank me for this. If anyone should be thanked, it's that brat Xue Zhanqing. All of this was his idea. He told you that once you finished handling your teacher's daughter's matters, you should hurry home and think carefully about your college choices. Yes, Feng Wanha hadn't yet enjoyed the happiness from party Anning when she began to face another important life decision. Finishing the college entrance exams didn't mean everything was over. Estimating scores, choosing colleges and majors based on those scores, and applying to their favorite universities became the most important concern for all students. As the parent of 2 students taking the exams, Feng Debiao was quite calm. Chu Hao's grades were predictable. They had already decided on the finance major at Chunqing University before the exams. It wasn't because Feng Debiao was greedy or loved money, but because Chu Hao's health was special. After careful thought, he believed that finance was the best fit for his son. As for his daughter, Feng Wanha, to be honest, Feng Debiao didn't expect his daughter to get into university at all. Have you ever seen a student who didn't attend high school and studied for just 3 months to take the college entrance exam? Not even for a bachelor's degree, even a technical college would be impossible. So, Feng Debiao was already planning to find a suitable job for his daughter, either in the military arts troupe or as a secretarial assistant in the aviation unit. All arrangements were under his watch, and he made sure she wouldn't be bullied. She could go home every day, which was good. He didn't even ask how many points his daughter estimated. Why ask? There's nothing to ask about. It's better not to bring up topics that might upset her. The next day was the deadline to submit college preferences. In the evening, Feng Debiao secretly entered Feng Wanhao's room. Girl, I heard a new shopping mall opened in Spring City. It has some well-known clothing brands. Tomorrow, you and Wang Qiangwei should go shopping? He took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his daughter. This is my private savings. I didn't keep a single cent. It's all for you. Buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, ask your mom for more. Feng Debiao pulled over a chair and sat face-to-face with his daughter. He smiled and said, Now that we've graduated high school and you're a young lady, go buy a few outfits and dress up. I see that dyeing hair is popular these days. I don't like it, but if you want, you can dye your hair. As long as his daughter liked it, he was willing to break his own rules. After a moment, he added, Just don't dye it in bright colors like Wang Qiangwei's red or green. That's too
Much.
Seeing her father carefully trying to please her, Feng Wanhao couldn't help but smile. She reached out and held her father's hand, acting like a spoiled child. Dad, other parents ask about their kids' college entrance exam scores.
Why don't you ask me?
Even Wang Qiangwei's foster father came to ask. Hearing this, Feng Debiao chuckled and said, What scores? Are we a family that cares about grades? I know my limits. He teased, it's all the trend now. Inheritance? Oh, right, genetics. Your mom only finished middle school, and I was a lazy student who slept in class and daydreamed during exams. With parents like us, what kind of top student could we possibly have? He waved his hand dismissively, looking resigned. Your mom and I didn't get into college. Why should we expect you to? Right? That's why I look down on parents who demand too much from their children. Honestly. He pouted and said, if even we can't do it ourselves, how can we expect our kids to? Dragons give birth to dragons, and mice have mice. Foam Wanhao was initially a little nervous, but hearing her father say that, she felt less pressured. After a pause, she said, Dad, I haven't told you the estimated scores. It's not because I did badly, but I was afraid I guessed wrong. Hearing this, Foam de Biao got excited. Really? Is a miracle happening? Did I and your mom's lazy genes not pass to you? Did you rewrite our family's genes all by yourself? This made Foam Wanhao smile secretly. I can't say a miracle happened, but I think my score might not be enough for a top university, though maybe I can get into a regular college. Foam de Biao was stunned. After 3 seconds, he jumped up like a child, shouting excitedly, and hugged his daughter tightly. Wow. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Haven't you noticed that I've been so careful when I talk to you lately? I haven't even dared to mention words like college entrance exam or scores. Because of this, when he talked to Zhu Hao, he avoided mentioning his daughter altogether. So, after all this time, his daughter might actually get into university? Foam de Biao sighed with regret and stomped his feet. Oh, if I had known you would do so well, I would have bragged about it to my friends a few days ago. Yes, Foam de Biao was that kind of person who didn't understand what being modest meant. Especially when it came to his children, his pride was sky high. 500 yuan isn't enough. Come on, let's find your mom and ask her to give you a reward. Foam de Biao was overjoyed. He took his daughter's hand and went from the bedroom straight to the living room to show off to his wife. Yuetang, forget cooking tonight. I'll call the cafeteria and order a table of food. Let's invite Shengnan and Yuanhe back tonight so our family can celebrate properly. Mei Yuetang thought her husband might have gone crazy. At such a crucial moment for their daughter's college application, was he really celebrating like this? Celebrating that she didn't do well? Celebrating that she failed? The whole family was too afraid to mention her scores, even too afraid to laugh loudly, worried it might hurt her feelings. And now he was doing this. Hey, don't look at me like I'm crazy. Anyway, Xiao he estimated her scores, and her results are pretty good. Foam de Biao was so excited, he kept rubbing his hands. Mei Yuetang, still holding a spatula, froze for a moment, a hint of happiness flashing in her eyes. What do you mean, pretty good? Did she get into a college? In this era, competition for college entrance exams was fierce, and colleges were something many students could only dream of. Like Foam de Biao, Mei Yuetang had already prepared herself mentally.
But now this.
What college? Comrade Mei Yuetang, how can you be so unambitious? Is our daughter really that bad? Foam de Biao excitedly said, guess again. Take a wild guess. After a moment of shock, Mei Yuetang's spatula suddenly dropped to the ground with a clatter. She covered her mouth, rushed forward, and snatched her daughter from Foam de Biao's arms, giving her several big kisses. Xiao He, did you really get into Qingbei University? Sure enough, the more daring a person is, the more they produce. Her mother's outrageous idea almost made Foam Wanhao fall to the ground.
No, Mom. You really have no sense.
Are you not aware of what kind of person your daughter is? Foam Wanhao scratched his head and said, it's probably hopeless to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, but maybe. If I try hard, I might get into a regular undergraduate program.
Mei Yuetang exclaimed, Ah.
Seeing her mother's expression, Foam Wanhao thought she was disappointed. Unexpectedly, her mother screamed loudly, jumped into her father's arms, and the couple hugged and shouted happily, making Foam Wanhao feel a bit confused. No, please, both of you, be more restrained. Stay calm. Your behavior makes me feel like I'm just a gift you bought at the mall. Mei Wetang was so happy she couldn't contain herself. Just a moment ago, she was reminding her husband to stay low-key, but now she was spinning around the room, thinking about how to show off to the neighbors.
No.
Mom and Dad, don't do that. When she saw her father pick up the phone to show off to his friends, Fong Wanha was shocked and quickly grabbed the phone. The scores aren't that accurate, and my score might just be around the cutoff for undergraduates. If the estimate is wrong and I don't get in, won't that be embarrassing for you? Her father, Fong Debiao, waved his hand and said, exactly, because the scores aren't out yet. We need to boast now. If I don't get in, we'll miss the chance to brag, right? Right, we should brag first, and what happens later? Well, we'll just accept it. Mei Wetang strongly agreed with her husband and even planned to fight for the phone. Her parents' words made Fong Wanha's eyebrows twitch and her mouth twitch uncontrollably. No, you two are so wild. It's putting a lot of pressure on me. With your personalities, if things get too noisy and I end up failing again, will our family still have face? But she didn't have time to stop her crazy parents. Fong Debiao had already started calling his friends to show off. He was very strategic, first saying some unrelated words, then subtly shifting the topic to the exam results. Yes, my son and daughter took the college entrance exam this year. The son scores are definitely fine. Oh, my daughter was delayed earlier. She only went back to school 3 months before the exam. Oh, you don't need to comfort me. Who is Fong Debiao's daughter? Even though she only studied for 3 months, she's incredibly talented, and her grades are good. She'll get into college without a problem. Mei Wetang also wanted to call and show off, but her husband was on the phone and wouldn't give it up. She was so anxious. Just then, a neighbor came over, and Mei Wetang's eyes lit up. Yes, indeed, there's good news at home. My son and daughter are taking the college entrance exams. Oh, I was already preparing to help my daughter find a job. But guess what happened? Mei Wetang tried to hide her excitement, but her smile kept growing. It turns out my daughter did really well. 2 students from our family got into college at once. You see, I'm under a lot of pressure. She kept saying she was stressed, but she was smiling happily. The neighbor looked at her with envy and said, back in the day, my husband and old Fong from your family helped out in disaster relief. If only we had adopted a child too, maybe one of them would have gone to college. This neighbor, Auntie, had 5 children, all boys. People say that raising boys is tough, and her family used up a lot of food. When they helped in disaster relief, she hesitated but didn't adopt any orphans. All 5 boys didn't do very well in school. 2 joined the army, 2 learned skills at technical school, and the youngest, still in middle school, was a bit of a troublemaker. Auntie was jealous. Look at Feng's family. Every adopted child is doing well. Even the biological daughter they found back only took 3 months to meet the college entrance requirements. Isn't that frustrating? Fong Wanha sat in the living room, watching her parents show off in their own ways. She felt overwhelmed and helpless. No wonder Xue Zhanqing kept telling her not to tell her parents the truth until her results came out. At first, she thought it was because her grades weren't good enough and she didn't want her parents to be disappointed. Her parents never asked about her grades, and with her being involved with the daughter of a military officer, she hadn't had a good talk with them. Now, this was really frightening. Sure enough, Xue Zhanqing understood her parents well. Soon, Feng's siblings who heard the news all rushed home. Wang Shengnan and Bao Yu came back together. As soon as they entered, Wang Shengnan excitedly said, "Little sister, you did so well. Why didn't you tell the family earlier? We could have celebrated." Fong Wanha knew Wang Shengnan's exam results from back then. Her own poor grades were so bad compared to her older sisters that she felt embarrassed to show them off. And her second brother, Xiang Yan, had scores similar to Xue Zhanqing. Not to mention the third brother, Chu Hao. Big brother Jiang Yuanhe may not have gone to college, but he has received many honors in the military, even earning a second-class personal merit. His own brother and sister are so outstanding. What's my poor score compared to that? Little sister-in-law, you're impressive. Bao Yu gave Fong Wanhua a thumbs up. 3 months, and I managed to understand all 3 years of high school knowledge. I thought you were just taking the college entrance exam for fun, but wow, I was wrong. Wang Shengnan shot a sharp look at Bao Yu. You underestimate our little sister. Even though she only had 3 months, she worked hard, probably more than many kids do in 3 years. Heaven doesn't forget those who work hard. The sweat they shed will water the fields they carefully tend. Eventually, this field will bloom with its own unique flowers and bear its own fruits, rich and full of joy. Wang Xingnan took 500 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Feng Wanhua.
Here, take this.
It's your reward from your big sister. Feng Wanhua didn't know what to do with the money. Big sister, right now, it's just an estimated score. We won't know how well I did, or if I can get into college until the results and cutoff scores come out. Feng Wanhua said helplessly, if you reward me now, then if I get in. If you get in, big sister will give you more rewards. If not, I'll give you money to go out and have fun. Wang Shengnan smiled and said, yes, she had to give her little sister money and spoil her no matter what. Her older brother Jiang Yuanhe and second brother Zhou Yan also each handed Feng Wanhua 300 yuan. Who cares if you do well or not? Just take the money first. After you finish your college applications tomorrow, go shopping with your friends, buy some clothes, and treat yourself to something nice. Whether Feng Wanhua liked it or not, her brothers and sister had already started giving her money to spoil her, so indulgent that Bao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, this family really has no principles or limits. If he had such a generous and eccentric family, after finishing the college entrance exam, he'd confidently say he scored very high, maybe even enough to get into Tsinghua or Beida, and make a lot of money. They didn't care about the results, as long as everyone was happy. But honestly, Feng family's way of doing things was pretty cute. Bao Yu saw Chu Hao sitting on the sofa, watching TV. He tiptoed over and asked with a grin, little brother-in-law, aren't you jealous? The little sister gets way better treatment than you, because of the college exam. Chu Hao looked at Bao Yu with a dumbfounded expression. Can you not stir trouble? Xiaohe has gone through so much hardship before. Isn't it natural for her family to treat her a bit better now? After a pause, Chu Hao said, and how do you know my parents and older siblings haven't rewarded me? Bao Yu, feeling embarrassed, said, wow, this family is full of tricky people. Even the little brother-in-law with a limp is hard to please. In the future, life won't be easy for him. Meanwhile, Feng Debiao was still bragging when Xue Chongqing and Zhou Yuping arrived. Behind them, besides Xue Zhanqing, there were 2 strangers. Feng Debiao hung up the phone and started happily bragging to Xue Chongqing. Hey, old Xue, you're just in time. My little he just took her exam. I know. Xiaohe probably did well. Maybe she can get into a good college. As soon as she finished the test, I knew the results. Xue Chongqing also smiled, as if his own daughter was taking the college entrance exam. This made Feng Debiao unhappy. What's going on? Why does my daughter's exam results get out before I, as her father? That doesn't make sense. It definitely isn't my daughter's fault. Come clean. What kind of confusing story did you tell my daughter? Seeing his old comrade looking so jealous, Xue Chongqing chuckled. All right, Xiaohe mentioned this to Zhancheng, and we accidentally overheard. Originally, he wouldn't say such shameful things. After all, eavesdropping isn't part of his respectable image. But then he thought, compared to his reputation, he was more worried about offending his future in-laws. Oh, he thought, this future family isn't bad, but when it comes to his daughter, they're too petty. And then, on the day he finished estimating her scores after the college entrance exam. They knew that Feng Wanhe and Zhancheng were in the room estimating scores, and they knew there was a result. They wanted to push open the door and ask, but worried Xiaohe hadn't done well, and asking might hurt her feelings. The couple was so anxious they scratched their heads, finally pressing their ears to the door, acting like thieves. I think I might have guessed wrong, right? With my skills, can I really get this score? We see your effort. This score makes sense, especially with Chu Hao helping you. He got several questions right and even the essay. Should I go home and tell my parents now? I suggest you wait a bit longer. Although your father is usually calm, when it comes to you, he tends to lose his temper easily. If something happens, Xiaohe, you understand what I mean, right? The two of them finally heard the answer they wanted. Zhou Yuping was so excited, she almost jumped up and was about to rush in a hug Feng Wanhe and kiss her fiercely. Fortunately, Xue Chongqing quickly held her back, preventing them from being caught by the young couple. Originally, Zhou Yuping planned to rush straight into the Feng family to tell Feng Debiao and his wife the good news immediately. Luckily, Xue Chongqing was more rational and suggested respecting the children's decisions. It was better for them to tell their parents themselves. They waited and waited, but even as it was time to fill out college applications, the Feng family still hadn't made any move. Xue Chongqing and Zhou Yuping grew anxious. So they invited some friends from the academic world to help guide the children with their applications. Chu Hao's grades were good, so he didn't need much help. Xue Zhanping's grades were poor, so he didn't need much help either. Only Feng Wanhe needed extra support. Everyone genuinely felt happy for Feng Wanhe. She had gone through so much hardship and paid a lot. They couldn't let her efforts and tears go to waste. Hearing Xue Chongqing say this, Feng Debiao's face finally looked better. He snorted and said, "You two, who are over 100 years old combined, how can you still be so shameless? Eavesdropping on the kids' conversations? My daughter isn't even married yet, and you're already like this. When she marries your son, where will privacy be? Yes, it's all our fault." Immediately, Zhou Yuping and Xue Chongqing bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. Their sincere attitude made it hard to find any fault. "We will definitely correct our bad habits and promise Xiaohe that in the future, we will respect your privacy. If you don't want us to know something, we promise not to pry or eavesdrop." Xue Chongqing smiled and said, "This is the first time, and it will definitely be the last." This finally eased Feng Debiao's anger. He looked at Xue Chongqing again and said, "You kid, you're getting better at convincing my daughter. Such a big matter. And she only told you?"
"Uncle Feng, I'm innocent."
To save his own life, Xue Zhanqing immediately betrayed his comrade. Chu Hao already knew Feng Xiaohe's estimated score. Of course, Xue Zhanping knew too. Chu Hao, as your third son, didn't say anything, and Xue Zhanping, this gossiping woman, didn't tell anyone. As for me,
he looked innocent and said,
I just don't want Xiaohe to look down on me." "That's true." Feng Debiao hummed and said, "You've done well to trust my daughter and not betray her. Okay, let's consider this matter settled." Anyway, whenever it involved Feng Wanhe, Feng Debiao had no principles. He swayed like seaweed in the wind. Xue Chongqing took the opportunity to introduce his team. "This is Lao Wei and Lao Ji. Both are experts in education. They know more about choosing majors than we do, and they can help plan a better future for the kids." He paused and added, "Especially for Xiaohe's score, neither high nor low. Any mistake could mean she misses the chance, so we need to plan carefully." Hearing this, Feng Debiao thought it made sense. He didn't bother to stay angry at Xue Chongqing anymore. He immediately asked the two teachers to sit down and started discussing Feng Wanhe's grades. Whether she can be admitted or not is one thing, but first, we need to know what she wants to study. Teacher Wei adjusted his glasses and looked at Feng Wanhe with a smile. Feng Wanhe didn't know what to say at first. Then, Xue Zhanqing gently patted her head with an encouraging look. "Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. Just tell us your thoughts. I think it's good. I believe Uncle Feng and Aunt Mei will support you too." Hearing this, Feng Debiao straightened up. "Girl, do you have a major in mind? What field? Finance? Chemical engineering? Or something else?" Feng Debiao said, "Your math has always been good. If you want to study finance, that's a good choice. Your older sister works in that field, and your third brother plans to study finance too. They'll take care of you in the future." But Feng Wanhe shook her head. She looked up at her father with sincere eyes. "Dad, I don't want to study finance or chemical engineering. I want to study agriculture."
"Agriculture?"
When he heard this major, Feng Debiao was stunned. After a long pause, he finally came back to himself and carefully said, "Girl, we can study anything, but why do you want to farm? It's not that I look down on farmers. Honestly, only uneducated people go into farming." He thought about how hard she had worked to get such good grades. How could she go back to the bottom? He wasn't prejudiced against agriculture. After all, his family had been farmers for 3 generations. But his daughter was from the countryside, and she had suffered so much. She had finally managed to live a good life. Girl, you might want to think about it again. Let the teachers help you decide. Maybe we should choose an easier major? Whether it makes money or has a bright future isn't important. The most important thing is that it should be easy. Foam Wanha quietly looked at her father, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Dad, do you know? During the years I lived in the countryside, the most I saw was farmers working hard, facing the earth with their backs turned away, full of hardship and struggle. She whispered, when I had no food, and when the Foam Taiman couple mistreated me, in the windy cattle shed, I always thought about one thing. If farmers work hard all year and have a good harvest, if every farmer can eat enough, maybe my life could be a little better? She smiled and said, but even now, even after I've gone through hardships and come out the other side, I still hope that every child in a similar situation as mine can be treated kindly, can eat enough, and can go to school. When she said these words, Foam Wanha's voice was calm and gentle, showing a maturity that was almost heartbreaking. Xue Zhanqing almost couldn't hold back and nearly stepped forward to hug Foam Wanha. Her biological mother, Zhou Yuping, took the lead. She quickly embraced Foam Wanha in her arms, her eyes full of tenderness. Such a sensible child, she said with affection. Foam Debiao sighed and was silent for a long while. Finally, Xue Chongqing broke the silence. Agriculture is the foundation of the country. The country is based on its people, and the people rely on food. Only when the people's basic needs are met can the nation become strong. Little He's idea is very good. Xue Chongqing continued, our country has a large population, and grain production still falls far short of domestic needs. Only through scientific methods, improving seeds and increasing yields, can every citizen be assured of enough food. Foam Wanha, holding her father's arm, pouted playfully. Dad, I'm not planning to become a farmer just because I study agriculture. Even if it's hard, I've endured more hardships in Fingjia village, right? What she didn't say was that the hardships she faced studying agriculture would never compare to the suffering she endured in her previous life, relying on Xue Zhanqing for survival. Nor could they compare to the pain of dying from poisoning inflicted by Foam Taiman and his wife. Even if she became a farmer, there was nothing shameful about it. Foam Debiao looked at his wife and softly asked, Yuetang, what do you think? I respect my daughter's choice. As long as she likes it, even if she wants to go back to the village to farm, I'm willing to leave the city's hustle and bustle and go to the countryside with her. Older sister Wang Shengnan also said, Dad, studying agriculture doesn't mean you have to be a farmer. Don't confuse the two. Little he could even pursue a doctorate in agriculture someday. That's right. Being a farmer isn't a bad thing. Planting beans down south by the mountain, when grass is lush and beans are sparse, it's quite poetic and beautiful. Big brother Jiang Yuan had joked with a smile. Our hometown has such a big house and so many idle fields. If Xiaohe returns home and we celebrate festivals there, it would be so lively. Foam Debiao looked at Xue Zhanqing. Did you already know that Xiaohe wants to study agriculture? Xue Zhanqing straightened up and nodded. Yes, Xiaohe has had this idea since before the college entrance exam. She discussed it with me, and I support her. Strictly speaking, Xue Zhanqing supports not just agriculture, but Xiaohe's personal choice. No matter what path she chooses, whether industrial agriculture or animal husbandry, he will always stand firmly behind her and be her strongest support. Foam Debiao pursed his lips. Can you accept that your future wife is a farmer? Before Xue Zhanqing could answer, Xue Chongqing spoke first. Old Foam, asking me this question is basically insulting me. Yes, in the eyes of outsiders, the Xue family is a powerful and influential family. But honestly, if we look back 3 generations, our ancestors were farmers too. Oh, now that I've become successful, should I forget my roots? Should I forget that I come from a working-class background? If we discriminate against farmers, that would be the greatest betrayal of our beliefs. Xue Chongqing said seriously, I believe Xiaohe should become our Xue family's daughter-in-law, not because of her background, but because of her good qualities. More importantly, it's because of Xue Zhanqing's feelings for her. When he said this, Xiao Wanha's face immediately turned red. By now, she and Xue Zhanqing were actually just separated by a thin barrier. She had been waiting for the right moment to break through that barrier. And now, when Xue Zhanqing said, "I've decided Xiao he will be our Xue family's daughter-in-law," her heart was pounding and her face was hot. "All right. With your words, I feel reassured," Feng Debiao said with a smile. He sighed and said, "I've never had high expectations for my daughter. I don't expect her to be successful just to satisfy my vanity. No, children are the heart of parents, not tools for parents to show off. Farming is farming. As long as Xiao He likes it, I will support her." Immediately, Feng Debiao agreed with Xiao Wanha's idea to apply for agricultural studies. Now that the direction was set, the next step was choosing which school to attend. If she applies for popular majors like finance, our options are limited. But if she chooses agriculture, Teacher Wei smiled and said, "That's a niche major. These days, most students aim for higher levels, and who wants to study hard for 10 years only to return to the countryside?" Although our scores are not enough for top universities, some regular colleges have excellent agricultural programs. Immediately, two teachers listed several universities for Feng Wanha to choose from. "If I were Xiaohe, I would pick this one. The farthest from home." Xue Zhanping stretched his neck to look at those universities, pointing excitedly at one located in the northeast. Having been controlled by his parents for over 10 years, now that he finally has a chance to escape, he wants to run as far away as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, his mother's powerful palm had already pressed against his forehead. "Shut up. After we finish discussing Xiaohe's university, it will be your turn. I tell you, with your grades, I'll find you the hardest, most tiring military school so you can learn to endure hardship." Yes, Xue Zhanping studied with Feng Wanha, and surprisingly, he encountered many similar questions. Although his Chinese was terrible, his math and physics scores were high enough to balance out, and he barely met the college admission line. Plus, because of his special status, he could get extra points for military school applications, so going to military school was not a problem for him. According to Zhou Yuping, Xue Zhanping should thank Chu Hao and Feng Wanha, or else, with his behavior, he would have long ago returned to his rural hometown to farm. The schools available for selection were already listed, and Feng Wanha's final choice was the most important. There was the university farthest from home that Xue Zhanping mentioned, which was also relatively the best, and there was a more average university right in Chuncheng. Not only Feng Debiao and his wife were extremely nervous, but even Xue Zhancheng was pursing his lips, waiting for Feng Wanha to make her final decision. He hoped she would soar to great heights, but also secretly wished to keep her by his side forever. "I'm applying to Chuncheng Agricultural College." Feng Wanha didn't hesitate much. She pointed to the last option, Chuncheng Agricultural College, and said, "Since I decided to study agriculture, I've been considering Chuncheng Agricultural College. I want to be closer to home." Feng Wanha looked at her nervous parents and siblings, then glanced at Xue Zhancheng, and quickly looked away. "Achieving my dream is important, but my family is even more important. We've missed 18 years of time together. Life is so short. We should cherish the present and make up for lost family bonds." As she spoke, she looked at her tearful mother. "Mom, please forgive your daughter's foolishness. I'm not as outstanding as my brother and sister, and I haven't made you proud." Manhwa Tang choked with emotion and said, "Being foolish isn't a bad thing. Usually, the person who stays with the parents is the least promising one. Let your older siblings carry on the family name, and you just stay here with us." Feng Wanha's eyes also welled up with tears. She forced herself to hold back her tears and turned to mischievously smile at her third brother, Chu Hao. "Third brother, did you hear that? The family honor is left to you. I'll just be the parents' little helper." Chu Hao smiled and playfully pinched Feng Wanha's nose. You already planned to set me up, didn't you?" Feng Wanha's school was decided. Either Chu Hao or Xue Zhanping. Originally, Xue Chongqing planned to discuss Chu Hao's school first, but he noticed that Xue Zhanping wanted to run away. With a quick glance, Xue Zhanping received the command from his superior and swiftly caught the fugitive. Well, tonight's special event for Xiao He is already arranged. I don't need to discuss it. I have my own choice. Yes, he had already chosen the farthest artillery academy from Spring City. Your choice doesn't count. This family is still decided by me. Xue Chongqing coldly looked at his unlucky son and said, Your personality isn't suitable for going far away. I need to watch you grow and succeed before I can safely hand you over to the country. Suddenly, Xue Zhanping had a bad premonition. My own dad's sinister look clearly means he's planning to trap me. Sure enough, his father's next words made Xue Zhanping feel like dying. I've already contacted an old friend at Spring City's Flight Academy. He arranged a special opportunity for you to have a private medical exam. If you pass, you can go to the Flight Academy. Hearing this, Xue Zhanping couldn't help but exclaim in shock. To outsiders, being a pilot soaring through the sky is glamorous, especially when flying a fighter jet, imposing and captivating, making girls fall for it instantly. But growing up in the military district compound, he knew well the hardships of being a pilot. They say it takes 10 years of effort for 1 minute on stage. Before touching a fighter jet, every pilot must undergo extremely tough training. Whether it's intense physical tests or knowledge accumulation, for someone like him who struggles academically, it's almost torture. Enduring hardships isn't the problem, but studying. Help. Dad, I said I don't want to, but it's useless, right? Xue Zhanping looked mournful and complained. Xue Chongqing smiled faintly and said, Is it useless?
Just try and see.
My biological father appears to be smiling, but based on Xue Zhanping's many years of experience, if he says the word no, he will most likely be thrown out of the Feng family's door today. For the sake of his own safety, he might as well swallow his anger and keep quiet. Feng Wanhe leaned in close to Xue Zhanqing and whispered, Why do you want Zhanping to join the Air Force? It's too dangerous. If there's a crash, it could be. Dangerous things should be done by someone, Xue Zhanqing said calmly. Ordinary people are willing to send their children to be in the Air Force. Young boys from humble backgrounds can fly high with passion. Why can't the son of a leader do the same? Zhanping may seem reckless, but he's actually very smart. He reacts quickly and is very agile. He's perfect for being a pilot. Seeing Feng Wanhe's worried look, Xue Zhanqing chuckled. If you're worried about him like that, I might get jealous. Feng Wanhe's face turned a little red. She whispered, Jealous? I have nothing to do with you. That's true. Although everyone sees Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing as a perfect match, they haven't officially confirmed their relationship. Hearing Feng Wanhe's words, Xue Zhanqing smiled but said nothing. He was thinking about an important matter. Once Feng Wanhe received her test scores and the admission letter, he could put his plans into action and settle everything once and for all. Old Feng, today I came here not just for Wanhe, but also for Chu Hao. Xue Chongqing looked at Feng Debiao and said, Let me be honest with you. Old Wei is indeed in the education field, but Old Ji. He's the president of Jiangcheng Military Industry University. Old Ji stood up and saluted Feng Debiao. His full name is Ji Zhenqiang. He's the president of the university, with the rank of Major General, and is at the same level as Feng Debiao and Xue Chongqing. Feng Debiao wasn't very surprised. He stood up and returned the salute, then shook hands with Ji Zhenqiang. Since you came in, I could see your soldier's aura. Even though you're dressed casually, it can't hide. Feng Debiao smiled and said, I thought you were here because old Xue invited you to advise Zhanping, but I didn't expect it was for Chu Hao. Ji Zhenqiang looked at Chu Hao. Child, do you remember me? 5 years ago, when you were in the second year of middle school, I was at the military district doing some errands, and you were arguing with a few children about whether our country has the ability to independently build nuclear submarines. At that time, those children all said our country's technology was backward, and we could never surpass Europe and America, nor break the blockade of the powerful nations. But you firmly said, our country will succeed. Hearing this, Chu Hao suddenly remembered. Are you the uncle sitting on the curb resting? You also told me about the current state of our nuclear submarine research. I remember it very clearly.
Yizhenkian nodded.
I specifically inquired about you and have been waiting for your college entrance exam results. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Even though the results haven't come out yet, I know you did very well. He sat up straight, looking at Chu Hao with wise and sharp eyes. Chu Hao, as the president of Jiangcheng Military Industry University, I invite you to join the university's nuclear submarine program and contribute to our country's military industry. At that moment, Chu Hao's heart was filled with excitement. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately looked at Feng Debiao and Mei Yueding. I will listen to my parents' opinions. I know they're doing it for my good. In the end, Chu Hao couldn't argue as confidently as Feng Wanhe did. He wasn't their biological son, and the facts were clear. He couldn't ignore that. Feng Debiao looked at Chu Hao with kind and gentle eyes. Just like with Xiaohe, Dad wants to plan your life, but in the end, we are willing to respect your decision. Chu Hao stood up, took Mei Yuetong's hand, and let her sit with Feng Debiao. Then he stepped back a few steps, knelt down heavily, and bowed 3 times to his parents. Mom, Dad, even though I haven't said much over the years, inside, I always felt distant from you. Many times I stubbornly thought I no longer had parents. No matter how good you are to me, I tell myself that my parents died in the rubble of the earthquake. You are just high above, offering charity and sympathy. Tears filled Chu Hao's eyes. I don't know when, but gradually the image of my biological parents faded from my memory. Many times when I think of my parents, your images unconsciously come to mind. This is a fact I don't want to admit, but can't escape. The love you gave me, as a biological child, is the greatest fortune in my unfortunate life. Mei Yuetong was already crying uncontrollably. She stepped forward, helped Chu Hao to stand, and hugged him tightly. Feng Debiao sighed and said, among these 4 children, Chu Hao is the most thoughtful. Because he hurt his leg, I have been very careful and gentle with him all these years. He looked at Xue Chongqing and said, I am strict with Yuanhe and Xiangyan. Scolding and hitting are common. Even when Xiangnan argues back, I would scold her harshly. But with Chu Hao, first, I feel sorry for him and can't bear to scold him. Second, I know he has some barriers in his heart. I am afraid that if I say the wrong thing, it will deepen the gap between us. Hearing this, Chu Hao's eyes turned a little red. His father was a rough man from the military. He was straightforward, often speaking bluntly, even pointing at others and scolding them when angry. But he was extremely patient and tolerant with Chu Hao. He always spoke with a smile, and everything was discussed calmly. Chu Hao knew how much they loved him. Dad, I want to apply to the Military Industry University. It's not because I have some extraordinary dream, but because I've been influenced since childhood and deeply admire soldiers. Chu Hao looked at Feng Debiao and said, to me, you are my idol, the role model I want to learn from and follow for my whole life. I have always been proud of you. This was undoubtedly the greatest praise for Feng Debiao's military career. He stepped forward and hugged Chu Hao, not out of a father's affection, but out of respect between comrades. From now on, we are comrades in arms. Contributing to the country and the people isn't only about carrying guns and fighting on the front lines. Chu Hao attending the Military Industry University and contributing to the independent development of China's nuclear submarines is also a way of serving the country. Feng Wanhe studies agriculture, contributing to the development of the country's rural areas, which is also serving the nation. Thinking this, Feng Debiao felt very proud. My life has been worth it. Nearby, Zhou Yuping felt a little envious. They are neighbors in the military compound, both with 2 eyes and 1 nose. Why is Mei Yuetong so happy? Having children who are obedient and considerate, a harmonious and prosperous family, this is the happiness many Chinese people pursue their whole lives. Looking back, she glanced at her own 2 unlucky sons. Elder brother Xue Zhancheng was a quiet person, never talking much since childhood. When he spoke to her, it was brief, as if saying more would be deadly. The second son was talkative, but he was clueless. His words were often worse than silence. How to describe him? Simply put, Xue Zhanping is like a husky. Jealous and sad, Zhou Yuping looked at her husband with sorrowful eyes. You useless thing, back when I was pregnant with the second child, couldn't you give me a daughter? Hearing this, Xue Chongqing was stunned. Honey, let's not talk about such unrealistic ideas, okay? Yes, scientifically, whether the baby is a boy or girl depends on the man, but when we did that thing back then, I couldn't exactly choose, right? Xue Chongqing felt a lot of frustration but dared not say it, so he directed his anger at their two unlucky sons. Can't you guys think about your mom's wishes when you were born? Now look at you, growing up so awkwardly, and now the family harmony is gone. Brothers Xue Zhanqing and Xue Zhanping were also stunned. We're in trouble. Why not try for a third child? Maybe give it a shot? But then he thought better of it. Even if it's a boy, with their mother's personality, the whole family might be doomed. Xue Zhanqing couldn't handle his mother, who was going through menopause, and kept signaling to Feng Wanhua. Yes, Wanhua is the hope of the family. Feng Wanhua received Zhanqing's signals and immediately stood up, linking arms with Zhou Yuping. With a sweet Aunt Zhou, Zhou Yuping's face suddenly brightened. Tomorrow I'll go to the school to register for the exams, and you can come shopping with me. Hearing this, Zhou Yuping got excited. That sounds good. Annie has been saying you should buy more pretty clothes. You're young, right? Don't always dress so old-fashioned. Zhou Yuping cheerfully said, let's also invite Grandma. Don't look at her age. Her taste and ideas are more advanced than ours. Xue Zhanqing immediately panicked. No, Wanhua, you don't want to go. Especially not with my grandma shopping. Come on, tell my mom what you think. No need to hide, no need to worry about offending anyone. Thinking about how Grandma previously said she would buy Wanhua a backless dress, Zhanqing's eyelids twitched. He hadn't heard anything about the backless dress, and he felt relieved, thinking it was just Grandma's casual remark. But now, looking at Grandma's views, based on her ideas, it's not just about the backless dress. She might even buy that trendy foreign dress that's daring enough to shock everyone. Wanhua, arm in arm with Zhou Yuping, snorted at Zhanqing. This is a woman's matter. What are you, a man, interfering for? Zhou Yuping agreed, not caring that Zhanqing was her own son. All you need to do is hand over your salary, so Xiao he can buy clothes. The rest, just shut up. This useless and meddlesome man looks very annoying. How dare Xue Zhanqing refuse to give his salary? He seemed to have prepared in advance, directly taking an envelope from his pocket and handing it to Feng Wanhua. The envelope was full, and Feng Wanhua weighed it, at least 1,000 yuan. This is my half-year salary. Here, Xiao he, take it to buy clothes. Xue Zhanqing's generosity made Zhou Yuping very happy. The young man is quite sensible, knowing that to win a girl's heart, you need to spend money. What do they call this? Oh yes, you have to spend money to get the wolf. The next morning, Feng Wanhua went to Dong Yuanchao's house to find Wang Qiangwei and go to school together to register for classes. Wang Qiangwei never mentioned her test scores, and Feng Wanhua didn't ask either. Not everyone is as lucky as her, having a top student older brother who can spend a lot on tutors and practice exams. Dong Yuanchao's house is in a building near the military district compound. The layout of the military district is quite complicated. Only about a dozen standalone villas with large yards, like the Xue and Feng families, are there. Other officers with lower ranks mostly live in apartment buildings. The building has 5 floors, with 2 households per floor, each about 140 to 150 square meters, luxurious for ordinary people. Because of Dong Yuanchao's mother's illness, the logistics department specially assigned them a first-floor apartment. As they reached the door, Feng Wanhua coincidentally met Wang Qiangwei, who was just leaving. Wang Qiangwei was taking Dong Yuanchao's sister to school. Hello, Xiao he. Dong Yuanchao's sister is named Dong Yuanrui, and she's only in 8th grade. When her father heroically sacrificed himself, she was only 7. Her mother was traumatized and went crazy. She and her brother grew up relying on neighbors' help in the compound. But the neighbors and the organization's help were limited, and with a mother who often had mental health issues, the siblings had a very hard life. In Feng Wanhua's few memories, Dong Yuanrui always had messy short hair, wearing a dirty school uniform, looking quite untidy. But now, Dong Yuanrui's hair had grown, styled in two small braids, with the latest fashionable red silk flowers. Her delicate face was washed clean, her clothes neat, and she was smiling brightly. Listen carefully in class, don't get distracted, okay? Be good and obedient. At noon, I'll make chicken shredded cold noodles for you after school. Wang Qiangwei handed her school bag to Dong Yuanrui, her voice gentle, with a mix of motherly authority and kindness. Watching Dong Yuanrui leave, Feng Wanhe gently touched her shoulder. Hey, I thought you were visiting Dong Yuanchao's family, but I didn't expect you to become the host. Wang Qiangwei sighed and said, That's what I thought too. I have nowhere to go, and living at your place isn't convenient. Dong Yuanchao is often at the army, so staying with his mother and sister is more suitable. But after entering this home, I realized how difficult Dong Yuanchao's life really is. His mother is mentally ill, his sister is young, and he has to carry out missions while worrying about his family. It's like burning two candles at once, suffering endlessly. So she took on the household chores, caring for the sick and children, so Dong Yuanchao could focus on his work without worry. Sometimes I think I'm quite self-sacrificing. Honestly, it's like a fire pit. No matter how good the support policies are over time, who can endure this suffering? Wang Qiangwei invited Feng Wanhe into her home and softly said, But when I see the shock and joy in Dong Yuanchao's eyes when he comes home, I feel, maybe I can hold on a little longer. Seeing the tenderness in Wang Qiangwei's eyes, Feng Wanhe touched her shoulder. What's this? Is love knocking on the door? I can feel my heart pounding just hearing about it. She pointed to her heart and joked with a smile. Wang Qiangwei didn't deny it. She was straightforward and generous by nature, never one to hide her feelings. Thanks to your family's Shui Zhanqing. He introduced me to Dong Yuanchao, and we became a couple. Since fate has brought us together, I'll accept it openly. Wang Qiangwei started school later than Feng Wanhe, 2 years older. Now 20, she was of marriageable age. My cruel stepfather is after me, trying to profit from me, but I won't let him succeed. Xiaohe, I like Dong Yuanchao. I don't care about his family's poor conditions. I want to marry him. Wang Qiangwei had clearly thought this through. His mother may be mentally ill, but she's not hysterical. When she cries and makes a fuss, I tell her, if you cry anymore, the mountain will get angry, and she immediately behaves like a child. Mountains is the name of Dong Yuanchao's father. Feng Wanhe remembered her father talking about Dong Dashan's heroic deeds. During a very tough battle, our side was heavily suppressed by enemy fire, making progress impossible. As battalion commander, Dong Dashan led a daring team of 3 through gunfire and explosions to destroy the enemy's stronghold. In the end, the hero sacrificed his blood to raise the flag, using his own body to block enemy machine guns, and peacefully passed away in a foreign land. Later, after the war was won, Dong Dashan's remains were brought home. Originally, he was to be buried in the martyrs' cemetery for people to honor, but his beloved wife disagreed. We agreed that after death, he would be buried back in our hometown in northern Jiangsu. I am his wife, and after I die, I want to be with him. Someone told her Dong Dashan's last words before he died. After I die, tell my wife to let her brother in northern Jiangsu raise the children. She should find a new man and live a good life. She's only in her 30s and still very young. Hearing this, she said nothing, then turned her head and hit the wall, blood all over her face. Later, Dong Dashan was buried in his hometown in northern Jiangsu, just as she wished. From then on, she went mad. She cried and laughed every day, a sad person trapped by love she couldn't escape. I know I'm not a top student, so I won't go to volunteer today, Wang Qiangwei said with a calm smile. I'll go to the market later to buy some bones for Xiaorui to make soup and help her get stronger. She's too thin. Feng Wanhe hesitated, but finally swallowed her words. If you need any help, just say so. We are friends. Wang Qiangwei nodded and smiled. Don't worry. If I face any difficulties, I'll find you. Being here makes me feel safe, she said. After saying goodbye to Wang Qiangwei, Feng Wanhe went to the school gate to meet Xue Zhanping and Xu Hao. Hey, isn't Wang Qiangwei going to sign up for the volunteer program? Xue Zhanping asked curiously when he saw only Feng Wanhe coming out. Feng Wanhe didn't answer, just rode her bike alone in silence. When she reached the school gate, she saw Xue Zhanping, who was supposed to be in the army, standing under a paulownia tree, lost in thought. He was dressed in a military uniform, holding a briefcase. When the wind blew, a few paulownia flowers fell on his shoulders, making him look like a handsome man, causing many girls to be captivated. Xue Zhanping looked up and met Feng Wanhe's eyes. His usually serious face suddenly broke into a gentle, bright smile, as if nothing in the world was more beautiful than her. Xiao He. He stepped forward and called her loudly, not caring about others' gazes. Feng Wanhe's mind was filled with Wang Qiangwei's image. Feeling wronged, she couldn't help but take her frustration out on Xue Zhanping. Why did you introduce Dong Yuanchao to Wang Qiangwei? Do you know she gave up her chance to go to school to take care of Dong Yuanchao and his family? She scolded as she pushed against his chest. However, her strength was like a tickle to Xue Zhanping. He instinctively grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Everyone has their own path to follow.
Wang Qiangwei chose Dong Yuanchao.
For her, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. At least, as a military wife, her foster father no longer dares to bully her. Indeed, Wang Qiangwei liked Dong Yuanchao, but when she made her choice, she also considered more practical reasons, such as the advantages of being a military wife. Feng Wanhe remained silent. After a long while, she finally looked up at Xue Zhanping and asked, "Aren't you supposed to go on a mission? Why are you here again? Other comrades took my place." "Since I volunteered, I can't miss this," he replied with a smile. "Although I don't need to do much, being with you is the most important. I want to witness every big moment in your life." "That sounds so sweet, I almost believe it." Feng Wanhe covered her mouth to laugh. She glanced at Xue Zhanping beside her. The guy's eyes looked innocent and silly, like a playful husky dog. "Probably Uncle Xue asked you to watch over Zhanping to prevent him from making reckless decisions, like secretly applying to the farthest military academy?" Hearing this, Xue Zhanping chuckled. He reached out and tousled Feng Wanhe's hair, saying, "Watching over him is secondary. Spending time with you is the main task. His fate has nothing to do with me." "Little He's fate has nothing to do with you?
Who are you to him?
Boyfriend? Fiancé? A husband?" Zhanping sneered mockingly at his older brother, clearly trying to get back at him. "If I were you, I'd just confess to Feng Wanhe quickly, right? If she accepts, you'll treat her with all your heart. If she doesn't, then stay where it's cool."
What are you talking about?
Ambiguous relationships really affect Feng Wanhe's love life. Several boys in our class like her, but because you're always around, none of them dare to confess. Seeing his brother's face turn uglier, Zhanping felt very happy inside.
Come on.
Hurt each other. But happiness only lasted 3 seconds before Zhanping's body streaked across the sky in a graceful arc bayou.
Dong.
He landed heavily in a nearby muddy puddle, face down. What a wonderful feeling. The deepest love from brother to brother. "Zhanping, I have a graduation message for you. Remember this. A person must have self-awareness." As he passed by Zhanping, Xue Zhanping bent down and smiled warmly, speaking softly. Feng Wanhe felt sorry and wanted to help Xue Zhanping up, but Xue Zhanping pulled him away by the waist. "Don't pity him. He's not worth it." Zhu Hao struggled to hold back his laughter, but still stepped forward to help the unlucky kid, Xue Zhanping. "Enough, stop pretending. Your brother left long ago." Xue Zhanping got up. His carefully styled hair that morning was ruined, making him look like a soaked chicken. Quite funny. Today, he planned to take the last chance to confess to the school beauty. Well, not because he liked her that much, but just for the ritual of confessing after graduation. Now everything's ruined. "Zhu Hao, I swear I'll be reborn in your family as a son. I really can't stay in this house anymore." With a sad face, Xue Zhanping clung to Zhu Hao, who wailed. Zhu Hao took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Xue Zhanping, saying, "Our family is full right now. You'll have to wait a bit. My older sister's about to give birth, so maybe you can be reborn in her belly. Go to with that." Hearing this, Xue Zhanping chuckled. He grabbed Zhu Hao's handkerchief and wiped his face, then pretended to push Zhu Hao. "Are you trying to take advantage of me? What's wrong? Want to be my uncle?" Xue Zhanping pouted and pointed at his hair, saying, "Then I guess I'll have to get a haircut on the first day of the Lunar New Year." "Yeah, a haircut on the first day means I'll die an uncle." Zhu Hao looked speechless.
Wow, that was harsh.
Foam Wanha had already picked up the volunteer form from the party army warehouse office and also helped Zhu Hao and Xue Zhanping get theirs. Fill in Spring City Agricultural College as your first choice, Jiang City Agricultural University as your second, and just pick any for the third. In the classroom, Zhanqing sat next to Foam Wanha, guiding her on how to fill out the form. Usually, as long as your choices aren't too unreasonable, you'll get into your first choice.
He smiled and said, "I checked."
The new campus of the Agricultural College is near our barracks, just a 10-minute walk. No wonder you're encouraging Xiao He to apply for agriculture and insisting on Spring City Agricultural College. Nice try, Sima Zhao's scheme. Everyone knows your intentions. Xue Zhanping never understood the saying learn from a mistake. His face was still dirty, and he sneakily provoked his older brother's bottom line. Zhu Zhanqing cracked his knuckles loudly. "Don't make me slap you on such a sacred campus." Threatened, Xue Zhanping shouted, "I'm not afraid," but his body honestly kept retreating, step by step, not forgetting to flirt with Zhu Hao to save what little face he had left. Foam Wanha couldn't help but laugh. She tilted her head and looked at Xue Zhanqing, saying, "Zhanping has a point. Maybe you knew early on that the new campus of the Agricultural College was near your military area, so you guided me to apply there?" Xue Zhanqing looked a bit guilty, but still spoke seriously. "I'm not a superpower. I didn't know what major you liked. How could I guide you? It was all just a coincidence." This explanation seemed reasonable. Seeing Xue Zhanqing's innocent look, Foam Wanha felt a bit guilty. She shouldn't have doubted him so much, especially since she hadn't mentioned her interest in applying for agriculture before. So she sincerely said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you like that." "It's okay. I forgive you." Xue Zhanqing gently patted Foam Wanha's head and held back a smile. Although Foam Wanha didn't directly say her thoughts, during their daily conversations, she had accidentally revealed her life plan, which mentioned agriculture. What is Xue Zhanqing's background? As a former scout, he was always able to catch key details from small clues. So he did some early research and finally chose the Spring City Agricultural College. Foam Wanha was still young and quickly fell into Xue Zhanqing's trap. Now, she was completely caught and couldn't escape. Watching Foam Wanha finish her college application, Xue Zhanqing planned to bring back Zhanping, who was hiding and trying to change his fate and follow his father's wish to apply for the Air Force Flight Academy. Zhu Hao didn't need anyone to worry about him. Jichang Military Industry University's president, Ji Zhenxiang, personally came to recruit students, so Zhu Hao had no doubt about applying for the Military Industry University. All three chose the same university and the same major. He was confident in himself, knowing his grades were definitely good enough. Time was long, and under the blazing sun today, they bid farewell to their youth. After submitting their applications, Xue Zhanping suggested everyone go out to find a restaurant to celebrate. As they walked outside the school, he said, "Although my mom is good at cooking, eating too much gets boring. It's like a married man's behavior. No matter how excellent his wife is, he always thinks about eating out." Before he finished, Xue Zhanping was hit with a huge. He didn't even see who the enemy was. Fierce gunfire was already coming at him, hitting him so hard he was crying out and searching his mouth for teeth. "Little brat, talking nonsense at such a young age? Try going outside to find some dirt to eat someday. See if I don't tear your mouth apart." Mother Zhou Yuping waved her fist and started hitting Xue Zhanping again. In the end, Foam Wanha stepped in to save the unlucky boy, Xue Zhanping. Only then did Zhou Yuping stop, but her anger was still not gone. She pointed at Xue Zhanping and scolded him again, even dragging innocent Xue Zhanqing into the fire. Remember this. If you dare to mess around outside or do anything wrong to your wife, I will break your legs and make you leave the Xue family. Innocent Xue Zhanqing, who was caught in the crossfire. No, I didn't say anything. Why are you scolding me? Besides, am I that kind of flirt? My feelings for Xiao He are as firm as a rock, unwavering for life. Zhou Yuping held Feng Wanhe's hand and pushed Xue Zhanqing away. Xiao He, let's go shopping for clothes. Don't be friends with these useless brothers. When it comes to hitting where it hurts, Zhou Yuping is a pro. As soon as she spoke, Xue Zhanqing looked like he had eaten something bitter, and Xue Zhanqing almost wanted to kill his useless brother. Before Xue Zhanqing could speak up to defend himself, his mother had already pushed Feng Wanhe into the car. Hey, Xiao He, shall we still eat to celebrate? Xue Zhanqing stretched his neck and shouted loudly, but before he finished, his mother had already slammed the car door shut and angrily yelled at her son through the window. Get lost. What a joke. Getting hit by car exhaust fumes sounds more fun. Watching the car drive away quickly, Xue Zhanqing looked back. His older brother was sharpening his knife, clearly planning to get rid of him. So, before his brother made a move, he slipped away like a slippery eel, fleeing quickly. Xue Zhanqing and Xu Hao looked at each other with innocent expressions. Brother Zhanqing, I didn't say anything, and I'm disabled. If you hit me. That's not right. Full of anger and unable to vent, Xue Zhanqing said nothing. Why would I hit you? You're my future brother-in-law. I'm not stupid enough to ruin my own path. Forget it, I'll go back to the team and train those new soldiers. An hour later, the innocent and kind new soldiers received the care and affection from their beloved battalion commander from all directions. The battalion commander led by example, showing them the fighting strength of a top soldier. Suddenly, the training ground was filled with wails of distress. Xue Zhanqing is busy training new soldiers, while Feng Wanhe and Zhou Yuping are happily shopping at the largest mall in Spring City. Xiao He, try this one quickly. Today, Zhou Yuping's shopping rule is simple. Looks don't matter, but the price must be high. She can't be stingy in front of her future daughter-in-law. She must use money. No, her charm. To win her over. Feng Wanhe has become numb. From excitedly trying on pretty dresses at first, to now feeling exhausted and resisting inside, she has lived twice and finally understands what it feels like to shop until she drops. She is holding several shopping bags, and some items have already been sent back to the car. If she keeps shopping like this, she might have enough clothes for a lifetime. Feng Wanhe looks around and happens to see a suitable women's dress for Zhou Yuping. Uncle Zhou, that dress suits you very well. Come on, let's go see it. Pretending not to notice the dress Zhou Yuping is holding, Feng Wanhe pulls her straight to the clothing store across the way. It's a lotus-colored long dress made of smooth satin fabric, embroidered with tiny lilies, which seems to match Zhou Yuping's elegant style. Feng Wanhe goes into the store first, points to the dress, and tells the clerk the size, which just happens to be Zhou Yuping's size. This makes Zhou Yuping very excited. Wow, no wonder she's her future daughter-in-law. Xiao He knows her size without being told. Just for this thoughtfulness, she is determined to treat her daughter-in-law well. Feng Wanhe is sweet-talking, convincing Zhou Yuping to try on the dress, and it fits perfectly. Auntie, I'll pay for this dress to thank you for taking care of me these days. She pays first, asks the clerk to pack the dress, and hands it to Zhou Yuping. Zhou Yuping has been married to Xue Zhanqing for many years. Although she never lacks food or clothing, and Xue Zhanqing even gives her his entire salary, she has never received a gift. Not only has her husband never given her presents, but her two unlucky sons are also as dull as wood. Whether it's Qixi Festival or Women's Day, they never even give her a candy. So, what's the point of raising sons? Besides making her dizzy with anger, it's completely useless. Now, look at Feng Wanhe. She also picked out a moon-white dress for Mei Yuedang, the same style as Zhou Yuping's dress. My mom likes simple and elegant styles like this. She has a similar figure to mine, so I bought her one too. Feng Wanhe kept talking excitedly and began preparing gifts for everyone. Of course, her parents didn't need gifts, and her older sister and 3 brothers all received some. Even when buying a short-sleeved shirt for her biological father, Feng de Biao, she also bought one for Xue Chongqing. Oh, Uncle Xue will be so happy when he receives your gift. Zhou Yuping looked at the obedient and filial Feng Wanhe, feeling both envy and happiness. She envied other people's daughters and felt reassured that her own daughter would eventually marry into the Xue family. Just then, the elderly lady of the Xue family, Lei Shuxian, came in carrying several bags. Seeing Feng Wanhe, she beamed with joy and handed her a bag. Here, Xiaohe, this is Grandma's graduation gift for you. Do you want to open it and see?
Try it on.
Feng Wanhe was surprised and smiled, saying, there are so many clothing stores in the mall. Did you go somewhere else just to get this? That's so troublesome. No trouble at all. I've had my eye on this dress for a long time. No other place has it. How can I give you a graduation gift that's not special? So I asked the driver to take me there. Lei Shuxian urged her, come on, open it and see if you like it. Inside the bag was a big red chiffon dress. From the front, the dress looked very intricate and delicate, made of soft, fairy-like fabric with a slightly V-neck about knee length. But when Feng Wanhe saw the back of the dress, her eyes nearly popped out. Goodness, are merchants now so stingy with fabric? The dress had only 2 thin straps crossing at the back, extending down to the waist. Lei Shuxian was very eager and kept urging Feng Wanhe to change into it quickly. I saw a heroine in a movie wearing a dress just like this. Oh, it looked so beautiful. I thought, our Xiaohe is even prettier than a star, and wearing this dress would make her look even better. She seemed to see through Feng Wanhe's worries and smiled, saying, what to wear is everyone's choice. As long as we like it ourselves, we don't need to care about others' opinions. It was hard to imagine that these words came from a woman in her 70s. Feng Wanhe couldn't help but feel admiration. Grandma Xue was truly impressive. When Xue Zhanqing returned home in the evening, he saw the house bustling with activity. His biological mother, father, and grandparents were all dressed in new clothes, happily showing off. It was like a small fashion show at home. Xue Zhanqing, feeling hopeless, sat on the sofa with dull eyes that once were foolish and clear. He had changed from a cheerful, lively husky into a sad little golden retriever. His older brother's return made a flicker of happiness appear in Xue Zhanqing's eyes. Brother, save me. Seeing his unusual family, Xue Zhanqing's eyelids twitched. He hung his military uniform on the coat rack, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and then entered the living room. What's wrong? Is there some big happy event at home? Why are there new clothes? His mother and grandmother were understandable. They loved beauty, after all. But his father and grandfather, these two had been soldiers most of their lives, usually dressed in military uniforms. Especially the old man. Even after retirement, he still wore his old short-sleeved military uniform. When asked to buy him new clothes, he refused happily.
Today.
Did the sun rise from the west? Look, Zhanqing, what do you think of my outfit? Grandpa Xue Weisong proudly showed off his traditional silk shirt, walking over happily. It looked good, indeed, but Grandpa had worn military uniforms for so long that wearing other clothes felt a bit awkward. So, he honestly spoke his mind. Not very good looking. Still better in a military uniform. Before he finished, his cane swung over and lightly struck his leg. Have your eyes been bombed? Such a nice shirt, and you dare say it's not good looking? I think you're just jealous. This made Zhanqing laugh and cry at the same time. Jealous? What could he be jealous of? This shirt looked like it belonged to a small businessman, radiating luxury and extravagance. Even if someone gave it to him for free, he wouldn't want it. Humph. His father also came over wearing new clothes. A neatly pressed dark blue shirt on top and black trousers below. If you ignored his serious, intimidating face, this outfit matched his figure perfectly, giving off a bossy CEO vibe. How about this? I plan to wear it to the reunion with my old comrades next month. Xue Chongqing walked a few steps, proudly showing off to Zhanqing. That outfit. Doesn't really suit your temperament, and it's not very good-looking. He then looked up at his mother and grandmother, noticing they were both wearing fashionable dresses that didn't match their usual serious, old-fashioned image. Zhanqing couldn't help but frown and said, "Who picked out your clothes?" "Their taste is." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yuping suddenly spoke with a sinister tone. "I went shopping with Xiaohe. All the gifts were bought with her own money, and she personally chose each piece of clothing. So, what if Xiaohe has good taste?" Absolutely terrible. These 4 words stuck in Xue Zhanqing's throat. He couldn't spit them out or swallow them down. He looked like he was choking and didn't know what to say for a long time. But Xue Zhanqing reacted first. "Hey, everyone has gifts, right? What about me? Why didn't I get anything? I already told Xiaohe I wanted that popular family game console." Xue Zhanqing jumped up and started rummaging through the house. "It shouldn't be like this. I have such a close relationship with her. How could she forget about me?" He turned the house upside down, but still couldn't find the game console he longed for. Xue Zhanqing had to face this harsh reality. But then he turned his head and saw his older brother's face, darker than a pot bottom. Suddenly, he felt more balanced. His older brother and Xiaohe were known as a perfect match. Everyone in the neighborhood was waiting to celebrate their wedding. And yet, he didn't receive a gift. You can see how unlucky his older brother was. So, Xue Zhanqing smiled happily. "Brother, do you think the money Xiaohe used to buy gifts for our parents, grandparents, and elders might be yours? Turns out you're the real Lei Foam." This made Xue Zhanqing's face look even worse. He turned to look at Xue Zhanqing, almost grinding his teeth as he spoke. "Are you trying to die?" Xue Zhanqing spread his hands innocently. "I'm not trying to die. I'm just showing humanitarian kindness and expressing sympathy for your misfortune. Brother, stay strong." Before Xue Zhanqing could throw a punch, Xue Zhanqing had already slipped away. As he left, he laughed loudly and said, "I'm going to the Foam family to ask Xiaohe for a gift. Anyway, I have enough nerve, no shame at all." Xue Zhanqing almost clenched his teeth. His eyes fell on his father's new outfit, which looked quite CEO-like. "Dad, I think this outfit doesn't suit you." He took a few steps forward and quietly started setting a trap. "You've gained some weight these years, and your pants are a bit tight. It doesn't look good." Xue Zhanqing was serious but was just joking. "And this shirt, the color also doesn't suit you." "Really?" Xue Zhanqing didn't quite believe it. "Really? Are my pants really tight?" "I think they're fine. Not at all uncomfortable." "No, you can't just rely on your feelings. Other people's opinions are very important." Xue Zhanqing's eyes sparkled with cleverness. He chose the right moment and said, "Dad, actually I am a little thinner than you, so you might as well give me this set of clothes. I'll buy you a bigger one later." His plan was so obvious that the beads of his abacus almost fell onto Xue Zhanqing's face. He thought, this guy is calculating even his own father. Such a son. What's the use of keeping him? If his son hadn't grown up, and if he weren't so weak himself, Xue Zhanqing would have already given Xue Zhanqing 100 big nosebleeds. Why don't you have the guts to be like your brother and shamelessly ask Xiaohe for a gift? What's so impressive about snatching my gift? Xue Zhanqing hid behind his wife and started to complain. "Honey, you need to control your son. He's trying to take my clothes." Zhou Yuping was busy complimenting each other's new clothes with her mother-in-law, both very happy and satisfied, not noticing that Xue Zhanqing was feeling jealous. It wasn't until her husband interrupted that she realized, her eyes showing a rare maternal love. "Oh, I remember now. Xiaohe also prepared a gift for Zhanqing, but she said it was a secret. I don't know what it is." Looking at the sky outside, Zhou Yuping spoke. "Although it's getting late, if you can't wait, you can go ask Xiaohe yourself." Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. He ran out without listening to what his mother said next. "Don't sneak into Xiaohe's room. She bought a lot of clothes. Maybe she's trying them on right now." Foam Manhwa also held a small fashion show at home. She didn't mind the trouble and kept changing into new clothes to show her parents and third brother. Meanwhile, Foam de Biao and Chu Hao patiently watched their little girl, clapping and praising her, making the living room lively. Finally, After showing off her clothes, Feng Debiao sat up from the sofa and rubbed his aching back. Wow, although watching his daughter's fashion show was quite happy, sitting down like this was a bit tiring. He decided he needed to go for a walk to stretch his muscles. Xiao He, I'm going outside for a walk with Mom and Dad. Do you want to come too? Chu Hao stood at the staircase and called out to Feng Wanha's bedroom. After a moment, a sweet voice came from the room. Third brother, I won't go out. When you go for a walk, can you pass by the supply and marketing cooperative and buy me some peach cookies? Chu Hao chuckled and said, You're really both greedy and lazy. You want to eat peach cookies but don't want to move. Oh no, I walked too much shopping today and my feet hurt. Feng Wanha pouted and ran to the staircase, stamping her foot and acting cute for her third brother. Can you buy me some peach cookies? Third brother is the best. Chu Hao didn't want to say anything harsh to his little sister. Every time she pouted and acted cute, he couldn't find a way to refuse. So Chu Hao went out with his parents. In the courtyard, he happened to meet the hurried footsteps of Xue Zhanqing. Uncle Feng, Aunt May, is Xiao He at home? Xue Zhanqing greeted from afar, sounding a bit anxious. Yes. She said she was tired from shopping, and now she's resting upstairs. She also wants to eat peach cookies. We're on our way to the supply store now. Mei Yuedeng smiled and asked Zhanqing, do you need to see Xiao He? It's not really an urgent matter, just a few questions. Xue Zhanqing paused, looking at Chu Hao's new clothes, and asked, How's he? Did Xiao He give you this outfit? Yes, Xiao He went shopping with Aunt Zhou today. The whole family got gifts. Even the little yellow dog in your yard has a new leash. Chu Hao smiled and said, I was going to ask you too. What did Xiao He prepare for you? It must be different from ours, right? That was a real stab to the heart. First, he said the dog had gifts, then kindly asked what his special gift was. What? Just air. Xue Zhanqing's heart was bleeding, but he stayed calm on the surface. Well, it's a secret. He bid farewell, waved his hand, and said goodbye to the Feng family, then turned to continue walking toward the Feng house. Mei Yuedeng caught up and handed him the house key. Open the door yourself. Xiao He is upstairs, so she might not hear the doorbell. Holding the key, Xue Zhanqing quickly entered the Feng house in a few minutes. Sure enough, the living room was empty, and he could faintly hear Feng Wanha singing off-key upstairs to the tune of Sweet Honey. Ah! In my dreams, I saw you in my dreams, your smile so sweet. Xue Zhanqing tiptoed upstairs, noticing that Feng Wanha's bedroom door was slightly open. Inside, besides her off-key singing, there was some rustling noise. The little girl was probably busy with something. He wanted to knock on the door, but changed his mind just before touching it. He planned to surprise her and see what this ungrateful little girl was doing alone at home. Suddenly, Xue Zhanqing pushed the door open. When he saw the scene inside, his eyes widened instantly. He saw Feng Wanha was getting dressed. The bright red chiffon dress draped over her head, with the hem barely covering her upper body. From her waist down, her smooth, jade-like skin, her slender waist, and her pinkish underwear all came into view. This stunning and tempting visual impact made Xue Zhanqing's blood suddenly race faster. The wild beast hidden inside him was awakened, roaring and crashing, as if to break free from its cage, disregarding everything to surround Feng Wanha. Feng Wanha was also stunned. She was trying on the red dress sent by Lei Shuxian. Just as she pulled it over her head, Xue Zhanqing rushed in. Through the red veil, she saw the man's tall figure and the flames in his eyes. She couldn't help but scream, unsure whether to cover her face or her chest. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xue Zhanqing looked a bit panicked. He stood there blankly, apologizing while avoiding her gaze. Then hurry and turn around. At least let me get dressed properly. Feng Wanha's voice trembled. Her tone was shy and a little resentful, like a couple teasing each other, stomping her foot and complaining about Xue Zhanqing's lack of manners. Hearing this reminder, Xue Zhanqing finally reacted. He quickly turned around to face the wall, allowing Feng Wanha to straighten her clothes. Behind him, there was a rustling sound. Then Feng Wanha shyly said, All right, you can turn around now. In his mind, Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but imagine her porcelain white skin and slender waist. He even secretly measured her with his memory. His hands were broad, and he was sure he could easily hold her tiny waist. Because of long training and missions, his skin was darker. If he held her waist, the stark contrast between his dark skin and her white would make her skin look even more radiant. His inner beast was roaring, urging him to personally confirm his guess. But just then, Feng Wanha's shy voice behind him suddenly made all those wild little demons inside him fall silent. Xue Zhanqing answered hoarsely and turned around. When he saw the girl in a pink dress standing before him, his heart suddenly trembled. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of a heart pounding, the sound of love knocking on the door, the primal desire of a man for his beloved woman. Feng Wanha's skin was fair, and the red dress made her look even more beautiful. Because the dress was very fitted, her waist was tightly cinched, perfectly outlining her curves. Especially under the deep V neckline, her white, full chest was almost glowing, making it hard for Xue Zhanqing to look away. Just now, when I barged in, I thought it was the most beautiful spring scene in the world. I thought that putting on clothes would hide the spring beauty. But now, it seems that this red dress highlights Feng Wanha's most beautiful side. She doesn't need to speak. Just standing under this dreamy light makes her the most beautiful spring scene in the world. Feng Wanha feels a bit nervous under Xue Zhanqing's intense gaze. She wants to break the awkward atmosphere, so she pretends to be calm and asks, Is the dress pretty? Xue Zhanqing's voice is a little hoarse. He says, turn around so I can see. Feng Wanha forgets that this is a backless dress. She obediently turns around, with her back facing Xue Zhanqing. When her pale back is exposed to his sight, and the two thin red ribbons contrast with her porcelain white skin, Xue Zhanqing's mind is filled with a burst of colorful fireworks. Before Xue Zhanqing can reply, Feng Wanha turns around in confusion and sees the man's passionate eyes, the rolling Adam's apple, and the bulging veins caused by restraint. For a moment, she is stunned. Suddenly, she remembers that she is wearing a backless dress. Even though she hasn't seen her back scenery, under Xue Zhanqing's fiery gaze, she knows how she looks. Why you? Don't look yet. Even though she has lived a second life, Feng Wanha is a novice with no experience in romantic matters. She feels shy and nervous, quickly pulling a bedsheet to cover herself and reaching out to cover Xue Zhanqing's eyes. Unfortunately, her foot catches on the sheet, and her body stumbles forward. Just right, Feng Wanha falls into Xue Zhanqing's arms. What is known is that Feng Wanha was tripped by the sheet and fell into the man's embrace. What is unknown is that some might think she deliberately threw herself into his arms. Instinctively, Xue Zhanqing opens his arms and holds this clumsy girl tightly. The bedsheet covering her has fallen to the ground. Feng Wanha in her red dress and Xue Zhanqing in his military uniform embrace under the light, looking like a beautiful painting. Xue Zhanqing's hand touches Feng Wanha's soft, porcelain white back, and his palm holds the thin red ribbon. In a moment, a wicked idea flashes through Xue Zhanqing's mind. He could gently pull the ribbon, causing it to break, and the red dress would fall at her feet. Every inch of her skin would be seen, possessed, and claimed by him. But ultimately, reason prevails. Xue Zhanqing swallows hard, reaches out, and takes off his shirt, wrapping her exposed skin tightly. Don't wear it outside. Don't let other men see her. His voice was hoarse and soft, filled with restrained longing and desire. He lowered his head, revealing a face as red as a ripe peach, full and moist lips, and eyes that looked like a startled deer, misty and shy. Xue Zhanqing was afraid that if he didn't leave now, his body would take over his mind and do something shocking to Feng Wanha. After all, the bed was right in front of him, and her beauty was right there too. The dim, warm lighting created a romantic atmosphere. So, he stepped back repeatedly, finally stopping at the door, watching Feng Wanha, who looked shy and scared. She was really beautiful, wasn't she? With his last bit of self-control, Xue Zhanqing opened the door. As he was about to leave, he paused again. Xiaohe, you look very beautiful tonight. Feng Wanhe dared not look up at Xue Zhanqing. Not only was she shy, but also harboring a deep love in her heart. Just one glance earlier, she saw the intense passion in Xue Zhanqing's eyes. And when she looked down, she even saw him. She didn't dare to think further. Feng Wanhe was afraid she would get lost in his fiery passion, unable to hold back her own love, and rushed to join him in falling together. Fortunately, Xue Zhanqing left quickly. When the door closed, she finally let out a breath, clutching her pounding heart and touching her hot, red face. After a moment of silence, she quickly moved to the window, secretly hiding behind the curtain, watching Xue Zhanqing hurriedly leave her house. Xue Zhanqing hurried back home like he was escaping, saying nothing and heading straight upstairs. Zhou Yuping just saw him from the kitchen, hurriedly followed and asked, "Did you see Xiaohe? Is she at home?" "Oh, I forgot to send her the snacks I bought, or else you." "Tomorrow. I'm not feeling well. I need to rest." Xue Zhanqing almost didn't turn around. His voice was a little hoarse and strange, making Zhou Yuping a bit confused. But she still insisted, "Hey, did you see the new clothes Xiaohe bought? Are they nice? There's a red dress. Your grandma gave it to her." When she mentioned red dress, Xue Zhanqing's steps upstairs suddenly faltered. He stopped, turned to look at his mother, and said, "Aren't you worried that Xiaohe wearing that kind of dress might attract unwanted attention from men? But Xiaohe is naturally beautiful, and isn't it good to be noticed by many people? It shows that our whole family has good taste." Hey, I haven't finished talking." Zhou Yuping was excitedly talking when she saw Xue Zhanqing give her a thumbs up without saying a word and then head straight into his bedroom. "All right, Mom, you really are something. No wonder you're a teacher. Just say whatever you want." Back in the bedroom, he locked the door and headed straight to the bathroom. He didn't even have time to take off his clothes. He just turned the water to the coldest setting and poured it over himself. He stayed under the cold water for half an hour until he finally came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. His face looked a bit calmer, his breathing steadied, and he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He silently sang 3 rules and 8 points of attention. Revolutionary soldiers must remember 3 rules and 8 points of attention. Just as he was calming his restless mind, there was a knock on the door from Mom. "Zhanqing, you're probably still awake, right? I'm coming in to leave some things." Zhanqing turned over, sat up, and put on his vest before replying, "Not asleep."
"Come in."
Mom. Zhou Yuping pushed the door open, holding a few soft, pinkish clothes. "How, didn't she stay with us a few days ago? Look, she didn't take her clothes with her. I thought since she'll come again someday, I won't bother returning them." While holding the clothes, Zhou Yuping reached for the wardrobe, accidentally dropping 2 pieces on the ground. Seeing this, Zhanqing went to help pick them up. When he picked up the 2 clothes, a tiny, pink-green pair of underwear fell to his feet. In that instant, a fire ignited in his heart, and the smoldering flames suddenly flared up again. Zhou Yuping snatched the pink-green underwear from his hands, speaking with a look of disgust. "Oh, your feet are so dirty. I need to wash them again." When she reached the door, she saw her son lying on the bed, turned away from her, looking like a fool. "Oh, by the way, I didn't change the sheets. They're the ones how used before. Anyway, you're always so dirty and smelly, so just use these for now." As she closed the door, she muttered to herself, "When Hao comes to stay again, I'll give her new sheets." The sound of the door closing echoed in Zhanqing's ears. His mind was filled with his mother's words, "These are house sheets," and almost at the same time, he could smell the unique fragrance of Feng Wanhe. Thinking about Hao lying on his bed before, and her skin touching his heart started pounding wildly, and his whole body surged with an indescribable urge. His breathing gradually became heavier, his face buried between the pillows as he deeply inhaled the lingering scent of her perfume. After a moment, he suddenly sat up, his expression showing restraint, and went back into the bathroom. That night, Xue Zhanqing's strong self-control was completely shattered by Feng Wanhe. He took 2 cold showers in a row. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally fell asleep, smelling her scent still on him. He thought sleeping would bring relief, but in his dreams, Feng Wanhao's shadow still appeared. She wore a red backless dress, biting her lip and smiling at him sweetly. She was lying on her bed, calling out Brother Him again and again. The sheer skirt slightly lifted, revealing Feng Wanhao's smooth, white legs, which looked more alluring under the red fabric. She wasn't thin and fragile like a stick. Her legs had some flesh, looking healthy and full, making Xue Zhanqing want to feel that strong, healthy touch. Suddenly, in the dream, he was holding her close, doing what he had wanted to do, but never dared in real life. The too thin straps of her dress weren't strong. They broke easily when he gently tugged. The red dress slipped from Feng Wanhao's shoulders, revealing her snow-white skin and bright, beautiful springtime glow. Feng Wanhao's hands crossed in front of her, her cheeks blushing like peach blossoms in March. She didn't push him away. Instead, she seemed to want more, snuggling into his embrace, her face pressed against his firm chest. In the dream, Xue Zhanqing seemed like a victorious general conquering a city, riding his horse freely, with Feng Wanhao calling Brother Zhanqing over and over. Suddenly, Xue Zhanqing opened his eyes. Outside, the morning light was faint. He was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Even the sheets were damp. He turned over, still feeling the vivid scene from his dream, even the silky touch on his palms. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he got out of bed, found a pair of shorts in the wardrobe, and changed. He saw the dirty sheets rolled up and tossed them into the laundry downstairs. He thought it was still early, and he believed no one would notice him sneaking around washing the sheets and shorts. But unexpectedly, his father appeared coming down the stairs in just shorts, looking excited, obviously having woken up early to spend time with his wife. When he saw his father face to face, Xue Zhanqing was startled. "Are you crazy? Getting up so early?" Xue Zhanqing snapped out of his surprise, pointing at Xue Zhanqing and scolding him with a smile. "You're up so early too. And please put on some clothes. Look in the mirror, those marks on your body. Can you consider how I feel as your son?" Xue Zhanqing pointed to the scratches and bites on his father's body, as well as the ambiguous mark on his collarbone, and couldn't help but turn his face away.
Ah.
He took a quick look in the bathroom. Xue Zhanqing blushed a little, but still tried to act calm. "That's because your mother bought new clothes yesterday. I just thought, they look pretty good." Xue Zhanqing signaled to his father to stop. "Really, you don't need to explain. That's just your private matter with my mom behind closed doors. I'm not interested." To change the subject, Xue Zhanqing stretched his neck to look at the laundry in the washing machine. "Oh wow, this." He smiled in a way only a man could understand, then patted his son's shoulder with satisfaction. "Zhanping has caught me a few times, but I've always worried you're not capable. Turns out you're pretty good." Xue Zhanqing looked utterly disinterested. "I'm not incapable. I just have strong self-control. I don't want to waste my energy on meaningless things." "How can it be meaningless? It's a basic human instinct. You just haven't tried it. Once you taste it, it's like that stuff. You just can't quit." Xue Zhanqing pointed to his chest. "Whether it's physical pleasure or more about emotional happiness, being with someone you love is definitely the best thing in the world." Xue Zhanqing felt a bit moved but kept a tough face. Yes, I know you love my mom. No need to show off your affection in front of me." After a pause, he added, "Can you keep this a secret for me?" "Of course. How can a man betray another man? I'll keep it secret." Xue Zhanqing pounded his chest to assure him, looking righteous. Thinking about his father's usual way of handling things, Xue Zhanqing relaxed and went back to the bathroom, trying to hang the sheets outside before the family woke up. Anyway, they had just washed quite a few clothes and sheets yesterday. One more wouldn't be noticed. In the afternoon, when he got home, Xue Zhanqing saw Feng Wanhua sitting on the sofa eating snacks. She took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the sofa, lazily leaning back, stuffing small cookies into her mouth, and licking the crumbs off her fingers with her tongue. Xue Zhanqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think of last night's dream, the vivid, tempting Feng Wanhua and his uncontrollable feelings.
His throat felt dry.
He hung his briefcase on the coat rack, then turned to the kitchen for water, trying to calm his restless mind. Feng Wanhua also felt a bit shy about facing Xue Zhanqing. Last night, he saw her in her disheveled clothes. The atmosphere was so awkward that she wasn't even ready to face him. It was Zhou Yuping who forcibly pulled her over, saying she had made something tasty. Xue Zhanqing prepared himself mentally, planning to act as if nothing had happened. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, his mother's words almost made him fall to the ground in shock. Xiao He, let me tell you, Xue Zhanqing washed the bedsheets and his underwear early this morning. Feng Wanhua looked innocent and asked, really? He was doing laundry so early? Is he that diligent? Not diligent at all. That kid must have done something bad. As someone who has been through it, Zhou Yuping knew very well. Plus, her husband had explained everything to her, so she understood all about it. Zhou Yuping didn't hold back from criticizing her son. She told her future daughter-in-law everything openly, even the embarrassing moments when Xue Zhanqing was little, as if she wanted to share all the details. What bad thing did he do? Doesn't he sleep at night? Feng Wanhua was still a very innocent girl. She didn't think anything dirty and truly believed that these bad things were harmful and wrong. That shouldn't be, because Xue Zhanqing's morals and character wouldn't allow him to do anything wrong or harmful. Men are like that. Oh, Auntie, I'll tell you more about this later. You're about to go to college, so you can't be fooled by sweet talk from men. Zhou Yuping hesitated but finally decided to take Feng Wanhua to the video store, using those kinds of movies as a simple and direct way to teach her. There's no need to hide or be shy about such things. Especially for girls, once they turn 18 or 19, they're like blooming flowers. If you don't explain the risks clearly, she might get hurt in the future. Auntie, even if Xue Zhanqing sweet talks you later, don't fall for it easily. Men's words can be tricky. Standing frozen at the kitchen door, Xue Zhanqing thought, wow, Mom, you're really my mom. You even took off my underwear in front of Xiao He. You don't care about saving face at all. Xue Zhanqing wanted to pretend he didn't hear. But when his mother took out the family photo album and threatened to show Feng Wanhua pictures of him as a kid with his bare bottom, he couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly rushed over, snatched the album from his mother's hands, and, amid her surprised shouts and teasing, took out all his childhood bare-bottom photos.
Hey,
you little kid. Since it's not a stranger, why are you hiding things? Zhou Yuping chased after him, shouting, you'll see it sooner or later. Why are you so shy? Xue Zhanqing, running wildly ahead, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Yes, as you said, it will be seen eventually, but not now. Not letting Feng Wanhua see that naive and innocent Xue Zhanqing first. If Feng Wanhua sees a fool with a red face, wearing a small belly band, and with his lower clothes missing, it would be so embarrassing for him. Thinking of this, Xue Zhanqing ran even faster. Unable to catch his son, Zhou Yuping helplessly turned back and said, forget it. We won't look at Xue Zhanqing's bare-bottom photos. There are plenty of photos of Zhanping. I'm going. Suddenly, Xue Zhanqing, who had already run away, turned back again, carried Feng Wanhua on his shoulder, and quickly slipped away. What kind of joke is this? Why would Feng Wanhua want to see other men's bare-bottom photos? Even if it was his own younger brother, even if it was a photo of his brother a year or two younger, he wouldn't allow Feng Wanhua to see it. Well, if he really wanted to see, it could only be after they got married and she saw him as an adult, then she could look at childhood photos. That was his bottom line and principle, and no one could break it. He carried Feng Wanhua all the way to the gate of the courtyard. The guard stood watch without looking away, but his subtle expression revealed that he was just a curious onlooker. Feng Wanhua struggled to get down from Xue Zhanqing's shoulder, stomped his foot, and hit his chest a few times. Why are you doing this? It's just 2 photos of bare bottoms. Why make such a fuss? The guard's eyes moved, and his lips pressed tightly, clearly trying to hold back his smile. Wow, Captain Xue's bare-bottom photos? Wow, Captain Xue seems a bit shy. Wow, Captain Xue even has moments of embarrassment. Xue Zhanqing glared at the guard fiercely, pointing at him warningly. Mind your mouth. If I hear anyone talking about this in the team, I'll kill you. The guard was on duty and couldn't talk about unrelated topics. Foam Wanha, however, defended the guard loyally. Are you a fascist? Do you want to kill anyone who disagrees? Come on, go ahead and kill me. While saying this, Foam Wanha even mimicked the spoiled behavior of the women in the courtyard, deliberately bumping his head against Xue Zhanqing's chest. Xue Zhanqing was pushed back repeatedly, helpless and amused. All right, I won't bother him. When did you become so brave? The guard, holding his gun in one hand, silently gave Foam Wanha a thumbs up. My benefactor. My great benefactor. I give you a thumbs up. Foam Wanha received a message from the guard and silently gestured yes to him. After pulling Xue Zhanqing out of the military compound, Foam Wanha took advantage of the guard not noticing and reached into Xue Zhanqing's pocket to take out the photo. Actually, she wasn't really interested in Xue Zhanqing's bare-bottom photo. After all, he's just a kid, right? But the more he refused to let her see it, the more determined she became, eager to get the photo and tease him. Yes, she managed to reach into Xue Zhanqing's pocket, but no matter how much she felt around, she couldn't find the photo.
Huh?
Wait, something's wrong. What did she actually touch? Xue Zhanqing suddenly looked like he had been caught off guard, his handsome face turning red. Foam Wanha, what are you touching there? He hurriedly grabbed her hand, his voice hoarse, and his neck also turned red. As a girl, how come you're not shy? At first, Foam Wanha didn't realize what she had touched. It wasn't until she saw Xue Zhanqing's flushed face and heard his hoarse, restrained voice that she finally understood. I'm sorry about that. She quickly pulled her hand back. Feeling she had caused trouble, Foam Wanha turned to run away, but Xue Zhanqing grabbed her firmly. You're the one who caused this mess. Don't you take responsibility? Xue Zhanqing deliberately led Foam Wanha into a small grove, making a mischievous face to scare her. At first, Foam Wanha was a little nervous, but when she saw the teasing look in his eyes, her eyes flickered.
Ah.
Of course, I will take responsibility. She deliberately reached up and touched her shirt buttons, saying, otherwise, I should let you touch me back. Before she finished speaking, Xue Zhanqing covered her mouth with his hand. Foam Wanha's reaction left Xue Zhanqing completely stunned. Why does this girl always act so unexpectedly? Why doesn't she have the usual shyness or modesty of a girl? And she wants him to touch her again? In broad daylight under the bright sky. Oh, can I really do that? If it were late at night, in my bed, well, maybe I would. After some playful teasing, Foam Wanha decided to stop. She tugged on Xue Zhanqing's arm and said, Aren't you busy today? Come with me to the hospital. Ning has surgery tomorrow, and I want to go see her. When she mentioned Anning, Foam Wanha's eyes showed a mix of happiness and a little sadness. If the surgery tomorrow is successful, Anning will temporarily regain her sight. However, if a suitable cornea cannot be found, I am afraid the greatest pain in life is to have seen the world's beauty only to be cruelly deprived of light. If no cornea is available and Anning loses her sight again, how heartbreaking would that be for her? Xue Zhanqing sighed and gently touched Foam Wanha's head. But have you forgotten? Waiting for a cornea also means another life might be lost. Isn't that also a cruel thing? Foam Wanha's heart suddenly trembled. She suddenly couldn't bear to think about where the cornea might come from. Who could be the son or daughter of the cornea's owner? Who could be their parent? Let's wait. Fate will arrange everything. Heavens will cannot be ignored. Xue Zhanqing gently rubbed Foam Wanha's worried face and said with a smile, Come on. Are we going to the hospital? I'll go with you. Just as they were about to leave the small forest, a man's voice suddenly came from outside. Remember what I said earlier? First kneel and kowtow when you enter, then cry. The rest is up to me. Whether our family can climb higher, whether you can settle in the city, and whether you can become part of the military district compound. All depends on your luck. Foam Wanha was a bit curious and stepped forward to look at the backs of the people. She saw a shabby middle-aged man leading a tall, slender girl heading toward the military district. The middle-aged man carried a burden, and the girl carried a bundle, talking as they walked. That family has 2 sons. The older son is about your age, and is said to be very capable. If you marry him, you'll be the daughter-in-law of a high-ranking officer, the wife of a senior officer. On the way to the hospital, Foam Wanha was still gossiping about the conversation of those two strangers. Hey, do you think they're going to someone's house? In the military district, there are many families with two sons, and among the children of the district, many are capable. So, Foam Wanha couldn't quite figure out which family those relatives belonged to. Not to mention, just based on the man saying kneel and kowtow when you enter, then cry, it was clear they weren't kind people. What are they trying to do? This is obviously emotional blackmail. She paused, then suddenly grabbed Xue Zhanqing's wrist and said, Hey, could they be your relatives? That girl, could she be your long-lost fiancé? Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing chuckled. What are you talking about? What are you thinking about in that little head of yours every day? He pinched Foam Wanha's nose and said, You stay at my house every day. My mom tells you everything, even shows you photos of my bear. Do you not know which relatives we have? If I really had to say, my long-lost fiancé is indeed you. Pinching Foam Wanha's nose, Xue Zhanqing smiled. Everyone in the big yard knows we have a childhood engagement. Foam Wanha's cheeks turned a little red. She pouted proudly, a small smile forming at her lips. She walked towards the hospital with her hands behind her back, her eyes full of happiness. Dang Anning was staying in a spacious, single hospital room. Because of a disagreement when I was registering for hospitalization, the director came several times himself. And he even helped us solve the meal problem for you and your wife. Pointing at the unfinished food on the table, Dang Juan-song looked grateful. Honestly, the food here is better than what we eat at home. Foam Wanha, all of this is thanks to you. Hearing this, Foam Wanha smiled and said, It's not because of me. It's all the hospital's care. I didn't do much. Yes, thank the hospital, thank the policies. Dang Juan-song smiled and looked at his beloved student. I thought someone like you from a high-ranking family would choose to study economics or politics, planning to go into business or government. Isn't that the typical plan for children of high officials? Who wants to suffer in agriculture, wasting their prime years in the fields? Foam Wanha smiled and said, At first, I was unsure what to study. I had suffered a lot in the countryside. Then one day you said, Agriculture is the foundation of the country. Someone has to do this hard work, and that made me decide. Teacher Dang, you are the one who pointed me in the right direction. I've always been grateful to you. Hearing this, Dang Juan-song's eyes filled with pride.
Good.
Work hard. I hope to see you in the news someday, making great contributions to our country's agriculture and rural development. I will definitely do that, Foam Wanha said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the doctor came to talk to the family, and Foam Wanha left the hospital. Walking home, Xue Zhanqing said, Once Anning is discharged, we can invite her over. Dong Yuanchao's sister is about her age, and maybe they can become friends. Because she was sick, Dang Anning had no friends. So, Xue Zhanqing thoughtfully helped Party Anning find new friends and encouraged her to explore the outside world. That was a good idea. Foam Wanha was about to praise Xue Zhanqing when she saw Xue Zhanping riding a bike with Xu Hao rushing out of the courtyard gate. Zhanping, third brother. Where are you going? Weren't we supposed to have dumplings this afternoon? Foam Wanha stopped them and asked, Dumplings? What nonsense. We have guests at home, and it's annoying. Xu Hao and I are going to the arcade, Xue Zhanping said. Then, without waiting for Foam Wanha to ask more, he pedaled away quickly on his bike.
Guests?
Could they really be the two people they met earlier? Foam Wanha glanced at Xue Zhanqing, who frowned slightly and silently headed home. Although Xue Zhanping often caused trouble and was loud, he was not rude or disrespectful. Any guest who could make Xue Zhanping impatient enough to leave home for the arcade must be extremely problematic. Once inside the yard, Foam Wanha heard a man crying from inside the house. There's nothing I can do. Her mother is seriously ill, and her brother is not very bright. Others say, what's the point of her going to school? Just learn a few characters and get married early. A matchmaker found a good marriage for her brother. No dowry needed. The girl from that family will marry my son, and our girl will marry their son. The man started crying again. I can't push my daughter into a fire just to marry off my son. We didn't want to bother the leader, but we're at our wits' end, so we came here to find a way out for our daughter. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe looked at Xue Zhangqing. Well, what you fear most has come true. Just now, she was saying how unlucky it was to have such relatives, and now she encounters them at the Xue family. Turns out they are father and daughter. Let's go inside and talk. Xue Zhangqing took Feng Wanhe's hand and pushed open the door, walking straight in. Hearing the noise, everyone inside turned to look at the door. The unfamiliar girl kneeling on the ground immediately saw the handsome Xue Zhangqing. Her tearful eyes flickered with a glimmer, then tears fell again, her lips trembling, looking especially pitiful. Xiaohe, come over. Let me introduce you. Lai Shuxian, who had worked at the Women's Federation before retirement, knew women's thoughts well. From the moment she saw the girl named Lu Daho looking at Xue Zhangqing, she sensed something. Her eyes moved slightly, and she changed from her previous indifference and seriousness, smiling warmly and gesturing for Feng Wanhe to sit beside her. Let me introduce you to Feng Wanhe. She has been betrothed to Zhangqing since she was in her mother's. Our whole family likes little He very much and has long believed she will be Zhangqing's future wife. After a pause, Lei Shuxian took Feng Wanhe's hand and said, Little He, these two are villagers we helped when they were in trouble. They came to ask for help. Nearby, Zhou Yuping added, That's right. Other people's opinions don't matter, but Little He's opinion is very important. The two women from the Xue family gave Feng Wanhe a lot of respect, which was the biggest compliment, and gave her confidence. Lu Daho, kneeling on the ground, looked at the girl who was about her age, but was very pampered and proud, and clenched her fists tightly through her messy hair. Feng Wanhe pretended not to notice the hostility. She smiled and said, I'm young and naive, not understanding the full story. Besides, this is a matter for elders, so I shouldn't interfere. After a moment, she asked, May I ask what kind of trouble these two are facing? How can our family help them? From Zhou Yuping's brief words, Feng Wanhe learned their names. The man is named Lu Guiqing, and the girl is Lu Daho. They live in a village about 100 kilometers from Spring City. Many years ago, when Xue Chongqing was on a mission, he encountered Lu Guiqing trapped by a flood and saved him. Later, Lu Guiqing brought some farm produce to thank him. One rainy day, Xue Chongqing took Lu Guiqing home to shelter from the rain. When leaving, the elders of the Xue family politely gave Lu Guiqing many valuable gifts and even gave him 100 yuan. Lu Guiqing visited a few more times, but because Xue Chongqing was often away on missions, only his wife and grandson were at home, making it hard to entertain guests. Xue Weisong usually hosted Lu Guiqing outside and never let him into the military compound again. A few years later, during a difficult time, both Xue Weisong and Xue Chongqing were suspended and investigated. Perhaps Lu Guiqing heard about this and never came back. Over the years, the Xue family almost forgot about him. But now, he has brought his beautiful daughter to beg for help, hinting at their situation. Everyone can see his true intentions. At this moment, Lu Daho was kneeling and crying so sadly that it looked like she was about to cry her eyes out. If outsiders saw her, they might think the Xue family was bullying the villagers. Feng Wanhe, out of kindness, went forward to support Lu Daho's arm. Big sister, you have something to say. The ground is cold and hard. Isn't kneeling uncomfortable? However, Lu Daho didn't get up. Instead, she grabbed Feng Wanhe's arm and cried sadly and pitifully. My sister was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She doesn't understand our rural people's hardships. Please don't drive me away. Please give me a chance to live. I have to say, Lu Daho is a strong character. In just a few words, she put Feng Wanhe on the moral stand, making her seem guilty. If Feng Wanhe didn't agree to their demands today, it would mean that wealthy people bully rural folks and refuse Lu Daho a way out. They hadn't even made their demands yet, but they were trying to get a promise. What's the point? Bullying Feng Wanhe because she's young and can't handle things? Feng Wanhe smiled, released Lu Daho's arm, and sat back on the sofa.
What are you talking about?
A way out isn't given by others. It's earned by yourself. You cry and use morality to pressure others. I think you're the one blocking others' way out. Her words were sharp, and Lu Daho's face changed. She froze, then covered her face with a handkerchief and cried even more loudly. Crying, crying, crying. Are you a ghost born to cry? You've been crying since you came in. I turned around and came back, and you still haven't stopped? Suddenly, Xue Zhanping came in from outside, speaking forcefully and confidently. Zhou Yuping lightly scolded Xue Zhanping a few words, then smiled and said to Lu Guiqing, "Big brother, you should let her daughter stand up and speak. Our family doesn't like this kind of thing." The meaning was clear. If you have something to say, say it. Don't try to pressure us with morality. Our whole family won't fall for that. The men of the Xue family are heroes who fought on the battlefield. Their life motto is, they'd rather stand and die than kneel and live. Today, if Lu's father and daughter had straightened their backs and bravely said they faced difficulties and asked the Xue family for help, Zhou Yuping wouldn't ignore them. Who hasn't faced hardships? Who in their family isn't from a poor background? Otherwise, long ago, Xue Changqing wouldn't have risked his life as a battalion commander to save a farmer, right? But Lu's father and daughter shouldn't treat others like fools. As soon as they entered, they started moral pressure and even tried to bully their daughter-in-law before she was officially married. Lu Guiqing didn't expect the Xue family to fall for this. He thought these high-ranking families cared about face and reputation. As long as they knelt and cried, they could probably get some small benefits. Unfortunately, they didn't gain any benefits and instead caused a lot of trouble. Immediately, Lu Guiqing hurriedly pulled Lu De to stand and sternly scolded, "Did I not tell you on the way here? No matter how hard it is, you must endure it. Don't cry so easily." "I know," she replied. "We're struggling to get by and hope for help from benefactors. Those who don't understand might think we're plotting something or trying to threaten others." Hearing this, Su Yunzhou smiled at Xue Zhanqing and shrugged, showing he was speechless. Luckily, they overheard the conversation between the father and daughter on the road. Otherwise, who would imagine that this seemingly honest old man was actually a master of acting? His skill in changing expressions as easily as flipping a page was incredible. Such talent. He should be an actor. Xue Zhanqing smiled affectionately, reaching out to gently ruffle Feng Wanhao's hair. Although they hadn't spoken a word, they seemed to understand each other's feelings perfectly. Their eyes conveyed love, like a pair of inseparable lovers. Seeing this, Lu De wiped her tears and smiled gently, like a blooming white lotus. "Auntie just mentioned that this little sister is also called Xiaohe? What a coincidence. My parents also named me Xiaohe, but I am the lotus leaf extending endlessly, reflecting the red of the lotus flower. So, I am called He. What's your sister's name?" "He from grain," Feng Wanhao replied with a calm smile. Hearing this, Lu De covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Oh, I see now. It's the harvest grain from the poem, harvesting grain at noon, sweat dripping onto the soil." Next to them, Xue Zhanping couldn't help but roll his eyes. This woman was really clever, using beautiful poetry to introduce herself and then using down-to-earth lines to describe Feng Wanhao. He really wanted to reply with a poetic, artistic verse, but all he could think of was a blank mind and the phrase "what the heck" endlessly looping in his head. He is named after Lu Wuguan's poem, Autumn Day at the Countryside. Guests have arrived with the new wild geese. Late rice still waits for the frost to end. Chosen by Grandpa Feng himself. Xue Zhanqing spoke softly, a gentle warmth in his eyes when mentioning the poem. He was passing by the fields one sunset evening, intoxicated by the scene. The rice plants were thriving and full of joy, so he gave his unborn granddaughter this name. These few words seemed to paint a picture of an accomplished old man walking through the fields, boats singing at dusk, the sunset like a painting, and the evening breeze gently blowing over the growing rice plants. His brother's words made Xue Zhanping feel very happy. He looked at Lu Daho with a provocative gaze and said, "There are many delicate flowers in this world, but they are all and fragile. Only the hardy seedlings that thrive without dust and flourish are truly strong. Xue Zhanping did this on purpose. He was waiting for Lu Daho to cry so he could take revenge on Feng Wanhao. However, after a while, Lu Daho didn't shed a tear. She bit her lip, looking pitiful, and softly said, "Yes, I can't compare to my sister. I know my place." Seeing this, Xue Zhanping finally couldn't hold back. He started talking rapidly, like a machine gun. "Stop. Shut up early. Don't keep calling her sister. Feng Wanhao has brothers and sisters. Do you think you're related enough to call her sister? Do you know what Feng Wanhao calls my older brother? Listen, Brother Zhan, I'll tell you. Only Feng Wanhao calls my brother that way. My brother only has one such beloved sister, Feng Wanhao." In the past, if Xue Zhanping had dared to be so arrogant in front of guests, Zhou Yuping's fierce martial arts would have already struck him down. But today, because of the behavior of the Lu family's father and daughter, she was also very annoyed. Especially Lu Daho's sneaky attitude, which made her even more irritated. She almost couldn't help but retort back. However, as an elder, if she argued with a young girl, it would make her look petty and bullying. Just as she was holding back her anger, Xue Zhanping's quick-tongued remarks appeared. This kid's words hit right at her heart, and her pent-up frustration immediately disappeared. But she still had to put on a show. "Zhanping, what nonsense are you talking? Shut up quickly." Xue Chongqing, catching his wife's gaze, frowned and lightly scolded his son. Then he turned to Lu Guiqing, smiling politely and distantly. "Comrade Lu, you mentioned that your family is facing difficulties? Tell me, within my abilities and without violating military discipline, I will try to help." Xue Chongqing's implied meaning was, "I can help, but don't expect to ask for too much, and don't even think about using my power for your own benefit." Lu Guiqing was clever. The recent quarrel among the children seemed minor, but it actually revealed a lot. This Feng Wanhao, in the Xue family, held a very high status. Not to mention others, Xue Zhanqing's eyes never left Feng Wanhao. He was the promising son-in-law they had their eyes on. The whole family was counting on Lu Daho to marry Xue Zhanqing so they could all rise together. Here's the corrected and simplified version. Well, my daughter Day, oh no, Xiaoa has applied to Spring City University. At this point, Lu Guiqing sighed and said, "But our family is poor. We really can't afford to send her to school. Not enough money. If she really gets accepted to Spring City University, I can talk to the school and see if they can give her some discounts or aid. She will definitely have a chance to study." Xue Chongqing calmly said, "In recent years, the government has introduced many policies to help poor students. I can also help you find out more." "No, Uncle Xue. Honest people don't accept charity. We're not here to ask for money. I just want to work as a nanny in your family and earn my tuition with my own hands." Suddenly, Day spoke with a strong look, like tough grass that won't bend in snow and wind, full of positive energy. This might sound convincing to others, but it couldn't fool Feng Wanhao and Xue Zhanqing. They had just overheard the real reason behind the father and daughter's words. From their earlier conversation, they could tell that Day was quite capable. A nanny? She probably wants to be the lady of the house here, right? Do you think we are rich capitalists? We have plenty of maids and helpers at home. That's not the case. Besides, we can't have a college student working as a nanny. Zhou Yuping smiled and said, "If you really want to work, I can help introduce you." Coincidentally, the head of the logistics department at Spring City University is my friend. She's hiring summer workers now. Hearing this, Lu Guiqing couldn't help but reveal the truth. "We came mainly to visit your military area. We're not here to work at the school."
Dad, what are you talking about?
Day quickly interrupted her father, smiling and looking at Zhou Yuping and Xue Chongqing, calmly explaining, "My dad means we're here mainly to share good news with our benefactors. The rest is secondary. Auntie, you mentioned helping me find a job. If it's not too much trouble, I'd appreciate it." Day stood up and bowed politely to Zhou Yuping. Hearing this, Lu Guiqing's eyes moved. "But our family is really poor. If she works, where will she live? Can she stay somewhere first?" "She can stay in the dorms provided by the company, and they will take care of food and accommodation. You don't need to worry. Zhou Yuping smoothly interrupted Lu Guicheng, speaking calmly, with a hint of impatience. She looked at her watch and frowned. Oh, Xiaohe, we also promised to go see a movie together. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Feng Wanhao was caught off guard, but Xue Zhanqing spoke first. I have already agreed with Xiaohe that after watching the movie, we will go to eat her long-desired Western meal. He then affectionately put his arm around Feng Wanha's shoulder and gently shook her. Come on, little confused one. Can't you tell this is just acting? Finally, Feng Wanha let out a long "oh" and smiled, saying, Zhanping also said he wants to go for Western food. Let's go together. She winked at Xue Zhanping as if saying, Thank me for saving you from trouble. Understanding, Xue Zhanping immediately gave Feng Wanha a thumbs up. Socially, I am Xiaohe. Zhou Yuping stood up smoothly and said with a smile, Comrade Lu, stay a bit longer at home. We have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. Oh, Chongqing, tonight, make sure Lu and her friends stay at a good guest house. Yes, stay wherever you like, just not at home. After a pause, she added, It's good that the young girl got into university. Remember to give her a red envelope as a gift. Then she held Feng Wanha's hand, ready to leave. Seeing this, Lu Guicheng hurriedly called out, Since we're not leaving tonight anyway, why not bring my little he along?
Dad.
Don't talk nonsense. Lu Daho grabbed her father's arm sharply, her tones suddenly serious. She glared fiercely at Lu Guicheng, then turned to look at the Xue family with a smile. We've disturbed you for a long time, it's time for us to go. No need to trouble Uncle Xue to find us a place to stay. The guest house on the outskirts of town costs only 2 yuan a night, and even has showers. Lu Daho smiled and said, I'll trouble Aunt Zhou with my part-time job. Although Lu Guicheng was reluctant, he couldn't argue with his daughter, and finally, he reluctantly got up to leave. As he was leaving, he smiled flatteringly at Xue Chongqing and said, I'll be bold and entrust my daughter to you. Treat her like your own daughter, tell her what to do, criticize her if needed. Xue Chongqing smiled and replied, How can I just accept a daughter like that? Besides, our 2 sons are already taken, and the younger one doesn't know his limits. If they get too close and people gossip, it won't be good for anyone. The art of speaking is just like Xue Chongqing's way. The implied message was, I'm not interested in adopting a daughter and don't even think about my sons. It's best if you don't contact us in the future. Lu Guicheng looked embarrassed, filled with reluctance and anger, and finally left the Xue family house. Before leaving the military district compound, Lu Guicheng suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Daho hard across the face. What are you doing? Who told you to be so clever and ruin my plans? Why do you keep interrupting me? Don't you want to marry into the Xue family and become a military officer's wife? Li Daho covered her hurt face from the hit and turned her head to look toward the Xue family's direction. Just because I want to marry into the Xue family, I have to stop your words. Your methods don't work on the Xue family anymore. I have to rely on my own ability. Taking a deep breath, Li Daho said firmly, The real problem lies with Feng Wanha. As long as I can find a way to make her and Xue Zhanqing break up, I am confident I can marry into the Xue family. How can I make a man completely lose interest in a woman? The best way is to make the woman lose her innocence. Although watching movies and eating Western food was just a deal with the Lu family's father and daughter, since it was mentioned, Zhou Yuping started planning to take Feng Wanha to the cinema. On the way there, Zhou Yuping kept talking nonstop. Your Uncle Xue is a kind-hearted man. Over the years, he's done many good deeds, helping others. During festivals, many people come to thank him, including migrant workers. Not to mention, my parents are ordinary workers. My grandparents were farmers too. I've never forgotten my roots. I never look down on workers or farmers. We're all raised by our parents. Who has the right to look down on others? Zhou Yuping frowned and said, But this Liujia family and their daughter are just too much. We saved you. We don't ask for anything in return, and yet you turn around and take advantage of us, even scheming against my whole family? Stopping here, Zhou Yuping paused. She looked at the brothers Xue Zhanqing and Xue Zhanping and warned, "From now on, no matter what excuse Li Daho uses to approach you, you must stay alert." Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing smiled. "Of course I know. And you, don't let Li Daho fool you. Like those evil stepmothers in TV dramas, bullying kind and gentle daughters-in-law." Zhou Yuping slapped the back of Xue Zhanqing's head. "If I even kick you out of the house, I won't let Xiaohe suffer, even a little. You'd better mind your own business, control your heart, and also watch out for that thing of yours." She glanced downward with a meaningful look and said, "Men are the most useless creatures. When they meet a woman who throws herself at them, they get all distracted and forget their own worth." Listening to Zhou Yuping scold Xue Zhanqing, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but secretly smile. Xue Zhanqing stepped forward, gently pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, "Wow, you're even sneaking a smile? Are you just watching the fun?"
Hey,
"Mom, what are you doing?" Before Feng Wanhe could answer, her own ear was grabbed by her mother. "Let go of me. Why are you pinching Xiaohe's face? What's wrong? Are you about to start hitting someone?" Zhou Yuping's actions were really harsh. She not only grabbed but also pulled and twisted. In an instant, Xue Zhanqing's ears turned red. He yelled loudly, forced to let go of Feng Wanhe's cheek. "Help! Save me, Wanhe." Just a moment ago, he was teasing Feng Wanhe, and now he was crying out for help. Feng Wanhe was very happy. She linked arms with Zhou Yuping and said, "I won't save your life. I'm on Aunt Zhou's side." Her words made Zhou Yuping very happy. She released Xue Zhanqing and warned him, "If I see you bullying Wanhe again, I'll cut off your paws." Then she took Feng Wanhe's hand and went into the cinema. As they climbed the stairs, Feng Wanhe looked back at Xue Zhanqing and made a funny face at him. Adorable and funny. Xue Zhanqing was caught between laughing and crying, helplessly shaking his head, full of love. "Brother, are you sure you want to get married? And marry Wanhe? Just because of her position in our family, if she marries in, it could be a problem. Your family status might be at risk." He paused and added, "I know this sounds like stirring trouble, but knowing you're stirring trouble and still talking? Just shut up. Your mouth is so busy. Are you a girl?" Xue Zhanqing was timid in front of Feng Wanhe, like a little lamb, but in front of his own brother, he was a big tiger. He was very sharp-tongued and said, "Do you understand what love is? Do you understand marriage? Read more books, watch less TV, eat fewer snacks, sleep more, and put some useful things in your brain. Don't just listen to water in your head." After speaking, Xue Zhanqing bought a bag of snacks and chased after his mother and Feng Wanhe, leaving behind a heartbroken Xue Zhanping. "No, brother, do you have a conscience? I'm doing this for your good. But look at you now. All right, with your current attitude, you'll end up like your father, strict wife, a top example of a husband who always obeys his wife. You might kneel before your wife your whole life and never stand up straight." I want to be the most courageous man in the Xue family. In my life, I will marry a well-educated, gentle, kind wife who values her husband, so you all will envy me. After watching the movie and finishing dinner, Feng Wanhe got home late at night. Feng Debiao and his wife were sitting in the living room chatting. When they saw their daughter come back, they both stood up. "I heard guests from the Xue family came, and it's a girl about Zhanqing's age?" Mei Wedeng frowned and said, "That girl probably likes Zhanqing, doesn't she? I can't say whether it's meaningful or not. After all, it's someone else's matter. What's the point of worrying about it?" Feng Wanhe sat between his parents, showing his father the small cat-shaped jewelry he bought at the night market. "Wow, this looks nice. Oh, I need to put it on my keychain." Anything given by his daughter was precious. Even this cute, childish-looking cat jewelry, his father liked it very much, not caring that it didn't match his image. "Your father and daughter are really making me anxious." Mei Wedeng stomped her foot and said, "I heard that girl looks good and might have gotten into Spring City University. If she's really interested in John City, then she's little he's rival." "Rival in what?" "Xue Zhanqing and I are not even a couple." Feng Wanhe helped his father hang the cat jewelry on his keychain and said softly, "Xue Zhanqing hasn't confessed to me." We never acknowledged each other's feelings, so there's no such thing as a rival. Mei Wedding said, but everyone knows you, and Zhan Cheng. What does my daughter have to do with Xue Zhancheng? Oh, just a casual joke about a childhood betrothal. He gave my daughter a few gifts, and now she's just waiting eagerly for him to marry her. Feng Debiao interrupted his wife with a cold smile. If Xue Zhancheng really liked her, he would have confessed long ago and given her a proper status. He's just hanging around. What's going on? Feng Debiao was also quick-tempered. He had long been annoyed about this. Who in proper society flirts around like that? Love is like war. If you have a target, you should attack quickly and take the enemy down. That's how you win. He had used this tactic to marry his wife. Little he, since we're talking about this today, I want to have a talk with you. We're not people who can't find a partner, so there's no need to cling to that crooked tree called Xue Zhancheng. He paused and said, I've thought about it carefully. Maybe you've seen too few men, and that's why you're enchanted by Xue Zhancheng.
So,
Next week, there's a social gathering at the military district. All officers above battalion level, all graduates from proper military academies. Their looks and figures are just as good as Xue Zhancheng's. Feng Debiao snorted, go to the social gathering, pick someone you like, and if you find someone better, just kick out Xue Zhancheng and find someone better. Just then, Zhou Yuping and Xue Zhancheng came to Feng's house to deliver something. They happened to overhear Feng Debiao's words at the door. Zhou Yuping felt utterly ashamed. She jumped up and attacked Xue Zhancheng with a fierce move, gritting her teeth and scolding. Are you an idiot? Still not confessing to Xiaohe? Are you planning to be kicked out of the house? The military district's social gathering mainly aims to solve the marriage issues of single officers. Because of their special jobs, these young soldiers rarely have chances to meet women. So, under the organization of the local Women's Federation and the Military Logistics Department, there are several matchmaking events each year. Basically, it's about dating. Local young women, after strict screening, participate in activities with single officers, such as dances and tea parties, to help them get to know each other. The results are quite good. Many happy marriages happen every year. Feng Debiao is a quick-tempered man. When he is unhappy with Xue Zhancheng, he starts planning to get his daughter to join these events. He believes that whether or not she finds a match is secondary. The main goal is to let his daughter see the world and realize there are many men better than Xue Zhancheng. Of course, Xue Changqing also found out about this. That day, when he returned home, he put down his briefcase and frowned as he looked at his older son, who was sitting on the sofa lost in thought. Come with me to the study. I have something to ask you. In the study, after closing the door, Xue Changqing looked at Xue Zhancheng and asked, Did you do something to hurt Xiaohe? What do you mean? Xue Zhancheng looked serious and asked back in a deep voice. Uncle Feng is arranging a matchmaking for Xiaohe. Several good candidates from the military district have been chosen. Xue Changqing looked at his unruly son and said, And these days, Uncle Feng has been ignoring me when he sees me. I feel guilty. Hearing his father, Xue Zhancheng guessed that his mother hadn't told his father anything. He was silent for a moment before asking, Are you sure Xiaohe will participate in this matchmaking event? Nonsense. I've seen the list of young women. Feng Wanhe's name is right there. Do you think I can be sure? Xue Changqing gritted his teeth and said, I'm not saying this to scold you. If you like Xiaohe, you should pursue her properly. Send flowers, kneel if you have to. If that doesn't work, give her your salary. A strong woman fears no suitor. That's basic knowledge. He didn't argue with his father. After thinking for a moment, Xue Zhancheng asked, Dad, can you help me with something?
Get lost.
Xue Changqing immediately refused, his words sharp and unforgiving. Help me sign up for the officers' matchmaking event too. I want to confess to Xiaohe there. After Xue Zhancheng finished speaking, Xue Changqing's expression suddenly brightened like a clear sky after rain. Really? He sat up straight, with a big smile on his face. Yes, I promise to catch Xiaohe and bring back your daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Xue Changqing was very happy. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange it for tomorrow. After leaving the study, Xue Zhancheng didn't even eat dinner. He went straight to Dong Yuanchao's house to ask for help. The plan is 3 days earlier. We need to work overtime. Dong Yuanchao was still holding his rice bowl. When he heard this, he couldn't help but complain. We already don't have much time, and now you want to start early? Boss, you might as well kill me to make it more exciting for you. He grumbled loudly, almost spitting out his rice, clearly upset and angry. Hearing the noise, Wang Qiangwei came out of the kitchen, her hands still wet. What's going on? What plan are you guys talking about? Dong Yuanchao was about to speak when he saw a sharp look from Xue Zhanqing. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's a military secret." After leaving Dong Yuanchao's house, Xue Zhanqing, almost involuntarily, took a big detour and went to Feng's house. Just then, Feng Wanhe was sitting in the yard reading a novel. Xue Zhanqing's footsteps were a bit heavy. She looked up and saw a man standing outside the wall. She was momentarily stunned, but then smiled. "Back from your grandma's house? How is she? Is her health better?" She pushed open the yard gate and came in. Xue Zhanqing picked up the novel in Feng Wanhe's hand and glanced at it. Turns out it was a melodramatic romance novel. "I slipped, but luckily didn't hurt my bones. Just twisted my ankle. My aunt took good care of me." Feng Wanhe was lying on a lounge chair, not moving. The sunset cast an orange glow, coloring the sky and also their faces. They sat in silence for a long time until Xue Zhanqing finally spoke. "Why didn't you come find me when you got back?" This question made Feng Wanhe hesitate. Finally, she seemed to make up her mind, looked up at Xue Zhanqing, and said, "My dad said I'm 18 now, not a kid. I should keep some distance from you. After all, Do you understand what I mean, you scoundrel? I'm 18. My dad agrees I can date. If you don't confess soon, the opportunity will be gone." Smart as Xue Zhanqing, how could he not understand the meaning behind her words? He opened his mouth to say something, but, considering his upcoming plan and to ensure it went smoothly, he had to hold back his impulse. The long silence made Feng Wanhe's smile fade a little. She stood up from the lounge chair, frowning as she looked at Xue Zhanqing, seemingly waiting for his answer. However, all she received was Xue Zhanqing saying, "I'm going home to have dinner first." In a sulky tone, Feng Wanhe sneered, "Then you better eat well. I've been busy these past few days, so don't come looking for me." After saying that, she turned and headed home. A few steps later, she seemed to remember something, turned back, snatched her novel from Xue Zhanqing's hand, huffed loudly, and went back inside. Xue Zhanqing felt both helpless and anxious, wishing time would pass faster so they could reach the most important day. Just as he was worried about her leaving the Feng family, his mother, Zhou Yuping, happily carried her bag and came over.
Mom.
His mother seemed to not recognize him, passing by without a glance and even giving a big eye roll. What did I do wrong? Why this attitude? Xue Zhanqing, with sharp eyes, saw that her bag seemed to contain clothes, specifically a white, moon-colored spinning dress. Is this for Xiao He? Do you have other plans? For some reason, a bad feeling rose in his heart. Could his mother be up to something again? Sure enough, what Zhou Yuping said next made Xue Zhanqing feel both stunned and worried. Xiao He is going to a matchmaking event, right? I specially prepared her the best dress, so she can be the prettiest girl there and win everyone's admiration. She snorted through her nose after speaking. If you can't make Xiao He my daughter-in-law, then I will treat her as my own daughter and carefully choose a good match for her. You better go play with your balls somewhere else. Xue Zhanqing staggered, nearly falling to the ground. No, can you all just follow the proper way? Always surprising me with sneak attacks. I really can't defend against it. Watching his mother go inside and hearing her chat happily with Feng Wanhe, Xue Zhanqing took a deep breath. A small setback now could ruin the big plan. 3 days. Just 3 more days. Girls from the big courtyard rarely participate in military district matchmaking events. Firstly, because their parents and brothers are soldiers, so they don't have a strong military feeling. Secondly, because of their upbringing, they understand the hardships of being a military wife. Every household in the military district compound is supported by women with fragile shoulders. Their men are heroes in battle, brave men who are willing to risk their lives for the country and its people. But when it comes to family, men owe too much and too many. Therefore, many military families have strict rules for their daughters' marriage choices. They are not allowed to marry soldiers or suffer the hardships their mothers endured. So, news that Foam Wanha was going to attend a military district matchmaking event spread quickly. Onlookers gathered in the small square, whispering among themselves. Hey, I heard Xiao He and Zhang Cheng. Those two seem close. I was looking forward to their wedding feast. I guess the Feng family has made up their minds. The beautiful daughter. Why marry a soldier? Wouldn't she have to suffer hardships? I heard that the Xue family sent a girl who wants to marry to repay a favor. Isn't that unfair? Can the Feng family accept this? When Zhou Yuping passed by the square, the military families fell silent and greeted her with smiles. Yuping, what are you carrying in those big bags? Someone asked casually. Zhou Yuping replied with a smile. Xiao He is going to the matchmaking event. I prepared hair accessories and shoes for her. Girls like to look pretty. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Could it be that Zhou Yuping had been influenced by something? Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Feng Wanha was your future daughter-in-law. Now she's going to a matchmaking event, and instead of stopping her, you're giving her jewelry and shoes. Is her mind a little off? It seemed she had seen through the neighbor's thoughts. Zhou Yuping smiled and said, Our family treats Xiao He more like a beloved daughter than a daughter-in-law. We spoil her with love. She hasn't married Zhang Cheng yet and has the right to choose. If she truly likes someone better than Zhang Cheng, we will give a generous dowry. She took a deep breath and added, In short, we will always respect Xiao He's choice. This statement left the neighbors, who had been watching eagerly, speechless. They had guessed that the Feng and Xue families, usually close, might be about to have a falling out because of this. But look at Zhou Yuping's broad mind and perspective. No wonder the elderly lady of the Xue family praised her highly when talking about her daughter-in-law. She smiled and said goodbye to the neighbors, then turned around. Her smile suddenly froze. She had already hinted and signaled to Zhang Cheng, but this useless boy hadn't taken any action. She was just pretending to be generous, but nothing happened. What was this? A silent sufferer, unable to speak out her pain. When she reached the door, she saw Zhang Cheng coming out of the house. Hey, Mom, about my shirt. Get lost. Zhou Yuping scolded angrily, not even giving her son a chance to speak. She walked past the door without entering and headed straight to the Feng family. Xue Zhanqing followed behind, shouting, No, Mom, I have something important tonight.
Can you help me find my... Get lost?
Her response was brief, and without turning back. Feeling hopeless, Xue Zhanqing thought, Mom, I tell you, if you don't care about me now, be careful that I might tell my wife bad things about you in the future, and you'll be left all alone. Just then, the carefree Xue Zhanping came back from playing outside, about to enter the house, but his older brother grabbed him. Go follow our mom and see what she's doing at Xiao He's house. Also, help me find out what Xiao He is wearing tonight. Hearing this, Xue Zhanping perked up. Want me to run errands? Then you should pay me well. 100 yuan, and not a penny less. Since his older brother was asking for help, Xue Zhanping saw a good chance to extort some benefits. In this day and age, the more familiar someone is, the easier they are to manipulate. Xue Zhanqing grinned sinisterly, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. 100 yuan? Before his older brother could grab his arm, the useless Xue Zhanping cowered. He raised his hands and smiled flatteringly. Brothers shouldn't talk about money. Helping my brother is my great honor. Yes, I'll go follow our mom and find out for you. So, it turns out that strength determines family status. Because he was weak and his fists weren't as strong as his brother's, he could only be bullied at the bottom. He hurried out of the house. Before entering Feng Wanhue's home, he heard lively chatter inside, especially the terrifying laughter of his mother. Don't style your hair like that. Just tie a ponytail and add 2 simple hair accessories. We're going for a pure, cute girl look. In the living room, Feng Wanhe was surrounded by her mother, older sister, and Zhou Yuping, all chattering about what hairstyle to give Feng Wanhe. Oh, a ponytail and a dress don't match. A small bun would look better. The women argued fiercely, while Feng Wanhe looked utterly hopeless, so much so that when Xue Zhanping entered, she looked like she saw a savior. "Zhanping, is there something you want to see me about?" Feng Wanhe's eyes sparkled. If Xue Zhanping dared to say no now, she might even cry in front of him. Xue Zhanping pretended not to see the intense, motherly gaze that seemed to accuse him of murder. He forced himself to speak. Feng Wanhe suddenly stood up, grabbed her small dress, and ran out of the living room, ignoring her mother and Aunt Zhou calling after her. "Is there something you want? Is it your brother sending a message for you?" Feng Wanhe's eyes sparkled with hope that Xue Zhanping couldn't resist. He moved his lips but didn't know what to say, feeling only guilt inside. After a moment, Feng Wanhe seemed to realize something.
Oh,
"It's okay. I was just asking casually. Mainly my mom and them keep bothering me. I'm so annoyed." She smiled weakly, but the bright light in her eyes seemed to be extinguished by someone. Just then, Wang Shengnan came over to urge Feng Wanhe to sit back at the mirror and continue getting ready. She smiled, waved to Xue Zhanping, and turned to leave. Watching Feng Wanhe's lonely, sad back, Xue Zhanping felt very upset. He clenched his fists and ran home quickly, punching his own brother without hesitation. "Don't you like Xiao He? Why don't you confess to her? Why are you making her go to some matchmaking event? Do you realize how much you hurt her?" Xue Zhanping, who usually feared his brother, now shouted angrily. "If you don't love her, why did you bother with her in the first place? What do you think of Xiao He? What does your behavior say about you as a man? Xue Zhanping, don't make me look down on you." The social gathering was held at the military district auditorium. The auditorium wasn't far from the military compound, only about a 10-minute walk. Originally, Mei Wetang wanted to have the driver take her, but Feng Debiao insisted on walking because he wanted to see his beautiful daughter. "Doing this, people will gossip if they see us." Her husband's stubbornness made Mei Wetang a little helpless. "But I want everyone to see how beautiful my daughter is, especially that blind little. I want him to regret it and go eat dirt." The blind little everyone knew who she meant. The mother of that, Zhou Yuping, also felt guilty and anxious. She wished she could rush home and teach Xue Zhanping a lesson, hoping to give him some skills to chase girls. That wooden head. It was enough to make her worry herself to death. So, that evening, Feng Wanhe, dressed in a white, waist-cinched evening gown, became the most beautiful sight in the military compound. She, lightly powdered, has a face like a peach blossom in March. Her eyes are full of longing, like a fairy from a peach blossom fairyland, so beautiful that she's hard to look away from. She holds her father's arm and walks out of the military compound, drawing surprised and admiring glances from everyone. As she passes by the Xue family's gate, Feng Wanhe's peripheral vision catches sight of Xue Zhanping standing at the second-floor window, watching her. In that moment, she really wants to break free from her father's grip and rush inside, loudly telling Xue Zhanping, "I want to be with you." But she also has her pride, and her heart is full of sadness. Feeling stubborn, Feng Wanhe deliberately looks up at Xue Zhanping and even gives him a bright smile. Xue Zhanping almost gets lost in her radiant smile. He looks at her with amazement and infatuation, wishing he could jump out of the window or hold her in his arms right now. All the ceremony and formality don't matter anymore. He only wants her, only wants to hold her close. His selfishness makes him not want any other man to see Feng Wanhe so stunning in that moment. But his last bit of reason tells him to stay calm. He spent so much effort preparing for this day, and it's all for this moment. Many things in life only happen once, and he doesn't want to have regrets. So, Xue Zhanping smiles at Feng Wanhe and mouths, "Wait for me." Watching her leave the military compound, Xue Zhanping also gets busy. He finally chooses to wear his olive green military uniform instead of casual clothes. Looking at himself confidently in the mirror, he takes a deep breath, picks up the phone, and dials a number. "Support Korea, is everything ready?" On the other end, Dong Yuanchao's confident voice responds, "All set. As long as you bring the person here, we'll give you a surprise you'll never forget for generations." Xue Zhanping nods silently. At the door, he sees his younger brother still sulking downstairs and can't help but smile. He takes out 200 yuan from his pocket and gives it to Xue Zhanping, saying, "Isn't it true you've been wanting to buy a game console to teach Chu how to play? Here, take the money and go buy one." "I don't want your money." Xue Zhanping, who usually treasures money above all, surprisingly shows some backbone. "You bully my best friend. You betray my sister whom I've been protecting with all my heart. Even if you're my brother, I have to point at you and call you A." Xue Zhanqing not only doesn't get angry but also forcefully pushes the money into Xue Zhanping's hand. "Who told you I bullied Xiaohe? Am I the kind of brother who would casually betray a girl?" Upon hearing this, Xue Zhanping looked up at his older brother and realized he had carefully prepared himself.
You.
"If you're interested, go to the reed marsh behind the camp to find Dong Yuan Chao. You're my brother, and witnessing my most important moment with Xiaohe means a lot to me." After saying this, Xue Zhanqing turned and left, heading straight to the grand hall. Stunned for 3 seconds, Xue Zhanping exclaimed, "Wow," and quickly ran to the reed marsh to find Dong Yuan Chao. This matter has a twist. The usually low-key Feng Debiao was unusually showy today. He seemed like a protector, escorting his daughter into the grand hall. Even though he was dressed casually, many officers recognized him. Everyone was surprised that the leader personally attended the social event and also admired how beautiful the girl beside him was. Some brave officers, pretending to ask the leader questions, started subtly probing for information about Feng Wanhe. Feng Debiao didn't hide anything. "My daughter, Feng Wanhe, is 18. She insists on marrying a soldier. As her father, I have no choice but to bring her here to see the world and find a suitable match." Forget the significance of Feng Debiao's son-in-law for now. Just the idea of marrying a stunningly beautiful wife like Feng Wanhe is a blessing that only luck can bring. Which man could resist such temptation? So, before the social event even started, many officers had already approached Feng Wanhe, trying to flirt. Feng Wanhe was very confident, chatting easily with the officers, even smiling brightly with her sharp little teeth when she was happy, looking like a pure, innocent little sprite. When Xue Zhanqing entered, he just happened to see this scene. He saw his beloved little girl laughing and talking with other men, without a trace of sadness or loneliness. At that moment, Xue Zhanqing felt a bit worthless. The little girl had given him a chance, but he insisted on hiding his feelings for the sake of some ceremony, which led her here. Now, he couldn't accept this reality, feeling like he was being scratched by a cat. So uncomfortable. If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered with the ceremony. He would have knelt on one knee, embraced her tightly, and never let go. But now that things are like this, the best way to make up is to quickly take Feng Wanhe away from the crowd and let her know how he feels. If she doesn't forgive him, if she's still angry. He even brought along the wooden board his father often used, just in case. Xue Zhanqing entered, drawing the attention of many young women from the area. Following the principle of first come, first served, a few brave young women stepped forward to try to talk to Xue Zhanqing. After all, everyone attending the social event tonight was single, all aiming to find someone to marry. Feng Wanhe naturally saw the scene where Xue Zhanqing was surrounded by several young, beautiful women. Her smile faded slightly, and she didn't even hear clearly what the officer beside her was saying. But soon, Xue Zhanqing broke out of the circle of young women, dressed in a neat military uniform, walking quickly toward her. They looked into each other's eyes, neither looking away, as if nothing else in the world mattered more than each other. Finally, Xue Zhanqing reached Feng Wanhe. Without hesitation, he directly lifted the girl he loved into his arms. Amid the surprised and unwilling gasps of others, and Feng Wanhe's reluctant and stubborn struggle, he strode out of the hall like a swift wind. Feng Debiao was originally drinking tea and watching the scene when he saw his daughter being lifted away by that little rascal. He was furious at once. He threw down his teacup and was about to step forward to stop him, but saw Xue Zhanqing appear out of nowhere. Old Feng! Old Feng! Xue Zhanqing blocked Feng Debiao's way, wearing a friendly smile.
Come on.
Let the kids handle their own affairs. Adults shouldn't interfere. Hearing this, Feng Debiao became angry. Xue Chongqing, listen to what you're saying? We've been comrades for decades. Otherwise, I would have already punched you in the face. Xue Chongqing not only didn't get angry, but also spoke kindly. Yes, I know I went a bit too far. I also know that Xue Zhanqing, that little rascal, hurt Xiao He. But admitting mistakes and trying to fix them is important. Old Feng, you should give the kids a chance to correct their mistakes. He turned his head and saw his little girl already leaving the hall with Feng Wanhao in her arms. He heaved a long sigh of relief and forcibly pulled Feng Debiao to leave together. Let's go. I have a new box of good tea. I'll brew some for you in my office and play a few rounds of chess with you. Feng Debiao was unhappy but couldn't lose his temper because many subordinates were watching. Reluctantly, he half-pushed, half-led Feng Chongqing out of the hall. A few officers who had fallen in love with Feng Wanhe at first sight dared to step forward cautiously to inquire. However, as soon as they opened their mouths, Xue Chongqing's sharp gaze swept over, warning them clearly. On other matters, I can be fair to my son, but regarding Feng Wanhe, well, I tend to be overbearing. Old Feng, if tonight Xiao He still has complaints about Xue Zhanqing after coming home, I will personally arrange a match for Xiao He. How about that? Hearing Xue Chongqing's promise, Feng Debiao finally relaxed. Humph, if you dare to beat me today, I won't give up. Hearing this, Xue Chongqing chuckled. Not daring to win, I definitely won't dare to beat you. Men's happiness can be so simple. A big conflict can be resolved in just a few rounds of chess. Meanwhile, Feng Wanhe realized what was happening and kept pushing Xue Zhanqing, trying to struggle free from his embrace. Let me go. What are you doing? Xue Zhanqing, I don't want to go with you. But no matter how much she protested and pushed, her small strength was no match for the soldier king, Xue Zhanqing. Seeing herself about to be taken away from the hall and stuffed into a car, Feng Wanhe panicked and bit down on Xue Zhanqing's chest. She bit cleverly, perfectly, making Xue Zhanqing almost shout. But even then, he was firm and didn't let go, placing Feng Wanhe in the front passenger seat and locking the car door. As he sat in the driver's seat and started the car, Feng Wanhe was still upset. Xue Zhanqing, what do you really mean? She tried to open the door, but it was locked. The man showed no intention of letting her go and even started the car, not knowing where he was taking her. Feng Wanhe felt full of grievance and anger inside. What does he mean? What does he think of her? Every time she gave him a chance, every time she waited for him, he seemed like he'd been kicked by a donkey, unable to say a word. Oh, now that she decided to take a new step, he publicly took her away again. Does this man respect her? What right does he have to control her? Just as Feng Wanhe was about to point at Xue Zhanqing's nose and scold him angrily before she could speak, Xue Zhanqing suddenly leaned over and pressed down on her. They were very close. Even his breath was spread over foam on his cheek. She suddenly froze, her voice trembling. Why you? What are you going to do? Tonight, Feng Wanhe used perfume. Now, in this enclosed car, the scent of lily of the valley lingered in Xue Zhanqing's nose, captivating his heart and making him a little restless. This girl had no idea how beautiful she was. Tonight in the hall, she was like the brightest night pearl, making all the other girls look dull in comparison. As a man, he could tell at a glance the longing and admiration in other men's eyes when they looked at Feng Wanhe. Xue Zhanqing regretted deeply. He should have pushed Dong Yunchao a bit more, asked him to make time, and done this last night. Then only he could see Feng Wanhe's stunning beauty. He selfishly wanted to hide her away and enjoy everything about her alone. Seeing Feng Wanhe pretending to stay calm, her lips painted with lipstick like the most beautiful autumn maple leaves, he couldn't help but want to taste her, to see how sweet her lips were. But in the end, Xue Zhanqing restrained his inner devil. He took a deep breath, reached over to fasten her seatbelt and smiled, saying, "What can I do?" "Of course, I help you buckle your seatbelt." He gently rubbed her hair and said affectionately, "Driving safely means buckling your seatbelt, you know? Family-friendly version. Safety first, my dear." Feng Wanhe thought to herself, what a joke. She saw that Xue Zhanqing had already started the car, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and quickly drove away from the hall. It was only a few minutes' drive. Before she could gather her thoughts, the car had stopped in a field behind the military camp. Since this area was also a restricted military zone, the open space remained in its natural state, reeds over a meter tall, water lilies floating on the water, and a few pure white single-layer lotuses blooming perfectly. The setting sun was just about to set, casting a fiery glow across the sky. Foam Wanha looked like a fairy fallen from heaven, breathtakingly beautiful. "Why are we here? Are you planning to hide a body after a crime?" Foam Wanha said stubbornly, even turning her back to avoid looking at Xue Zhanqing. Seeing her stubbornness, Xue Zhanqing chuckled softly. He gently turned her around to face him and placed a willow leaf hat he had somehow found on her head.
Don't.
Foam Wanha raised her hand to take off the hat, but Xue Zhanqing grabbed her wrist. "Be good.
Keep it on."
His voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with water. His eyes were full of tenderness, almost making Foam Wanha drown in it. "What if I don't listen?" she stubbornly said, but her voice was already softening. Xue Zhanqing held her shoulders and gently touched her bright red lips. "Then I can only silence you with my mouth, leaving no chance for you to refuse." Hearing this, Foam Wanha hesitated. In Xue Zhanqing's serious gaze, she finally gave in. Xue Zhanqing smiled. He looked down at his finger, which was stained with the girl's lipstick, a light pink color that made his heart flutter. Uncontrollably, he gently licked the lipstick mark on his finger, tasting a sweet, unique scent that was hers. Just then, a bird chirped in the reed marsh, sounding a bit sudden. Xue Zhanqing's eyes flickered slightly. Holding Foam Wanhao's hand, he followed the quiet path deeper into the woods. This is a secret place for children from big families, a playground passed down through generations. However, Foam Wanhao, because of her special life experience, had never been here before and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. She didn't resist or doubt because she trusted Xue Zhanqing. After all, in such an evening, deep in the quiet woods, if someone had bad intentions toward her, she would have no way to escape. They walked a few steps forward, and a few pure white wildflowers bloomed perfectly by the roadside. Xue Zhanqing bent down, picked a flower, and placed it on Foam Wanhao's straw hat. Not far ahead, more pinkish flowers swayed gracefully in the evening breeze. Like last time, Xue Zhanqing picked another flower and carefully tucked it into her hat again. In just over 100 meters of the small path, flowers appeared every 30 steps, all white but of different kinds. When Foam Wanhao reached the open area beyond the path, her hat was already decorated with a variety of bright, beautiful flowers. Xue Zhanqing found a piece of pink silk from somewhere. Seeing Foam Wanhao's surprised and doubtful expression, he tied the silk around her hat and made a delicate bow. The wind blew from all directions, rustling the reeds. Music drifted from the bushes, soft and lingering. Foam Wanhao listened carefully and realized it was a violin version of Sweet Honey. From the moment Xue Zhanqing picked the first flower, she felt curious. Now, she finally looked up at him and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Xue Zhanqing smiled mysteriously. He adjusted the flower crown on her head and, from somewhere, gathered a few pink roses. Clumsily, he wove a small flower crown and placed it on her wrist. "Shall he come with me?" After finishing everything, Xue Zhanqing took Foam Wanhao's hand and stepped onto the reed leaf carpet, walking slowly toward the small pavilion in the center of the reeds. As she turned a corner and saw the small pavilion decorated with pink sheer fabric in front of Foam Wanha, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise.
This
is the scene from her dream. After returning to the courtyard, she suddenly had a dream late at night. In the dream, there was a small pavilion in the water, surrounded by white flowers, with mist swirling around, creating a beautiful, fairy tale-like scene. When she woke up, she casually told Xue Zhanqing about the dream, expressing her love and longing for that small pavilion. At that time, Xue Zhanqing didn't say anything, and she quickly put the dream aside.
But now,
Xue Zhanqing gently cleared his throat. Suddenly, white mist surged around the reed marshes, wrapping the small pavilion in a cool, misty embrace, making Feng Wanhe feel like she was in a dream. Lights from both sides shone through, illuminating the path to the pavilion. Xiaohe, come. Xue Zhanqing held Feng Wanhe's hand and stepped into the center of the pavilion. The lights moved along with their steps, gathering in the pavilion's center. After a brief dimness, the light shone from all directions onto the center of the pavilion, illuminating Feng Wanhe and Xue Zhanqing as bright as daytime. The romantic atmosphere made Feng Wanhe's heart beat faster. She looked at the man in front of her, watching him reach into his pocket. For a moment, a small ring appeared in his hand. Before she could react, Xue Zhanqing knelt on one knee, looking up at the girl he loved. He held the ring up to her, gazing at her with deep affection. Xiaohe, will you be my girlfriend? This was what Feng Wanhe had been waiting for so long. Now, her heart was filled with excitement and tears of emotion. She didn't speak, and tears started to fall uncontrollably. She didn't respond, but Xue Zhanqing wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and looked at her, waiting for her answer. Xiaohe, from the moment I first saw you, I felt like there was a voice telling me not to let this girl down. You need to love her, be good to her, and make up for her. Xue Zhanqing gently said, although we've never met before, when you cried in front of me, my heart almost broke. From that moment, I decided I would marry you. His heartfelt confession made Feng Wanhe cry even harder. In their past life, even though they were together, life was full of pain and hardship. There were no grand, romantic ceremonies, no touching confessions, only silent suffering, longing, and regret. Feng Wanhe was lost in the sad memories of her past life and cried so much that she couldn't control herself. A distant voice calling marry him suddenly woke Feng Wanhe from her painful memories. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and looked at the man in front of her. He smiled so affectionately, as if giving her all the love and tenderness in the world. It was impossible to refuse, wasn't it? All the anger and sadness from before had already disappeared in this romantic moment. Feng Wanhe tilted her head and looked at Xue Zhanqing, deliberately teasing him. What are you doing? You don't care about me anyway. You ignore me when I go to social events or matchmaking parties. What's the point of all this now? As she asked, a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Xue Zhanqing was defeated by this girl and sighed, saying, since your college entrance exam ended, I've been planning today's ceremony. I want to make your dreams come true and leave you with sweet memories for a lifetime. You went to a matchmaking event, which I didn't expect. Little he, I haven't slept well these past few days. I keep thinking about you. Xue Zhanqing's tone was gentle and tender. I'm really looking forward to today's ceremony, but I'm also worried you might meet other men there. I can't take the risk, so I had to take you away in front of everyone. Fortunately, her real father was supportive, her brothers were supportive, and her little he was supportive too. Even with some misunderstandings and setbacks, in the end, as long as little he nodded and he put the ring on her finger, the outcome would undoubtedly be the best. Feng Wanhe snorted softly, but she was already smiling. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered, followed by Xue Zhanqing's anxious voice. Little he quickly agreed to my brother. This shout broke the romantic, touching atmosphere. Feng Wanhe deliberately shouted, I won't. I haven't decided yet. Please, sister-in-law, hurry up and finish. The mosquitoes in the reed marsh are really bad. If this keeps up, I'll get anemia from all the bites. Xue Zhanqing, unable to endure hardship and pain, was crying out, pretending to be pitiful, helping his older brother. Sure enough, Feng Wanhe softened her heart. She stopped teasing Xue Zhanqing, smiled warmly, and extended her hand. Here, come on. Xue Zhanqing was overjoyed. He quickly put the ring on Feng Wanhe's, then took her hand and stood up, holding her tightly in his arms. Almost at the same time, fireworks shot into the sky, illuminating the dark night and shining on their loving faces. They stared at each other, slowly leaning closer with their lips almost touching. This was the moment Xue Zhanqing had been waiting for. So many nights, the little girl had tempted him in his dreams, making it hard for him to control himself. In his dreams, she was wild and free, and when he woke up, he felt disappointed. His blood was rushing through his body, craving to hold her in his arms and taste how sweet her red lips were. Now, as his beloved girl closed her eyes and tilted her head, waiting for him, her red lips looked like blooming roses, giving off a charming fragrance. Xue Zhanqing slowly moved closer, full of caution and tenderness, wanting to steal her first kiss. Feng Wanhe could clearly feel Xue Zhanqing approaching. His unique fresh scent brushed against her cheek, warm and ticklish, making her heart beat faster. With a little nervousness, but mostly anticipation and love, she stayed still, not hiding, waiting for fate to give her the most beautiful moment of her life. But just as their lips were about to meet, suddenly a loud woe came from the reeds. Then, there was a big splash as someone fell into the water, loud and sudden, like an explosion in the reeds. This noise seemed to break the spell on Feng Wanhe. She suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively placing her hand on Xue Zhanqing's chest and pushing him away. Someone's there. It wasn't shyness or hesitation, not holding back from giving Xue Zhanqing a sweet moment. It was because she suddenly realized that this romantic scene couldn't be just Xue Zhanqing's doing alone. After all, Xue Zhanqing had just been shouting loudly, and now someone had fallen into the water. Their beautiful moment was interrupted. Xue Zhanqing wished he could find those troublemakers and teach them a lesson. But before he could find the culprit, thick black smoke suddenly rose from deep in the reeds, followed by flames that quickly lit up half the sky.
Oh my!
The sparks from the fireworks set the dry grass on fire. A cry of alarm came from the reeds. This time, Feng Wanhe recognized who was speaking. Yes, Dong Yuanchao, Xue Zhanqing's loyal advisor and childhood friend, who had been playing together since they were babies. Suddenly, dozens of heads appeared from all directions in the reeds, flashlights scanning wildly as everyone rushed toward the fire. Feng Wanhe felt a bit anxious. She pushed Xue Zhanqing, who was watching the chaos, and said, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and put out the fire. This is a restricted military area. If we get caught, don't worry." Xue Zhanqing gently looked at his beloved girl, holding her small hand tightly and unwilling to let go for a moment. The fire was at the place where we piled dry grass last year. All around is water, and the fire didn't spread over more than 10 square meters. After a moment of silence, Xue Zhanqing happened to see the unlucky kid, Xue Zhanping, crawling out of the water, soaked through. So, it turns out the unlucky person who fell into the water was this kid. Xue Zhanping, with a big bump on his head, looked at his older brother and future sister-in-law with a sad and resentful gaze, unable to help but complain. "No, since your engagement is over, why not find a quiet place to kiss? Why do you have to show affection in front of a bunch of single guys?" Those ruffians pushed and shoved, watching the fun, and I ended up falling into the water. Really, he was honest and gentlemanly at that moment. When he saw his older brother and Xiaohe about to kiss, he quickly closed his eyes and covered his face, sticking to the principle of not witnessing inappropriate scenes. But it turned out the clown was himself. Seeing Xue Zhanping with half a lotus leaf on his head, green and fresh, like a unique hat, Feng Wanhe couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Hey, Feng Wanhe, have you lost your conscience?" Xue Zhanping jumped up, ready to seek justice from Feng Wanhe, but was caught by his older brother.
How can you talk to your sister-in-law like that?
The protective husband, Xue Zhanqing, sternly warned his younger brother. "From now on, don't call her Xiaohe, call her sister-in-law." Xue Zhanping looked like he had just eaten something bad.
I swear.
Although I was prepared to have Feng Wanhe call her sister-in-law, when the moment finally came, I still felt incredibly upset. This little girl suddenly changed and became my sister-in-law? In ancient times, they said the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Oh, so in this case, Feng Wanhe suddenly became like his mother. At that moment, Xue Zhanping wanted to jump into the water and cool down. This world is too crazy. Mice are even acting as bridesmaids for cats. Before Xue Zhanping could figure it out, he suddenly heard a commotion nearby. The military restricted area was smoking and on fire, so soldiers on patrol from the camp were rushing over. Brother, you're the camp commander. Those guards probably won't trouble us, right? Xue Zhanping's eyes were clear and innocent, like a husky. Without answering his younger brother, Xue Zhanping smiled and patted his shoulder, then made a gesture toward Dong Yuanchao and others nearby. Soon after, those who had just put out the fire scattered like birds and beasts, moving so quickly that Xue Zhanping had a bad premonition. Remember when you made a mistake as a child and Dad swung the rolling pin at you? Was it me, your older brother, who took the hit to protect you? Xue Zhanping first held Feng Wanhue's hand, then looked at his younger brother and started to persuade him. I definitely remember that time you got beaten up. Before Xue Zhanping could speak, Xue Zhanping interrupted first. So now, do you think you should repay your brother's kindness? Confused, Xue Zhanping asked. Wait, why do I feel like I'm being played with? It seems my older brother has put me on a moral judgment stand. What should I do now? While he was lost in thought, Xue Zhanping leaned down and whispered a word into Feng Wanhue's ear.
Run.
Startled, Feng Wanhue replied. Running away is fine, but without your brother, no, our brother, right? Before she could ask, Xue Zhanping suddenly bent down, easily picked her up in a big hug, and ran swiftly along the path. Get in the car, start the engine, step on the gas, and go. Xue Zhanping's mind wasn't working well. He foolishly watched his brother carry Feng Wanhue away, foolishly listened to the engine sound fading into the distance, and foolishly saw a squad of fully armed guards surround him. As he crouched on the ground with his hands over his head, Xue Zhanping finally reacted. He exclaimed internally, "Oh my God," and silently cursed his brother countless times. The guards sternly asked, "Did you set the fire?" Xue Zhanping rolled his eyes. "I say it was your Captain Xue Zhanping who set the fire. Can you believe that?" The guards were fans of Xue Zhanping. They admired him so much. How could their hero do such a crime on a dark, windy night? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing the guards' expressions, like, "If you tarnish my idol, trust me, I'll deal with you," Xue Zhanping sighed helplessly. "Kid, don't chase stars these days. Really, you think your idol is a brave, heroic man?"
Haha.
Xue Zhanping, just wait. I'll eventually get a photo of you kneeling at home, scrubbing clothes and singing Conquer, and I'll post it on every power pole in the camp. What? You talk about brotherhood with me? That's long gone. When Feng Wanhue got out of the car, she saw her relatives all around. Big brother and second brother were playing ping pong on the opposite table, but they clearly held a badminton shuttlecock in their hands. Third brother was sitting in the yard reading a book, but he was holding the book upside down. Big sister and mother were choosing vegetables, but they threw the good leaves into the trash and put the yellow leaves into the basket. As for father, well, he did nothing but stare at the door with his big, bell-shaped eyes. When Feng Wanhue appeared, the shuttlecock was hit away by the ping-pong paddle in Big Brother's hand. The book cover was torn apart with a loud rip by Third Brother, and the half-basket of yellow leaves was knocked over by Big Sister. No, what is going on with everyone? Did they get possessed by ghosts in the middle of the night? Since the founding of the country, animals are no longer allowed to become spirits, so where do monsters and demons come from? Xiao He. Feng Debiao was the first to stand up, grabbing his precious daughter and looking her over from head to toe. Did that little Xue Zhanping bully you? Hearing this, Feng Wanhue couldn't help but laugh. Dad, do I look like I've been bullied? Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Feng Debiao finally relaxed. He turned his anger toward Xue Zhanping, grabbing the collar of this little rascal. What do you mean? Why did you take my daughter in front of so many people? Xue Zhanping faced his future father-in-law's anger calmly. Because I was jealous. I don't want Xiao He to date other men. I don't want other men to see her at her most beautiful. I want to keep her for myself. If it weren't for the military compound, and if Xue Chongqing and his wife weren't nearby, Feng Debiao's fist would have already swung out. Jealous? Then why didn't you confess to my daughter? Why did you make her wait so long? Xue Zhanqing, you're such a coward with no sense of responsibility. I look down on you. Feng Debiao shouted angrily, his eyes full of fury. Clearly, Xue Zhanqing had touched his bottom line. Feng Manhwa was Feng Debiao's last line of defense. He had already decided to tell Xue Zhanqing one thing. If he couldn't treat his precious daughter well, then he should stay far away. Anyone who dare hurt Xiaohe, he would take their life. At that moment, Wang Shengnan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" She looked surprised as she pointed at the ring on Feng Wanha's hand, stammering a bit. Xiaohe's hand. That ring. What's going on? Ring? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The originally nervous and guilty Xue Chongqing and Zhou Yuping, who had been watching the scene from the side, suddenly jumped up. The two hurried over and saw Feng Wanha flipping her ring with her. Then they noticed the youthful excitement in their son's eyes. They immediately understood that everything was settled. Xue Zhanqing. Even though Xue Chongqing was so happy he was bubbling inside, he still kept a serious face and shouted angrily. Is it okay for you to take Xiaohe out for so long? Did your mouth get kicked by a donkey? Hurry up and explain. Xue Zhanqing looked at Feng Wanha. They exchanged a smile, and Feng Wanha took Xue Zhanqing's hand willingly. Dad, let me introduce you properly. This is my boyfriend, Xue Zhanqing. The word boyfriend made Feng Debiao freeze in surprise. He stared wide-eyed at his daughter, holding hands with another man. Seeing their affectionate gaze, his heart felt mixed emotions. He had already prepared for his daughter to be with Xue Zhanqing and knew she would marry someday. But now, standing in front of him with another man, the old father felt a strange loss and anger, as if his precious gem was being taken away. He moved his lips, but didn't know what to say for a while. Instead, the three Feng brothers stepped forward, standing in a line in front of Xue Zhanqing, looking very imposing, which made Xue Zhanqing a bit nervous. No wonder those married officers looked so scared and helpless when they mentioned their brother-in-law and brother-in-law. At first, he didn't understand why he should be afraid of his brother-in-law and brother-in-law. Now, after experiencing it himself, really, even though the three brothers hadn't said a word, he already felt like apologizing. Xue Zhanqing, we respect Xiaohe's choice and wish her happiness forever. Elder brother Jiang Yuanhe, usually carefree, now looked serious as he stared at the captain, whose rank was higher than his own, with a warning look. So, what if his rank was higher? If he dared to bully their beloved sister, as brothers, they would risk their lives. If one day Xiaohe comes home crying, saying you bullied her, be prepared for us to beat you up. Hearing this harsh threat, Xue Zhanqing felt a bit nervous. No, brothers-in-law, please don't do that. I'm scared. Don't worry. Just rest assured. If Xiaohe is bullied by Xue Zhanqing, you don't need to step in. We will stand up for her and break Xue Zhanqing's leg. Zhou Yuping smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. She quickly stepped forward to promise, almost swearing to the sky. I've said from the very beginning, I treat Xiaohe like my own daughter. As a mother, how could I bear to see her suffer or be bullied? Zhou Yuping held Feng Wanha's hand, her eyes full of joy. Oh, this is wonderful. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Feng Wanha's eyes showed shyness as she said, Aunt Zhou, I. Just as she called her aunt, Zhou Yuping took a heavy box from her pocket and handed it to Feng Wanha. It was a set of flashy, gaudy gold jewelry. Here, this is a gift from me to you for meeting. Feng Wanha was a bit confused. No, Aunt, we're so close now. Why do we need a gift? We used to be neighbors. Now we're about to become a future daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. Proper manners are necessary. You have everything that other girlfriends get, and more. After speaking, Zhou Yuping urged Xue Chongqing to come over. Xue Chongqing took out a thick envelope from his pocket. Here, Xiaohe, keep this. It's a gift for meeting. In Spring City, there is a custom. The more the parents like the girl, the more money they give. Usually, 1,000 yuan is the maximum gift for meeting. The average annual income there is only 2,000 or 3,000. But now, the stack of money in Feng Wanha's hand is at least 10,000 yuan. This shows how much the Shui family values and loves Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe couldn't accept such a large sum of money. She was about to refuse, but saw Shui Zhanqing already put the money into her bag. Why be so polite?
Take it.
This is part of our future family's assets. I have a younger brother too. Shouldn't you take some of the property now? Are you going to leave it for my brother? Are you stupid? Speechless, Feng Wanhe thought. Big brother, do you have a conscience? Your own younger brother is still being blamed in the reeds, and now you're here fighting over property with him? As the future sister-in-law, I can't help but want to ask your younger brother. Shui Zhanqing, doesn't your conscience hurt? The scene was noisy. Shui Chongqing and his wife were immersed in joy, while Feng's family looked serious, as if their most precious thing had been taken away. As a family with a daughter, happiness in marriage usually belongs to the groom's family. Especially for someone like Feng Debiao, who had been separated from his daughter for many years and just reunited. He hadn't even had time to make up for his past mistakes. And now, a fresh, tender cabbage was simply gobbled up by a pig. When Shui Weisong and Lei Shuxian hurried over, they saw this somewhat strange scene. Chongqing, I just got a call from the camp. They said Zhanping. Hey, how come Xiao he is holding hands with Zhanqing? Old Master Shui was about to speak when Grandma Lei Shuxian interrupted him. She was sharp-eyed and saw Feng Wanhe holding hands tightly with Shui Zhanqing, noticing the ring on Feng Wanhe's. In that moment, her heart filled with joy, and she almost jumped up with happiness.
Oh.
Zhanqing, did you successfully propose? Lei Shuxian was so excited she fumbled, unsure what gift to give to her future granddaughter-in-law. After thinking for a moment, she took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and, without asking, put it on Feng Wanhe's wrist. Grandma is really biased. When I married Chongqing, you gave me many gifts, but only kept this jade bracelet, saying it was a keepsake from your great-grandmother. Why are you so willing to give it away to Xiaohe? Zhou Yuping chuckled and teased her, making Lei Shuxian laugh and scold her for being a troublemaker. Oh, you two already knew what was happening and prepared red envelopes to make your daughter-in-law happy, but you didn't tell us old folks. Are you afraid she's too close to me? Everyone couldn't help but laugh at her words. Feng Wanhe knew that these jade bracelets were Lei Shuxian's most precious possession. The old lady came from a military family from the old society, and her dowry was worth a fortune. Even though she had given most of her dowry to Zhou Yuping and her 2 grandchildren over the years, she still kept a few priceless items, like these jade bracelets. Rumor had it that a wealthy businessman from Gangcheng offered tens of millions to buy them a few years ago, but Lei Shuxian refused. Now, she generously gave this priceless treasure to her soon-to-be granddaughter-in-law, showing how much she valued and liked Feng Wanhe. Feng Wanhe was overwhelmed with gratitude. Just like before, when she received money, before she could refuse, Shui Zhanqing had already made the decision for her. Quick, put it away. Don't let Shui Zhanping see it. What if he gets jealous and tries to fight me for the inheritance? First come, first served. Reluctantly, Feng Wanhe put on the bracelet. Honestly, Shui Zhanping was really pitiful. Wait, did the old master just mention Shui Zhanping's name? Following his conscience, Feng Wanhe asked proactively, Grandpa, who was on the phone just now? What happened with Zhanping? Shui Weisong was stunned for 5 seconds before remembering his main reason for coming.
Oh.
I forgot about that. Well, Zhanping, that brat, set fire to the reeds behind the military camp. Now he's been caught by the guards. He looked like he was scolding a disobedient child and said, Someone called us to come and pick him up. Hearing this, Shui Chongqing was furious. This mischievous boy has caused trouble in the reeds for the 3rd time by playing with fire. Why does he keep forgetting the lessons and not learning from his mistakes? Today, I must give him a good scolding. Shui Chongqing rolled up his sleeves, ready to discipline the innocent Shui Zhanping. Seeing this, Feng Wanhe quickly pinched Shui Zhanqing. Dad, I'll bring Zhanping home now. Receiving his wife's instruction, Shui Zhanqing let out a cry and hurriedly spoke. What are you doing? My father-in-law is still upset. Shouldn't you talk some sense into him? My wife and I can go, and maybe we can strengthen our relationship on the way. He stepped forward and whispered in Xue Chongqing's ear. That makes sense. Xue Chongqing saw his stern father-in-law, like Judge Bao, and quickly adjusted his mood, trying not to grin too widely. Old Feng, Commander Feng, Brother Feng. For Xue Chongqing, status and face now seem unimportant. He smiled flatteringly as he approached Feng Debiao, saying, Would you like to come to my house? My father has a bottle of fine wine he's kept for years. Let's have a drink together? Get lost. Who are you calling brother? Feng Debiao showed no respect at all. He was still upset and sad, unwilling to see his daughter taken away by that scoundrel Zhan Cheng. Oh, does Xue Chongqing think a few sips of horse can soothe him? Meanwhile, Zhou Yuping was also holding Mei Yuatong's arm, trying to flatter him. Don't worry, even if Xiaohe marries into our family, she's still your daughter. If you're worried, Zhanchen can stay with Xiaohe at her parents' house. Even if she has children with a Feng surname, we have no objections. Seeing her parents pleading softly with Feng Wan's parents, Zhanchen felt very satisfied and pleased. He held back a smile, took Feng Wan's hand, and left the military district compound heading toward the barracks. On the way, Feng Wanha shot Zhan Cheng a sidelong glance. How did you come up with that marriage proposal idea? Even if I mentioned that dream, with your emotional intelligence, you shouldn't have. In fact, that marriage proposal scene was just like her dream wedding, and she even wrote a heartfelt article to remember that beautiful dream. Zhan Cheng coughed several times, touching his nose, looking a bit guilty. What should he say? He secretly read Feng Wanha's diary and saw that article, and then it was just recreating the dream. He didn't expect it to have such a powerful effect. Unable to tell the truth, Zhan Cheng could only awkwardly smile and hold Feng Wanha's waist. I think today's ceremony was not completely perfect, especially the final touch, the kiss. I believe we should make it complete. Under the night sky, Feng Wanha blushed shyly. She broke free from Xue Zhanqing's embrace, cursed him as a scoundrel, and hurriedly walked ahead. Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. He took a few quick steps to catch up, and under the dim yellow streetlights, he tightly held Feng Wanha's hand and walked with her. Xue Zhanping was squatting inside a military camp room with iron bars. He looked dirty and very miserable. When his biological brother entered, he quickly jumped up, ready to angrily scold him for his callousness and abandonment. But before he could speak, his brother already started scolding him with a cold face. Xue Zhanping, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't sneak into the military restricted area. Why don't you listen? This time it was just some dry grass caught fire. If it had burned the military equipment, could you really take responsibility? Xue Zhanping was speechless. What the heck? Xue Zhanqing, you are really a master of lying with your eyes open. Do you not know the truth in your heart? Now you've got the girl, and I'm stuck here with legs numb. Is there any reason in the world for this? Just as he was about to argue with his brother, Feng Wanha stepped forward first. Your mom gave me some money. Later, we'll split it. Hearing this, Xue Zhanping's anger immediately cooled down. His face changed faster than the weather, suddenly sunny and smiling sweetly and cutely. I admit it's all my fault. I promise I won't play with fire in the military restricted area again. I will become a well-rounded young person of the new era, full of virtue, wisdom, physical health, artistic talent, and hardworking. Feng Wanha thought that although she and Xue Zhanqing had confirmed their romantic relationship, it wouldn't really affect her life much. But early in the morning, when Zhou Yuping brought a bunch of snacks and treats to the house, she suddenly realized things were not quite as she imagined. Couldn't you, future mother-in-law, be a little less crazy? Are you not planning to live a normal life? Are you planning to spend all of her future father-in-law's allowance on snacks? There's just too much. Really, it's never-ending. Yu Tang, don't cook for Xiaohe at noon today. I've specially prepared a free-range chicken for her to make soup. Zhou Yuping said this while pulling Feng Wanha, who had just woken up and looked disheveled, outside. Feng Wanha felt a bit anxious. Although she was quite familiar with Xue Zhanqing, they were now boyfriend and girlfriend. She should at least tidy herself up a bit before going out. It seems like she has seen through Feng Wanha's thoughts. Zhou Yuping smiled and said, "You look very pretty now without makeup. If Xue Zhanqing dares to dislike you, Auntie will scold him to death." She then forcefully pulled Feng Wanha, who was wearing pajamas, out of the house and headed straight to her own home. There are clean clothes at home. Later, go to Zhanqing's room to wash up and change. I'll make you some brown sugar cakes, Zhou Yuping said with a gentle smile. The two of them walked happily to the gate of Xue's yard. Just as they entered, they heard a soft, sweet call from behind. "Auntie Zhou." Feng Wanha turned around and saw Lu Dahua carrying 2 full big bags, standing outside the yard with an obedient and humble smile. Seeing Lu Dahua, Zhou Yuping's smile faded a little. "I got my paycheck, so I came specially to thank you for your help." Lu Dahua pretended not to notice Zhou Yuping's changing expression and said with a smile, "But my salary isn't high, so I bought some vegetables at the market. I plan to cook a simple home meal for you and Grandpa and Grandma." Hearing this, Zhou Yuping's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Now that you've got your paycheck, keep it. The more you're short of money, the more you should save. What's the point of wasting it like this?" She paused and said, "Fine, I'll buy all the things in your bag. As for cooking, there's something at home today, so it's not convenient for you to stay and eat." The implication was, "Our family doesn't welcome you. If you have any self-awareness, you'd better leave quickly." However, Lu Dahua seemed unaware of the underlying meaning in her words. "It's okay, I won't eat at the table. I'll just help in the kitchen. Once the meal is ready, I'll leave. I promise not to delay your plans." Lu Dahua looked pleading and pitiful. "Please, Auntie Zhou, I just want to repay your and Uncle Xue's kindness. Please give me a chance." Just then, a few military family members came back from grocery shopping. Seeing this scene, someone asked with a smile, "What are they doing? Why are they standing in the hot sun? Aren't they hot?" Before Zhou Yuping could explain, Lu Dahua spoke first. "Hello, ladies. My name is Xiaohe. I'm here specifically to help Auntie Zhou cook." In the big yard, there were no secrets. Everyone knew about Feng Wanha and Zhanqing's relationship, and they also knew there was a girl who was trying to repay kindness by clinging to the Xue family. Now, when this girl claiming to be Xiaohe spoke, everyone guessed what was happening about 70 or 80%. "Yuping's cooking skills are famous in the yard. How can you help?" "Yes, every woman in the big courtyard is capable. Who needs help cooking? If it got out, they'd be laughed at to death. I think, Yuping, you should train your family's Zhanqing to become a great chef. When Xiaohe gets pregnant and has a baby, he can take care of his wife." Everyone was talking, defending Feng Wanha and criticizing Lu Dahua. Although military families sometimes argued over small matters and gossiped about others' private lives, when real problems happened, they united strongly. For example, now when they saw Feng Wanha, a pretty girl in the courtyard, being bullied by an outsider, they couldn't just stay silent. Someone loudly said, "This girl, you probably don't know yet, but Zhanqing already proposed to Xiaohe. Look, Xiaohe still has a ring on her finger." Hearing this, Lu Dahua looked at the ring on Feng Wanha's finger, then quickly looked away, her smile becoming even brighter and more obedient. "Then I definitely can't leave today. Such a big, happy event. I have to show my support." She bit her lip, pretending to be strong, and said, "My family is poor. I don't have money for gifts. If I don't get a chance to cook for him, they'll really look down on me." The military families had never seen such a shameless girl before. Someone wanted to step forward and scold her, but Feng Wanha stopped them. "Aunt Li, it's okay. It's not that Feng Wanha was a saint who couldn't tell right from wrong or wanted to protect Lu Dahua, who threatened her. But in this military compound, there were many people and eyes everywhere. If this got out and caused a big fuss, who knew what rumors would spread about her? Lu Dahua just wanted to cook. Fine, give her a chance." For Feng Wanha's sake, the military families let Lu Dahua go. Someone said, "Xiaohe, if you need anything, just tell us. Aunties are not very educated, and besides arguing, that's all we're good at." The implication was, if you need us to deal with this little troublemaker, just say the word. We're best at that. After sending off the kind and loyal military families, Feng Wanhe looked at Lu De. Let's go. Since you want to cook, come in. She led the way into the Shui family house. She was familiar with the place, changed into slippers, greeted the grandparents, then went upstairs to Shui Zhancheng's room to wash up and change clothes. Zhancheng had stayed at home last night and only went to the army early in the morning, so his room was messy. A piece of paper was thrown on the desk, covered with the words Feng Wanhe. Every was heavy, as if Zhancheng's love for Feng Wanhe was written there. She stared at the page for a long time before opening the wardrobe to find her old clothes. When she saw how full it was, she was shocked. Shui Zhancheng's clothes were tossed in the corner at the bottom, and the rest of the space was filled with women's clothes. There were her old clothes, along with a few new dresses and short-sleeved shirts, giving a sense of someone taking over someone else's space. Feng Wanhe wasn't sure if this was Zhou Yuping's idea or Shui Zhancheng's careful planning. But either way, the feeling of being valued and loved made Feng Wanhe smile happily. After washing up and changing clothes, she was about to go downstairs when suddenly, Shui Zhanping's impatient voice came from the door. Why are you here? Who told you to come upstairs? This is my brother's and Xiaohe's room. Even my younger brother, who is family, can't just walk in. A moment later, she heard Lu De's weak and nervous voice. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't know whose room this was. I come from the countryside and don't understand these rules. I just saw Aunt Zhou working alone and thought I could help share some chores. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe opened the door. She leaned against the doorframe, smiling as she looked at the girl in an apron holding a broom. Many elders like girls who are hardworking and good at managing the household. She was the perfect type of daughter-in-law from the countryside. Feng Wanhe was smart enough to guess Lu De's intentions. Little sister, I see it's quite messy inside. I won't touch your things, I just want to tidy up and clean. Even after being scolded by Shui Zhanping, Lu De was still persistent. She was very determined to enter Shui Zhancheng's room, as if stepping inside meant she was stepping into the Shui family home. Feng Wanhe smiled silently. She didn't make way or refuse. Lu De didn't speak either. She took a few steps forward and tried to push her way in, turning her body to do so. But before she could step inside, Shui Zhanping rushed over and pushed her away harshly, showing no mercy. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? He stood at the door, glaring at Lu De. I'll tell you again, this room belongs to my brother and Xiaohe. No one else has the right to enter, especially you. After scolding Lu De, Shui Zhanping pointed at Feng Wanhe's nose, looking disappointed. Aren't you usually quite capable? Why are you so timid today? Everyone else is stepping on you. And you're still smiling foolishly? Oh. Shui Zhanping made a move to hit Feng Wanhe, but in the end, he just raised his hand and tapped her on the forehead. What's wrong with me? The girl was just trying to help clean up, right? Comparing myself to her makes me look so lazy and selfish, taking everything for myself. Feng Wanhe shrugged and said with a cheerful smile. Shui Zhanping snorted coldly and said, So what if I'm lazy and selfish? My brother married a wife, not a servant. With so many men in the house, why should you do chores? Originally, Shui Zhanping was defending Feng Wanhe, trying to give Lu Daho a hard time so she'd back off. But Lu Daho became even more jealous. She even imagined that if she married into the Shui family, with a handsome and charming husband, caring parents-in-law, and even her younger brother-in-law protecting her, she would be the happiest woman in the world. This made Lu Daho even more determined to marry into the Shui family, even if it meant fighting fiercely and getting hurt. If Shui Zhanping knew Lu Daho's thoughts, he'd probably get so angry he'd curse loudly. Could this woman be seriously ill? What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Daho not only wasn't upset by Shui Zhanping's rudeness, but also looked very tolerant and gentle, smiling softly. I should be a few years older than you. I'll call you little brother. Call you big brother's little brother. Who is your little brother? I only consider Shui Zhancheng my brother, and I only accept Feng Wanhe as my sister-in-law. Everyone else, get lost. Shui Zhanping didn't care about manners. From the moment this woman first entered the house, he saw through her schemes. Huh, pretending to be gentle and virtuous? The Xue family doesn't buy that at all. Looking around, does the Xue family have any gentle and virtuous women? Things got a bit noisy, so Zhou Yuping hurried over. Before she could ask, she saw Lu Dahou tearfully turn around, choking on her words as she called out, "Auntie. Auntie, please don't blame Sister Xiaohe. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed her." Lu Dahou's tearful act made Feng Wanhe very impressed. Wow, her acting skills are amazing. Really, Oscar should owe her an award. Not to brag, but with this talent, she shouldn't be fighting for favor in the military compound. If she entered the entertainment industry, she could definitely win an award for Best Actress with her superb crying skills. What a pity.
What are you talking about?
I would never blame Xiaohe. Zhou Yuping forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She stepped forward and held Feng Wanhe's hand, saying, "Xiaohe is the girlfriend of Zhan City, our Xue family's future daughter-in-law, and the lady of this house. Even I don't easily bother her. How can you, as an outsider, be so impolite?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuping looked at Lu Dahou and said, "Since you know it's your fault, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Xiaohe." Zhou Yuping's way of answering questions was quite unique. She walked the path of Lu Dahou, leaving her with no way out. After hesitating, Lu Dahou finally apologized unwillingly, then put on a cute face and followed Zhou Yuping downstairs to cook. Xue Zhanping and Feng Wanhe exchanged glances, and both couldn't help but smile. "Wow, I see now, you did it on purpose." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe looked innocent and laughed. "Although your brother and I are dating after all. You know, if I fight over you in your house, it wouldn't look good if it got out. Don't I care about my reputation?" Xue Zhanping pouted and said, "Cut it out. I already know your little tricks. You always treat face and dignity as nothing. You believe you won't be bullied in my house. You know my mom won't just stand by and watch. You're the smartest one." Feng Wanhe grinned happily at Xue Zhanping, doing her best to flatter her future brother-in-law. "I not only know Aunt Zhou will help me, but I also believe you're the best brother-in-law in the world." This made Xue Zhanping feel very pleased. He unconsciously straightened his back and said proudly, "That's good to know. No matter what happens between you and my brother in the future, I will always stand by your side." Xue Zhanqing, who usually only returned home in the evening, came back early today. Xue Zhanping specifically called him, saying he was bullied by Lu Dahou and was feeling upset. Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing couldn't sit still. He immediately rushed home and saw Feng Wanhe curled up on the sofa watching TV and eating snacks, while Lu Dahou was busy cleaning in the living room. Seeing Xue Zhanqing return, Lu Dahou hurriedly dropped the mop and ran over, almost kneeling on the ground to get his slippers, even planning to help him take off his shoes. "Stop. Don't touch me. Xiaohe might misunderstand." Xue Zhanqing was so startled he almost jumped. He didn't dare wear the slippers Lu Dahou handed him, only walking into the living room in socks. When he saw Feng Wanhe, his usually stern expression softened immediately. Holding Feng Wanhe in his arms, Xue Zhanqing gently petted her head like petting a small dog. Feng Wanhe didn't resist. She smiled happily, leaning against him, and reached out to feed him a half-eaten cookie. Before he could bite the cookie, Feng Wanhe exclaimed, "Oh no, that's not allowed. That's something I've already eaten. If you do that, we're basically kissing indirectly." After saying this, Feng Wanhe's cheeks turned a little red. Xue Zhanqing couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed the mischievous girl's hand and took a bite of the cookie, right where she had bitten it.
Xiaohe, you're so sweet."
Their carefree display of affection made Xue Zhanping a bit impatient. Hey, watch your influence," he said, knocking on the coffee table. "Don't spoil me, a naive and innocent young man, okay? Innocent and pure? I remember you still have some stuff stored at my third brother's place. Do you want me to help you get it back? Like those magazines with swimsuit models, or tapes?" Feng Wanhe smiled mischievously, making Xue Zhanping shout loudly. "Feng Wanhe, shut up," he said angrily. "If you keep doing this, Be careful, I'll take other women's side and compete with you for the position of the Shui family's eldest daughter-in-law.
Ah,
Before he finished speaking, his father, Shui Chongqing, who had just returned home, looked at him with a fierce gaze and said, "Say that again?" After a 3-second pause, Shui Zhanping realized he had spoken carelessly. But it was too late to take it back. His father rolled up his shirt sleeves and turned to the kitchen to grab a rolling pin. In the military compound, every household had a rolling pin, especially those with boys. It was an essential item. But do you think a rolling pin is just for rolling noodles? Not at all. Compared to making noodles, its bigger use was to beat up unlucky kids. Not just in other families, here in the Shui family over the past 10 years, several rolling pins had already broken. Zhou Yuping saw her husband grabbing the tool and quickly stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? The kids are grown up now. Don't you want to save face?" Experts say parents should be their children's best friends. This kid says he's helping other women compete with Xiao He for a man.
you see.
Hey, wife, what are you doing? Before she finished, Zhou Yuping had already snatched the rolling pin from her husband's hand and was heading straight for Shui Zhanping with a fierce look. Shui Zhanping was beaten to the ground, spinning around. "Say that again? You've got some nerve now? Who dares to bully little he?" Zhou Yuping waved her rolling pin and shouted angrily, "Unless I die, no one can shake little he's position in this family. No one can replace her. I was just joking and talking nonsense." Shui Zhanping ran away, crying and apologizing loudly. But if apologies worked, why would he need a rolling pin? Zhou Yuping hit Shui Zhanping a few times and said, "Is this something to joke about? Is an apology enough to fix this?" Lu Daho stood nearby, watching Shui Zhanping being scolded loudly by his mother and seeing Feng Manhwa happily watching the scene. She couldn't help but criticize. "He treats you so well. Don't you want to help him? Have you lost your conscience?" Feng Manhwa shrugged and said with a pout, "His biological brother and father are right there eating snacks and watching the show. Why should I? If you want to be a saint, go ahead. I'm going. I will go. I won't just stand by and watch Zhanping get scolded. Even if I risk my life, I will protect him." Lu Daho's voice was loud. As she said this, she kept glancing toward Shui Zhanping, as if she was determined. But Shui Zhanping ignored her completely, just fighting with Feng Manhwa over cookies. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daho rushed forward, intending to use her body to block the rolling pin for Zhanping. But before she could reach him, she was pushed away. "Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me?" Shui Zhanping not only didn't thank Lu Daho for her help but became even angrier and more scared. Lu Daho felt wronged and couldn't help but say, "I saw you being pitifully beaten, and Feng Manhwa refused to help you, so I get lost it."
Aya.
Before finishing his curse, Shui Zhanping let out a louder scream, cursing Lu Daho and her ancestors in all kinds of colorful language. Feng Manhwa looked at Lu Daho with a slight smile. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Aunt Zhou's lesson to her son shouldn't be interrupted. Doing so would only anger her more and cause Zhanping to get more scoldings. So, Shui Zhanping cursing Lu Daho was normal. In fact, he even wanted to hurt her. Next to them, Shui Zhanping's eyes were very cold. "Don't bother wasting your effort. Our family doesn't care about being a good wife or mother. Even if little he is careless and lazy, I like her. I will always like her, forever and ever." His words were straightforward and cold, making Lu Daho tremble slightly. She forced a smile, trying to defend herself. "That's not it. I am here to thank Aunt Zhou and Uncle Shui for their help to our family. I am not the kind of scheming girl Feng Manhwa described." "What do you mean you're not the scheming girl Feng Manhwa mentioned? I tell you, from start to finish, Xiao He never said a bad word about you. You don't need to smear her or try so hard to pull her into trouble." Shui Zhanping raised his voice sharply and warned sternly, "My father saved your father back then, and he never expected anything in return. If you really want to thank us, don't come to my house anymore. Listen carefully, it's not that Xiao He can't accept you, it's that I don't want you here. I really don't want to see you again. Do you understand?" Feng Manhwa looked at Lu Daho's eyes filled with tears. She tugged at the corner of her mouth but said nothing. Sorry, she's not the kind of naive, kind-hearted person who loses her principles just because someone teases her a little. If she had spoken up today to plead for Lu Daho, who knows, tomorrow that woman might even step on her head and cause trouble. Yes, her father always said that sympathy for enemies is cruelty to oneself. Being soft-hearted to enemies now will turn you into a corpse under their feet later. Foam Wanha turned her face away and looked at Xue Zhanping, who was still being scolded. She sighed, took the last piece of biscuit, and then stepped forward, smiling sweetly as she hugged Zhou Yuping, who was holding a rolling pin.
Auntie, I'm hungry.
The next moment, Zhou Yuping, who was furious just a second ago, immediately calmed down when she heard her future daughter-in-law say she was hungry. Oh, look at me. I was so busy tidying up that little rascal that I forgot the important things. Oh no, it seems the food in the pot is burning. Zhou Yuping threw down the rolling pin and rushed to the kitchen to cook. Unlucky kid. Xue Zhanping gave Foam Wanha a thumbs up. You're the best. Nearby, Xue Chongqing, who was too scared by his wife to move, also smiled and said, Oh, Xiaohe is truly our family's little angel. Look at that. Only she dares to step in when your mom is angry. Yes, the men of the Xue family finally have a savior. From now on, they won't have to live under Zhou Yuping's tyranny. Long live Foam Wanha. Miss, what Zhanqing just said is right. I've helped many people, and I've never expected any reward. But at the same time, I don't want others to repay kindness with betrayal. Xue Chongqing took 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Daho. We'll keep the things. You keep the money. Don't come back again. Don't insist on causing trouble or tearing things apart. That's not good for you, really. Lu Dahuo finally couldn't hold back and said anxiously, Uncle, please give me another chance. I will prove with my actions that I am more suitable to be part of your family than Foam Wanhua. Shut up. Li Shuxian, who had not spoken all along, finally couldn't hold back and interrupted. Our reason for choosing Xiahe to marry is only one, because Zhanqing loves and cares for her enough. In this, you will never win against Xiahe. Lu Dahuo clearly came prepared. She wanted to create a good image of a kind and virtuous woman, hoping to win the favor of the elderly lady of the Xue family and Zhou Yuping, while also trying to undermine Foam Wanhua. But unexpectedly, this family didn't follow normal rules and didn't fall for her tricks. According to Zhou Yuping, when her mother-in-law first married in, she didn't ask her to be a perfect wife and mother. Now, she wondered what right she had to demand her future daughter-in-law to be virtuous. Her only standard for judging if someone could become a daughter-in-law of the Xue family was whether she liked her at first sight. Clearly, Foam Wanhua was someone she liked at first sight. Foam Wanhua knew the Xue family's favoritism towards her and also knew Zhanqing's obvious preference for her. So, she finally decided to give the gift she had prepared for a long time to Zhanqing. Zhanqing, I have a gift for you. That evening, after taking a walk, Foam Wanhua looked at Zhanqing with a smile and said. Hearing this, Zhanqing couldn't hide his feelings of grievance. Wow, has this girl finally had a change of heart? His parents and grandparents were always wearing clothes Foam Wanhua gave them, making him jealous and helpless. He had thought about asking directly, but gifts. If he reached out to ask, the special meaning would be gone. So, Zhanqing endured and didn't speak, just waiting for his little girl to remember him. After waiting a long time, today finally arrived. My house has no one. Come to my house. Just as it was getting dark, Foam Wanhua grabbed Zhanqing's wrist and said. Hearing this, Zhanqing's eyelids twitched.
Oh my.
Could it be that the gift is something he couldn't even imagine? No, wife, do you have to go so all out? He had planned to wait until the wedding night, but now, with her like this, he couldn't refuse at all. Zhanqing's mind started to race quickly. He carefully recalled all the important scenes from romantic movies and bad novels he had watched before. He must not make a fool of himself, and he must show his masculinity in every way possible to leave a good impression on Xiahe. A man must succeed. The first time must not be a failure. So, as soon as Xue Zhanqing entered the Feng family's house, he asked, Do you need a shower? Foam Wanha replied while going upstairs, A shower?
No need, right?
This made Xue Zhanqing feel a bit uneasy. Honey, why are you in such a rush? How can you not take a shower after such an event? Good hygiene is important, especially for you girls. I can't let you get hurt just for a quick moment. You must take a shower. Absolutely, you need to shower. So, Xue Zhanqing stepped forward, quickly holding Feng Wanhe in his arms. Just 5 minutes, wait for me. Don't worry. Before Feng Wanhe could answer, Xue Zhanqing had already rushed into the bathroom like the wind, taking a quick shower. After washing up, Xue Zhanqing hesitated. Should he put on his clothes before leaving or go out like this? Looking down at himself, muddy and unkempt, Xue Zhanqing felt it was a bit inappropriate. After all, it was their first time, and it was a very special moment for him and Xiao He. How could he be so rough? Even if Xiao He was already prepared, he didn't want to scare her. And Xiao He said she loved to see him in his military uniform. So, Xue Zhanqing put his pants back on. But when he was putting on his shirt, he played a little trick. He didn't wear a vest, only the shirt, and buttoned a few buttons, revealing his muscular chest in a teasing way. Yes, it would be easier to take off later. Heart-pounding, Xue Zhanqing pushed open Feng Wanhe's bedroom door. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Wanhe standing with her back to him at the dressing table, looking down at something. His heart suddenly started beating faster.
Wow.
Honey, you actually like this? Do you want to face the mirror on your first time? No, you're so wild. It makes me a little shy. I'm not mentally prepared yet. But then, Xue Zhanqing decided to go all out. If girls are so open, why should he hold back? Right, in this day and age, even the love scenes in Japanese movies are much more daring. So, Xue Zhanqing took a deep breath, steeled himself, and boldly approached Feng Wanhe. Honey, I'm coming. Just as he was about to reach out to tear off Feng Wanhe's dress, she suddenly turned around.
Tajda.
Look at the gift I brought you. Feng Wanhe smiled like a flower, holding up a handmade shirt like a treasure for Xue Zhanqing to see. This is a shirt I personally cut and sewn with care. Look, I even embroidered your name on the sleeve. Seeing Feng Wanhe's happy expression and the neatly stitched shirt in her hands, Xue Zhanqing was stunned, speechless, and felt ashamed. Goodness. Xue Zhanqing was overwhelmed. He thought about how little he made the shirt for him, yet all he could think about was how to take advantage of her. What a beast. Feng Wanhe looked innocent and naive. She looked at Xue Zhanqing, who had wet hair and smelled of soap, and couldn't help but smile sweetly. You said it was just a shirt, so why so formal? Making it feel like a sacred ritual with incense and baths, just like ancient times. Xue Zhanqing smiled awkwardly and felt guilty. Since little he gave me this shirt, I should treat it with respect. I'm sweaty all over. What if I dirty it? What else can I say? Is he thinking that his shower was for something else? Does he mistakenly believe that little he's gift is from herself? The pure Feng Wanhe smile, the heavier Xue Zhanqing's guilt felt. He really wanted to slap himself. He was so disgusting, so immoral. Before he could recover from his self-blame, Feng Wanhe suddenly asked, Hey, wait a minute, how do you know I gave you a shirt as a gift? Her smile faded slightly, and her sharp gaze fixed on Xue Zhanqing, as if probing his nervous heart. Just as Xue Zhanqing was feeling overwhelmed and about to confess and apologize, Feng Wanhe clapped her hands and let out a long "oh." I see. Was it Xue Zhanqing who told you secretly? Feng Wanhe muttered to herself. It must be Xue Zhanqing who snitched. A while ago, I secretly measured your shirt size, and he helped send your clothes back. He kept asking questions all over the place. Turns out he was spying on you. Fine, I won't let him get away with it. Xue Zhanqing silently breathed a sigh of relief. He pretended to be indignant and said along with Feng Wanhe, Yes, Xue Zhanqing is too much. How could he betray a friend? I'll deal with him later. After a pause, he smiled and said, Now that I've bathed with incense, can I try on the shirt you sewed for me? Hearing this, Feng Wanhe couldn't help but laugh. Of course. I'll help you. As she spoke, Feng Wanhe raised her hand to unbutton Xue Zhanqing's shirt. Feng Wanhe thought that Xue Zhanqing was probably still wearing a vest under his shirt. After all, The uncles and older men in the big courtyard usually dressed like that. Her older brother, second brother, and father also wore their shirts this way. Recently, when it got hot, they would take off their shirts at home, leaving only the vest. So, when she carefully unbuttoned Xue Zhanqing's shirt and saw his strong, tight muscles, Feng Wanha's hands trembled a little, her heart fluttered, and her face turned red. Is this man so bold? Wearing just a shirt and not feeling bothered? But she had just promised to help Xue Zhanqing try on clothes. If she backed out now, wouldn't that make her look weak? A proud woman from the big courtyard would never run away at a critical moment. Her words were her promise, and she would see it through, even if she had to kneel. So, she forced herself to help Xue Zhanqing take off his clothes, nervously admiring his muscular body, even occasionally touching him. Honestly, the feel was really good. Xue Zhanqing was also feeling extremely conflicted inside. The misunderstanding earlier had already unsettled him, and even during his shower, he had felt excited and restless. Before he could calm down, the young girl helped him change clothes again. Her slender, tender fingers brushed his skin from time to time, like sparks, burning his body and soul. Looking down at the blushing girl busy helping him try on clothes, Xue Zhanqing felt all his blood rush to one place.
Just right.
After dressing Xue Zhanqing, Feng Wanha took a few steps back, admiring her work with a happy and proud look. She had secretly tried on the clothes herself when she finished sewing them. Wow, they were so loose, like a long dress, with no shape at all. She thought she had messed up, so she didn't dare give it to Xue Zhanqing right away. A few days ago, she heard Xue Zhanqing's older brother was upset because he didn't receive a gift, and that made her decide to give him this outfit. It didn't matter if it fit or not. What mattered was her sincerity.
But now,
seeing the shirt fit perfectly on Xue Zhanqing's body, she couldn't help but smile. Not bad, it looks really good. Xue Zhanqing studied his excitement and turned to fix his shirt collar in the mirror. Xiaohe, you really have the skill?
Wow, I'm impressed.
How many secrets does this girl hide? Earlier, he was disappointed about not getting a gift, but now he was smiling so broadly his mouth almost reached his ears. He couldn't wait to go home now, wear this outfit, and parade in front of his parents and grandparents. Now, it's their turn to envy him.
Ha ha ha.
Take off your clothes first. One of the buttons is crooked. As a perfectionist, Feng Wanha won't allow any flaws in her work. So she reached out to help Xue Zhanqing unbutton his shirt, planning to fix the crooked button. Oh, no need, it's fine like this. Xue Zhanqing was happily wearing his clothes and didn't want to take them off. But Feng Wanha was stubborn. No, you have to take it off. Xue Zhanqing covered his collar with his hands to protest. No, I won't take it off. Outside, Zhou Yuping and Mei Yuetang came back from shopping and bought 2 pairs of shoes for Feng Wanha. Xiaohe's room light is on. She should be home. Let's go upstairs and see if the shoes fit her, Mei Yuetang said as she and Zhou Yuping went upstairs. At the door, Mei Yuetang was about to knock when she suddenly heard her daughter and Xue Zhanqing talking inside. Xue Zhanqing, are you taking it off or not? No, I won't take it off. You have to take it off today. Don't make me do it myself. Xiaohe, don't do this. You're about to tear your clothes.
Ugh.
Your nails hurt me. The 2 mothers outside listened with wide eyes, looking shocked. They knew what was happening just from hearing it. It was obvious that Feng Wanha was forcing him, but Xue Zhanqing refused to give in. This. Mei Yuetang looked nervously at Zhou Yuping, hesitating to speak.
Yuping,
Xiaohe. But Zhou Yuping waved her hand, signaling her not to say more. Seeing Zhou Yuping's serious expression, Mei Yuetang silently thought, oh no. Even if Zhou Yuping loved her daughter very much, she wouldn't just watch her son be bullied. Right? In broad daylight, even for a girl, forcing a boy into that is wrong. Just as she was about to explain further, Zhou Yuping took a deep breath and kicked open the bedroom door. Suddenly, everything inside was silent. The shirt hung loosely on Xue Zhanqing's shoulder. His clothes were disheveled, and he was pulling at his shirt, trying to protect his last bit of dignity. And Feng Wanha? She was grabbing his shirt, clearly trying to tear it off.
This. This.
Mei Wet-ang almost fainted at the sight. Daughter, what are you doing? Although her parents hoped she would live happily and freely, it was definitely not to force herself on a boy. Going against a boy's will is also a crime. Moreover, Xue Zhanqing's family members were present, and they caught everything perfectly. Now, what should be done? Zhou Yuping walked forward with a blank expression. What's going on? What are you all doing? She raised her voice to question, making Feng Wanhe feel a bit nervous. Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I and Zhanqing. Feng Wanhe was about to explain when Zhou Yuping suddenly stepped forward, raised her hand, and patted Xue Zhanqing's back a few times. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Why are you resisting? Aren't you being a little rude? This sudden turn of events left Feng Wanhe stunned, almost dropping her jaw in surprise. Being chosen by Xiaohe is your luck. You should listen to her and do as she says. If she asks you to take off your clothes, you do it. If she asks you to lie down, you lie down. Zhou Yuping scolded while openly criticizing her rude son. Take it off. Do it now. Under her mother's stern command, Xue Zhanqing no longer dared to resist. He let Feng Wanhe pull off his shirt, standing helpless and small, looking quite pitiful. Feng Wanhe almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her mother shot her a fierce glare and said, "You're just causing trouble. Look at yourself." Xue Zhanqing, acting like a victim, looked aggrieved and spoke softly. Auntie, please don't scold Xiaohe. I did it voluntarily. You all should step back first. I still need to take off my pants, or Xiaohe will hit me. Mei Wet-ang wanted to speak up for her future son-in-law, but Zhou Yuping suddenly pulled her out. Go, go, go. This is a private matter for the kids. Adults shouldn't interfere. Shouldn't get involved. Before closing the door, Zhou Yuping didn't forget to sternly warn her son. Quickly take it off. Don't make Xiaohe wait too long. This was clearly a beautiful misunderstanding. When Xue Zhanqing went downstairs, he coincidentally bumped into his prospective father-in-law and 3 brothers-in-law. At that moment, Xue Zhanqing suddenly remembered Dong Yuanchao's teasing. Feng Wanhe's family situation is quite intense. Only you have the courage to marry her. Anyway, I think her father and 3 brothers give me the creeps. Yes, really, her family is too fierce. Most men can't handle it. Earlier, Xue Zhanqing had scoffed at this, but now, when the prospective father-in-law clenched his fists, Xue Zhanqing even prepared himself for a possible scolding. Don't you want to explain something? In the end, Feng Debiao suppressed his anger, clenched his teeth, and questioned Xue Zhanqing. According to normal logic, he should honestly admit his mistake to avoid angering the big shots and getting beaten up for no reason. However, Xue Zhanqing is clearly not a normal person. He confidently said, I did it, I admit it, and I will take full responsibility. Regarding Feng Wanhe, Xue Zhanqing would rather take all the blame and even wish Feng's family would threaten him with a gun to make him marry Feng Wanhe immediately. That way, he could skip many steps and just take the beauty home. He's really clever. As soon as he said this, Feng Debiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He heard about what happened upstairs as soon as he got home, and also learned that his spoiled little girl was about to undress a man. But this kind of thing doesn't happen without cause. Men understand men best. If he didn't have those thoughts, not even a helpless girl like Xiao He or a female soldier from the army could Xue Zhanqing. This kid. He was clearly just going along with the flow, doing it on purpose. If he kept making excuses and trying to deny responsibility, his fist would have already swung. But now, Xue Zhanqing took everything without a word, showing real courage. Mei Wet-ang just came out of the kitchen and saw her husband and 3 sons blocking the victim at the staircase, looking ready to fight. She hurried over and slapped Feng Debiao on the back. Feng Debiao, who was just about to explode with anger, immediately started yelling after her slap. Can't you understand what I'm saying? This. Zhanqing is the victim and your daughter. Oh, this girl really deserves a beating. Thinking of that scene, Mei Wet-ang felt so ashamed, angry, and helpless all at once. She didn't know how far the kids had gone, so maybe they should get married soon to avoid a tragedy or a scandal of impregnancy. Feng Debiao rubbed his sore head and said to Xue Zhanqing, "Get lost quickly."
I don't want to see you today.
That pig who dared to mess with my family's innocent girl. Xue Zhanqing grinned happily, politely saying goodbye, and happily left with the shirt Feng Wanhe had sewn for him. As soon as he stepped out, he ran home at full speed, planning to put on a fashion show for his family. Yes, he's always been someone who holds grudges. The more he envied before, the more satisfying it is now to see things turn out this way. After returning home, Xue Zhanqing first pulled his brother Xue Zhanping out of the bedroom, where he was reading a martial arts novel, and then called his grandparents, who had fallen asleep, into the living room. Finally, he barged into his parents' bedroom, startling the couple who were cuddling and about to have a heartfelt talk, almost causing them to faint on the spot. "Quick, quick, quick. You can do this later. Come out and watch my performance." Xue Zhanqing pulled his parents out of bed, ignoring their dark faces, and dragged them into the living room to sit side by side with his grandparents and brother. Then he began his show. He displayed his handmade, one-of-a-kind shirt in many poses, steps, and expressions. It lasted over 10 minutes. He looked like a proud peacock spreading its feathers, so proud that his tail seemed to lift into the sky.
See that?
This is a shirt sewn and cut by Xiaohe herself. Look closely, even the cuffs have my name on them. Xue Zhanqing's excitement made his smile stretch from ear to ear, and he spoke loudly, feeling as joyful as a farmer singing after a good harvest. "Humph, it's just a shirt." Zhou Yuping quickly retorted for 3 seconds, then suddenly turned to her husband with envy and jealousy shining in her eyes. "Husband, I want one too." This made Xue Zhanqing feel quite embarrassed. "Honey, you can have anything else, even right now we can go back to our room and get it for you. But this shirt, I just can't do it." Seeing the envious looks from everyone, Xue Zhanqing felt like he had won completely. He was truly amazing, such a lucky wife. That night, Xue Zhanqing slept holding the shirt Feng Wanhe had given him, feeling especially happy and dreaming sweet dreams. In the following days, Xue Zhanqing became a real show-off. Whenever he had a chance, he would flaunt the shirt Feng Wanhe made for him. This even annoyed Dong Yuanchao when Feng Wanhe brought Party Anning to visit the military compound. "Can you control this crazy guy, Xue Zhanqing? He's showing off that shirt everywhere. The whole army knows his girlfriend made it for him, from the commander and political commissar to the cooks." Mentioning his embarrassing friend, Dong Yuanchao couldn't help covering his face. So embarrassing. Really too embarrassing. Once, Xue Zhanqing was a serious, disciplined, and cool military officer, admired by many girls as a dream guy. Since meeting Feng Wanhe, the aloof officer has become a funny guy who doesn't seem to know what shyness is. Listening to Dong Yuanchao's teasing, Feng Wanhe can't help but laugh. "It's just a shirt. Why is he so excited to show off?" Dong Yuanchao clicked his tongue and said, "But don't say, your gift is pretty special. At least my family's Wang Qiangwei doesn't have that skill." When mentioning Wang Qiangwei, Dong Yuanchao's expression softens. "Ever since she came to my house, my mom and sister have gained quite a bit of weight. Especially my sister, who's been bullied, but didn't dare to fight back. Xiao Wei found the bullies and gave them a good lesson." Dong Yuanchao sighed. "My sister now seems like a different person, more lively and cheerful." "Oh, is that your class teacher's daughter?" He looked down at the well-behaved and adorable Dang Anning, smiling as he gently touched her head. "Kid, if you have free time later, come play with my sister. She doesn't have many friends, so you two can be good friends, okay?" In her blurry vision, Dang Anning saw Dong Yuanchao's sparkling eyes like stars. She smiled and nodded, saying, "As long as I can see, I will always be a good friend to your sister." "Good girl." Dong Yuanchao, knowing from Xue Zhanqing about Dang Anning's situation, understood that her last hope was a corneal transplant, but she might wait her whole life without getting a new cornea. He smiled and casually said, "Maybe one day I'll sacrifice myself. Feng Wanhe, remember this, if I do, give my cornea to the girl so she can see this beautiful world." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe quickly said, "What are you talking about? Sacrifice or not, Xue Zhanqing always says you're a scoundrel." You're going to live a long life. This kid actually scolds me like that? I even helped plan his love proposal and spent half the night chasing away mosquitoes for you all. Dong Yuanchao laughed loudly, then took Dang Anning's hand and said, "Come on, kid. I'll take you to my house to play. My sister is very cute." Strangely enough, Dang Anning, who was usually afraid of strangers, especially big, strong men, was very close to Dong Yuanchao. Not only was she not afraid, but she even held his finger and sweetly called him brother. "Brother, please don't sacrifice yourself, okay? I don't want your cornea. I hope you stay alive forever. Death is very scary." Dong Yuanchao smiled again and pointed toward the nearby martyr cemetery near the military district compound. He said, "My elders and comrades are buried there. Even if I sacrifice myself, I won't feel lonely or afraid." Suddenly, Feng Wanhe felt a little anxious. Listening to Dong Yuanchao's words, they sounded a bit unsettling. No, I need to ask Xue Zhanqing later if Dong Yuanchao is about to undertake any dangerous missions. If possible, I hope Dong Yuanchao doesn't go on any mission soon. I have a bad feeling about it. Feng Wanhe waited at the Xue family house until Xue Zhanqing returned. She couldn't wait to share her worries. He's always joking and talking nonsense. Don't take him seriously. He'll be training in the camp for the next few months and won't be assigned any dangerous tasks. Xue Zhanqing gently ruffled her hair with love, his eyes full of tenderness. Only I should be in your heart, no other man. Even a quick glance or a passing thought about someone else makes me jealous. Hearing this, Feng Wanhe bit her lip and smiled shyly. Tomorrow, the results will be out. Will you go with me to see my scores? After a moment, Feng Wanhe looked up at Xue Zhanqing and asked, "Of course. During such an important moment, I must be with you." Xue Zhanqing didn't want to miss any key moments in Feng Wanhe's life. He wanted to see her succeed with his own eyes and share her happiness. Feng Wanhe didn't sleep well all night. She kept waking up and dreaming. Sometimes she dreamed she got high scores and received her notice. Other times she dreamed she failed and was mocked. Near dawn, she dreamed she returned to Fingjia village, dreaming of being beaten and mistreated by Feng Taimin and his wife, and of the old man covered in dirt holding her and calling her wife. "Where are my dad and mom? My brothers and sisters? These are just dreams. None of it is real," she shouted loudly, struggling to wake up from the dream. But Feng Taimin was hitting her the back with a shovel. "Your dad and mom drowned in the pond long ago. Your brothers sacrificed themselves, and your sister died in childbirth. No one is left in the Feng family." Feng Timin's face was twisted with a sinister smile. He struck her head with the shovel, and she could hear the disgusting voice of a man nearby. "Old Wang, what are you hesitating for? I've given you a chance. Hurry up and get your wife ready for the wedding night." "No. I only love Zhanqing. I just want to be with him. Help. Zhanqing, save me. Dad, Mom, help me." With a heart-wrenching cry, Feng Wanhe suddenly woke up from her nightmare. She turned over and sat up, her whole body already wet, as if she had just been pulled out of water. Her vision was blurred by tears. No matter how she wiped her eyes, she couldn't see clearly. She didn't know if what she just saw was a dream or real. After a moment, a loud bang sounded as someone kicked open the door. Feng De Biao's hurried voice broke into Feng Wanhe's ears. "Little he, daughter, what's wrong? Dad is here."
Dad is with you.
Hearing this familiar voice and recalling the tragic scene of her father's death in the dream, Feng Wanhe couldn't bear the pain in her heart. She stood up and threw herself into her father's arms, crying loudly. Her daughter's crying nearly shattered Feng De Biao's heart. He was awakened by her crying in his sleep. Just as he was about to wake his wife to come and see, he suddenly heard his daughter's heart-wrenching, terrified cry of "Dad, Mom, help me." What does it mean to avoid parents? What about gender differences? At this moment, Feng De Biao ignored everything. He ran barefoot into his daughter's room and immediately held his precious girl in his arms, giving her the deepest love. Mei Wetang also rushed in, along with 3 brothers who heard the noise and came running from their rooms. all flooding into the sister's room. Child, was it just a nightmare? Stepping forward a few steps, Mei Wedang gently touched her daughter's tear-streaked face and said tenderly. Her kind and gentle voice slowly comforted Feng Wanha's broken heart. She choked and nodded, speaking vaguely. I dreamed I was still in Fingjia village. I dreamed Feng Taiman wanted to marry me off to an old man, and I even dreamed that you all died. At this, she couldn't hold back her tears and cried into her father's shoulder, shouting, just thinking that I will have no family anymore, no dad, mom, or brothers and sisters, makes my heart hurt so much. It hurts so badly I can hardly bear it. This made Feng de Biao feel heartbroken. He gently patted his daughter's back and said, Child, open your eyes and look. Dad, Mom, and brothers are right here in front of you. We are not dead. We are all alive and well. Yes, your eldest sister is also pregnant at her home. She called last night and said she would come over today. Just wait for your good news. Mei Yuetong's eyes were red, and she smiled through tears, gently wiping the sweat from her daughter's forehead. With the comfort of her parents and brothers, Feng Wanha finally woke up from the nightmare. She wiped away her tears and saw her parents and brothers looking at her with concern and love. She smiled foolishly, but couldn't help but feel like crying again. Stop, no crying. Her eldest brother Jiang Yuan had teased with a smile. If you keep crying, our family will face a flood. In ancient times, Meng Jiangnu wept so much that she caused the Great Wall to collapse. Could our little he be planning to cry so much that she tears apart the entire world? Second brother teased Yen, making Feng Wanha chuckle softly, almost spitting out her nose mucus. Dad, Mom, look. My brothers are bullying me. Feng Wanha snuggled into her mother's arms, her voice hoarse as she pouted and complained. Hey, little he, don't cause trouble for everyone. Heaven and earth are watching. I didn't say a single word. Chu Hao, who wasn't even using his crutches and had a scratch on his elbow from rushing upstairs and falling, smiled and said, if you want to cry, just cry. Anyway, it's your own family you're embarrassing. Feeling caught between tears and laughter, Feng Wanha sighed. No love left. The brothers are really annoying. But when she saw her brothers standing calmly in front of her, chatting and joking, she felt happy and joyful. That's so good. At this moment, a sudden noise came from the window glass, something hitting it. Then, a sneaky voice from outside whispered, Xiaohe, are you awake? Hurry up and come down while your parents are still asleep. I'll take you out to eat. Oh. Uncle Feng, good morning. Aunt Feng, good morning. Zhuo Zhanqing didn't expect to mess up right at the start. He had carefully checked Feng family members' daily routines, knowing they wouldn't wake up at this time. He planned to use his special skills to climb to the second floor, sneak through the window, and quietly enter Feng Wanha's room, waking her up like a prince kissing a princess. But someone careless had placed a row of flower pots downstairs, mostly cacti and similar plants, that grew taller than a person. When he precisely aimed at the glass and saw someone opening the curtains, he felt happy and was about to a good morning kiss to Feng Wanha, covering his lips with his hand. But then he saw Feng de Biao's dark face. That guy, luckily he reacted quickly and stopped his hand in time. Otherwise, the kiss would have gone to his future father-in-law. Thinking about it, how uncomfortable would that be? He thought he'd get scolded again, but unexpectedly, Feng de Biao just glared at him sharply and said, Wait a moment, let my girl wash her face. Huh? Has the father-in-law gone crazy? Why is he no longer hostile toward him? Soon after, Feng Wanha came out wearing a white dress with blue floral patterns, her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking very youthful and lively. Even though she was trying to hide it, as a scout, Zhuo Zhanqing still keenly noticed the faint redness at the corner of her eye and her hoarse voice, clearly indicating she had been crying. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? When Feng Wanha stayed at the Feng family, she often had nightmares, and Zhuo Zhanqing was awakened several times in the middle of the night. Thinking of the terrible scene in her dream and seeing the concerned look on the man's face in front of her, Feng Wanha's eyes reddened again when she realized the tragedy hadn't happened again. But this time, It wasn't sadness or sorrow, but a feeling of relief and happiness. Unable to hold back her feelings, Feng Wanha opened her arms, suddenly tiptoed to hold Xue Zonqing's waist, and buried her face deeply in his chest. Brother Zonqing, you have to stay well. You have to keep living and stay with me until we're old. In the past, Feng Wanha called him Zonqing. If she was upset, she would call him by his full name. So now, when Feng Wanha called him Brother Zonqing in such a fragile tone, Xue Zonqing's heart felt as if it was coated with honey, sweet and sticky. Even though he saw his future father-in-law standing at the second-floor window, watching him fiercely, Xue Zonqing still bravely stretched out his arms and held Feng Wanha tightly in his embrace. I promise you, as long as I am alive, I will stay with you. Xue Zonqing dared not promise a lifetime of companionship because he was a soldier, always heading into the most dangerous places, ready to sacrifice himself at any moment, to rest forever in the martyrs' cemetery, staining the military flag with his blood. Hearing this, Feng Wanha hugged him even tighter. Even if life and death are at the edge, you must do your best to live and come back home. On the second floor, Feng Debiao watched his daughter and Xue Zonqing tightly embracing each other. His face darkened, and he felt a bit sour and disappointed. That was his precious girl, the one he cherished in his hands, the daughter he was willing to give his life for. Before he could fulfill his responsibilities as a father, his daughter was already taken by that little rascal Xue Zonqing. Really? You're surprisingly calm today. If it were usual, seeing those two hugging like that, your big mouth would have already slapped Zonqing's face. Mei Yueteng teased with a smile. Hearing his wife's words, Feng Debiao sighed deeply. Her wounds haven't healed yet, and only Zonqing can help her heal them. So, for his daughter, this father was willing to endure everything, just to make her life better. Mei Yueteng remained silent for a moment and carefully said, "That day, I heard a military family member say that girls often have nightmares, and maybe they are haunted by unclean spirits." She hesitated to speak because she knew her husband did not believe in superstitions or ghosts. But because their daughter kept having nightmares and crying out strange things in her sleep, Mei Yueteng felt she had to consider superstitions. Hearing this, Feng Debiao looked at his wife with a serious expression. Seeing his reaction, Mei Yueteng quickly said, "I was just talking. I know discussing these things goes against your organization's rules. Is there any way to solve this?" Feng Debiao suddenly asked, making Mei Yueteng pause in surprise. Was this still her husband, who always believed in science? "How can we make the unclean spirits leave my daughter?" Feng Debiao asked again, showing his concern. After a moment of silence, Mei Yueteng said, "I haven't asked about that yet. After breakfast, I will find that military family member and ask for a solution." "Okay." Feng Debiao nodded, turned to his room to wash and change clothes, preparing for today's most important event. Yes, today was the day to announce the college entrance exam scores. After breakfast at a small breakfast shop in the old street with Xue Zonqing, Feng Wanho nervously walked with him to the school gate to check the results. Her dream from yesterday still haunted her, and she couldn't help holding Xue Zonqing's hand, saying, "What if I do badly? Given your situation, failing is normal. Doing well is a miracle." Xue Zonqing smiled and said, "So stay calm. Everyone is already prepared for you to not pass." His words made Feng Wanho laugh. She stomped her foot and pinched his waist, acting spoiled. "Can you not talk like that? Do you have to comfort people like that? Oh, look at me being honest and still getting a punch from my wife. I really have a hard time." Xue Zonqing rubbed his sore waist and looked distressed. "I'll tell you, my grandfather, grandmother, and parents have secretly been arranging jobs for you, like a military secretarial position, a school administrative clerk, or a performing arts troupe." He paused and then smiled. "Even my mom said if you really want to continue studying, she'll find you a university abroad and send you abroad to study." He spread his hands and said, "So, what are you worried about? Your path to failing has already reached heights many college students can't even imagine." That's the truth. If Feng Wanha hadn't reunited with her parents and returned to the military compound, she wouldn't have had the chance to see these things. She instantly felt relieved and quickened her pace, holding Xue Zhanqing's hand and urging him, "Hurry up. Let's go see the results. My third brother must be first in the whole school. He'll treat us all." A young couple ran along the busy street in the early morning. The girls' laughter sounded like chimes, making her the most beautiful sight in this foggy city. At the same time, many parents and students had gathered at the school gate, all looking at the red list with the exam scores, searching for familiar names. As expected, the name Chu Hao took the top spot on the list. Even though it was only 7 a.m., the red list was already crowded with people. Foam Wanha was short, and even on tiptoe, she could barely see the words Chunqing number 1 high school exam scores. Just when she felt stuck, her body suddenly lifted into the air, making her scream in surprise. When she regained her senses, Foam Wanha realized she was being carried on Xue Zhanqing's shoulders. She was forced to sit there, and suddenly, she felt like she was on top of the world. Wide view, fresh air, finally experiencing the joy of being tall. Immediately, a few girls nearby looked at Foam Wanha with envy and jealousy. They were all young girls in love, wishing they had such a powerful boyfriend. And this guy was so handsome, like the hottest male star from Hong Kong and Taiwan recently, practically every girl's dream lover. But this handsome guy, so attractive that they wanted to scream, already had someone special. He loved his girlfriend so much that he carried her around, giving her a wide world and letting her see the most beautiful scenery of life. Could it be that only someone who saved the galaxy could find such a boyfriend? Did you see that? Xue Zhanqing easily carried Foam Wanha, even on tiptoe, wanting to see the excitement himself. Even though his hand was around her waist for support, Foam Wanha held onto his head tightly, afraid she might fall if she wasn't careful. Yes. The first place is my third brother. His score is only 5 points lower than last year's top scorer in Chunqing. When she saw Chu Hao was first, Foam Wanha couldn't help but scream. Xue Zhanqing hurriedly steadied her on his shoulders, worried she might get too excited and fall off. What about you? What's your score? Everyone had already lost interest in Chu Hao's results. My studies are very good, and I perform steadily. Everyone's reaction is mostly just excited applause. There aren't many other feelings. Even regarding my younger brother Xue Zhanping's results, Xue Zhanqing doesn't have much opinion. This lazy student. Do you expect him to get any decent scores? As long as his scores meet the admission requirements for the military academy, that's enough. After all, he recently passed the military medical exam perfectly, and his physical health is excellent. Actually, Xue Zhanqing doesn't care much about how well his wife does in exams. Whether she is a top student or not, she is the love of his life, and he wants to marry her and spend his life together. Foam Wanha starts looking from the bottom of the list upward. She knows her level and understands she can't be as steady as her third brother at the top. There are over 300 students taking the college entrance exam at Chunqing number 1 high school. Foam Wanha looks at her scores while taking deep breaths, trying to stay calm. Oh wow, I see Zhanping's score. When she sees Xue Zhanping's score, Foam Wanha screams happily. His score is 3 points above the military academy cutoff. Foam Wanha is so excited, she almost forgets she's sitting on Xue Zhanqing's shoulders and just wants to jump up. Don't move around. Be careful not to fall. Xue Zhanqing almost lost his grip on this mischievous girl, so he gently pats her on the, "Oh no, you're hitting me." Realizing she was spanked, Foam Wanha's face turns a little red. With a mischievous attitude, she leans forward and bites lightly on Xue Zhanqing's forehead. Stop messing around. Go find your results. The girl's sharp teeth bite lightly, not too painful, but it seems to have some magic power, making Xue Zhanqing's legs feel weak. He's afraid that if she keeps causing trouble, he might just carry her home and deal with her completely. After all the fun and laughter, Foam Wanha feels less nervous. Since her third brother and Zhanping both did well, that's already a happy ending. Even if her own scores aren't perfect, she doesn't seem to have many regrets. With this thought, Foam Wanha feels more at ease. She straightens her body and starts looking for her own results. She is not among the top 50 in her grade, nor in the top 100, nor even the top 150. As her gaze moves forward, Foam Wanha, who had given up hope, suddenly becomes excited again. Remember, being in the top 150 in her grade means her scores meet the second-tier university cutoff, which gives her a good chance to enter college. Zhanqing, I think. I might have a chance. Foam Wanha's voice trembled slightly as she searched for her name and score. When she saw the name ranked 125th, she felt as if she was hallucinating. How could this be? How could she have scored so well? In several practice exams, her best result was around 160th in the whole grade. Zhan Qingyu, you help me check. Foam Wanha's voice shook badly, and she was tense all over. She stammered, that 125th, there's a girl in our grade also named Foam. Actually, Xue Zhanqing had already seen Foam Wanha's score. The girl was really amazing. To achieve such excellent results in such a short time was a source of pride for him. He smiled and said, yes, Xiaohe, you are 125th. Your score is 12 points higher than what you expected. With Xue Zhanqing's praise, Foam Wanha finally confirmed her ranking, 125th. The noise of the crowd seemed to fade away, leaving only her and Xue Zhanqing. She looked at her score and rank on the red list, thinking about the hardships she had endured these months, the regrets and despair from her past life. It felt like something was surging from her heart. It kept rising until her eyes filled with tears, which then flowed down her face. She choked, sobbed, and uncontrollably slid down from Xue Zhanqing's shoulder, clutching the man tightly. She had so many words she wanted to say, but when she opened her mouth, only joyful tears came out. Xue Zhanqing smiled. In this crowded sea of people, he embraced the girl he loved, embracing his world. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, Feng Debiao and his wife, along with Xue Chongqing and his wife, watched the red list anxiously. Yes, they had also rushed over. But they didn't push to the front to check the results. Instead, they chose to quietly wait nearby. They had agreed that if Foam Wan had jumped and cheered happily, they would go forward to congratulate her. If they saw her looking lost and crying, they would pretend not to notice, go home, cook a big meal, and comfort the girl's heart.
But now, sigh.
Though the girl was crying, Xue Zhanqing was smiling happily. What was going on? Xue Zhanping, who had been lurking among the crowd, excitedly rushed over to deliver the news. Yes, it's confirmed. Xue Zhanping didn't even have time to mention his own score. He was so excited he was jumping up and down, saying, Xiaohe's score is 12 points higher than her estimate. 12 points. What does that mean? Our Foam Wanha can now go to university. She is truly amazing. Under the spotlight, tears are the most common thing. Some cry happily because they did well on exams, while others cry sadly because they failed. The college entrance exam is undoubtedly a turning point in most young people's lives. Some leap into a bright future, while others carry their bags and start working to support their families. The world is harsh, and this is a reality no one can avoid. If it were about other things, Feng Debiao and Mei Tang would definitely consider others' feelings and stay modest. But today, they witness their children's most important life moments. As parents, they simply can't stay low-key. Feng Debiao was so excited he rushed into the crowd, shouting, Son, Zhu Hao, where are you hiding? Zhu Hao was surrounded by some classmates chatting. When he heard his father calling, he hurried over with his cane. Dad, I'm over here. Feng Debiao's face was full of joy. He stepped forward, looked at his proud third son, and with a satisfied smile, patted his chest twice like a man greeting another man. You're amazing, kid. Proud of his father's praise, Zhu Hao smiled shyly. He tiptoed to find his sister and said, Little He also did very well. She'll definitely get into her first choice college. I'm praising you. Why are you mentioning Little He? Your mom already praised her. Feng Debiao rubbed his hands excitedly. Come on, let's go home quickly. I need to prepare a big celebration, about 10 tables of wine and food, to celebrate my son being the top student in the whole school. Before Zhu Hao could speak, Party Junsong suddenly appeared from nowhere. Hey, parents, you don't know yet? Zhu Hao isn't just the top student in the school, he's also the top science student in Spring City. Party Junsong's face was full of happiness and pride. Other teachers envy me for having a top exam student, but honestly, I know it's not because I'm so great, but because the kid is excellent. He remained humble and clear-headed, never taking all the credit himself. If I have to say who deserves the credit, it's my former class teacher. I just enjoyed the benefits. Feng de Biao waved his hand. No, you are the hero. Not only did Zhu Hao get great results, but my daughter Feng Wanhe did too. If it weren't for your careful teaching, she definitely wouldn't get into university. When mentioning Feng Wanhe, Party Junsong's expression immediately turned proud. You really don't say. Feng Wanhe's grades. I am truly proud from the bottom of my heart. Wow, this is almost a miracle. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Feng Wanhe walks over surrounded by her family and stands in front of the military warehouse. Her eyes are still a bit red, and she smiles as she speaks to her most respected head teacher, Teacher Dang. I didn't embarrass you, did I?
No.
Teacher Dang smiles happily. You've brought honor to the teacher. Maybe other teachers don't think much of your grades, but to me, it's the best reward. He takes a deep breath and steps forward to pat Feng Wanhe's shoulder. Study hard, work hard, and no matter where you go, remember your original goal and contribute to our country's agricultural development. Feng Wanhe nods deeply, firmly keeping her teacher's words in her heart. When the results are out, Feng Wanhe feels finally at peace. She looks at Zhu Hao and Xue Zhanping, who fought alongside her, and can't help but smile brightly. Come on, the three of us must hug to celebrate finally escaping the hardships. Xue Zhanping suggests, opening his arms to hug Feng Wanhe first. Before he can reach her, her brother, who is skilled in martial arts, grabs his neck. Hey, what's wrong with me now? Her brother is very strong, and he squeezes Xue Zhanping so much that he screams loudly. What did I do? Xiao He, can you just hug anyone? If you're celebrating, go hug Zhu Hao, but don't touch my wife. Xue Zhanping's possessiveness is very strong. Even with his own brother, he can't accept it. Xue Zhanping pouts, unwilling to say more, but under his brother's intense gaze, he finally keeps quiet. Come on, Haozi, let's hug. But as expected, Zhu Hao pushes away Xue Zhanping without mercy. Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Rejected again, Xue Zhanping feels deeply hurt. Friendship can be fragile, just like that. Everyone happily returns to the military district compound. News of Zhu Hao being the top science student has already spread, so the neighbors and comrades in the compound come to congratulate Feng de Biao and Mei Yutang. Feng de Biao walks proudly, side by side with Zhu Hao, accepting everyone's blessings calmly. A few senior officers of similar rank to Feng de Biao come over and start discussing the celebration banquet. Old Feng, when should we host the banquet? I have a few bottles of good wine to contribute. Yes. My hometown raises many local chickens. Ask my brother to send a few over so we can celebrate together. When Xiao He went home, you didn't hold a feast to celebrate. Now that the children have achieved good results, it's a double celebration. Everyone was chattering with ideas, so Feng de Biao couldn't get a word in. Finally, after his friends finished talking, Feng de Biao had a chance to speak. This isn't just a double celebration. Old Xue's second son also got into the Air Force Flight Academy. That's one happy event. My Xiao He and old Xue's eldest son. He paused for a moment and looked at Xue Chongqing. Old Xue, this matter. Do you think now is the right time to talk about it? Xue Chongqing laughed loudly and said, You're the in-laws, you decide. We all listen to you. So, Feng de Biao brought Feng Manhwa and Xue Zhanping over and proudly announced the good news to his friends. My daughter and Zhanping are officially dating. Isn't that a happy event? Hearing this, everyone started making noise and chatting excitedly. Oh, that's not just a double happiness, it's quadruple happiness. Old Xue, you have to host a banquet and you should pay for it. One friend pointed at Feng Manhwa and said, She's the prettiest girl in our neighborhood. Many young men want to marry her. Your son got such a big prize. Don't you think you should host the celebration? Xue Chongqing readily agreed. Yes. Of course. We'll set up a few tables in our neighborhood. Keep it simple, no waste, no bribery, just a lively gathering with neighbors and friends. Everyone cheered loudly. A chief of staff looked over at Zhangqing. This kid was his most promising talent. Recently, Zhangqing had been showing off the shirt Feng Wanhua gave him, causing quite a stir, and everyone knew how much he liked her. So, this chief of staff decided to help a little more and make sure his soldier could win her heart. Since Zhangqing and Xiaohe are now a couple, why not take this opportunity during the celebration to plan their engagement? Engagement? This suggestion surprised both the Xue and Feng families. Feng de Biao hesitated and said, "It's still too early to talk about that. The kids are still young, and the adults haven't really sat down to discuss things. Zhangqing is already quite grown up. When I was his age, my son was calling me dad." The other person looked at Xue Chongqing and Zhou Yuping and said, "I also need to talk about you too." You say, "This is such an important matter. How can you not plan ahead?" This instantly woke up Xue Chongqing and his wife. Yes, it's our fault. We will definitely come to propose marriage within a week with sincere intentions. Xue Chongqing didn't even give Feng de Biao a chance to refuse. Old Feng, you've also admitted in front of so many comrades that your daughter is the future daughter-in-law of the city. I think, just follow old Li's suggestion and arrange a marriage for the kids. Feng de Biao's face darkened. Your family really has no shame. First, I accept Xue Zhangqing as a future son-in-law, and right after, your family is planning a betrothal? At this rate, by the time my daughter turns 20, won't you be forcing her to marry and have children? He was about to speak to refuse when Zhou Yuping spoke again. Old Feng, don't worry. We will have the engagement, but we will definitely not let Xiaohe fall behind. If she wants to focus on her career in the future, we promise not to rush her into marriage or childbirth. Even if she wants to go abroad for further studies, our family will fully support her expenses. We will treat her as our own daughter. In fact, whatever Xue Zhangqing has, Xiaohe will have too. Whatever Xue Zhangqing doesn't have, Xiaohe will also have. This promise was very sincere. For a moment, Feng de Biao was speechless. He could only turn to his daughter, planning to ask her opinion. Yes, this is Xiaohe's big life event. Even as a father, he had no right to decide this matter. Feng Wanhua and Xue Zhangqing had been holding hands, looking so sweet they couldn't bear to part. Under her father's questioning, Feng Wanhua instinctively looked at Xue Zhangqing and then shyly smiled. I'll listen to you. This was undoubtedly a subtle acceptance of the engagement. Immediately, the eyes of Xue Chongqing and his wife brightened, even so excited they forgot to discuss trivial matters. Then you two chat first. We'll go home and discuss the proposal with the old master and grandma. Oh, there's so much to prepare, betrothal gifts and all that can't be sloppy. Xue Chongqing, usually calm, was now so excited he was rubbing his hands together. He looked at Xiaohe with a gentle smile, full of elder's love, and even his voice became softer. Xiaohe, don't worry. We will definitely not let you be wronged. When he looked at Xue Zhangqing again, his eyes showed obvious irritation. After you send Xiaohe home, you must come back immediately. I am amazed by the double standards of my biological father and truly admire him. Look at that. Even my own dad has become a master of acting. His quick change of expressions is incredible. It's a shame he doesn't perform in Sichuan opera to show off his face-changing skills. Xue Zhangqing tightly held Feng Wanhua's hand, and their eyes met. Sweet enough to seem like honey was flowing between them. At home, Wang Shengnan and Bao Yu were both there. Wow, before dawn, your sister was already urging me to check the grades at the school gate. Oh, little brother-in-law and little sister-in-law, you both are doing great. Bao Yu, always shameless, didn't care whether Wang Shengnan was happy or not. When he saw Feng Wanhua and Chu Hao, he kept calling them little sister-in-law and little brother-in-law. Of course, he was more reserved around the older Jiang Yuanhe and the second Xian Yan, even a bit timid. If those two really started fighting, he wouldn't stand a chance. Oh, and I almost forgot, my future brother-in-law. Seeing Xue Zhanqing come in, Bao Yu shamelessly called him brother-in-law. Get lost. Aren't you supposed to go to launching business school? Why aren't you leaving yet? Xue Zhanqing teased with a smile, pulling Feng Wanho to sit on the sofa together. It's not starting until September, and Shengnen still hasn't finished her handover at work. I'll wait for her to leave together. Bao Yu spoke while standing up, helping the pregnant Wang Shengnen sit down, then took a pillow to support her back, moving smoothly and naturally. Feng Wanho watched her older sister and Bao Yu interact silently. Although their actions weren't as intimate as those between her and Xue Zhanqing, they still showed a lot of understanding and coordination, almost like a married couple with many years of experience. Yes, she couldn't deny that Bao Yu might have personal motives, perhaps because of Wang Xingnan's beauty or Feng family status. But in a way, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if it was just acting, if Bao Yu could portray a good husband and man for a lifetime, it would be a kind of happiness for Wang Shengnan. Of course, Feng Wanho believed in her older sister's charm. Even if Bao Yu was acting out of selfish reasons now, with time, he would surely be captivated by Wang Xingnan's charm. In the adult world, things aren't simply black and white. Many times, human nature is tested in the gray areas. As long as the ending is happy, the process doesn't seem that important. Wang Shengnan is so smart, she must understand this logic. Feng Dubiao and some comrades came in from outside. When they saw Bao Yu, he nodded and confidently introduced Bao Yu's identity to his friends. Bao Yu, my eldest son-in-law. Please take good care of him in the future, everyone. This simple sentence undoubtedly paved a broad road for Bao Yu and quickly helped him build many connections. Bao Yu hurriedly stood up, bowed respectfully, and no longer showed his previous casual attitude. Wang Shengnan seemed to see through Feng Wanho's confusion. She leaned close to her younger sister's ear and whispered, "The business school in Lan City is full of powerful and influential people. I'm worried he might cause trouble, so I'll just stay at home and teach him well." The word teach was used delicately. Feng Wanho looked at her older sister with a flirtatious gaze and mischievously said, "Teach? Just about how brother-in-law handles himself? Or is there something else you're teaching?" After 3 seconds of silence, Wang Shengnan realized what he meant. She chuckled, pinched her mischievous sister's nose softly, and whispered with a smile, "You little girl, daring to joke with your sister? Well, I think you've been spoiled by Xue Zhanqing." Xue Zhanqing quickly explained, "Big sister, don't misunderstand me. I'm just an innocent and pure young man. As for Xiaohe, she's naturally talented and self-taught. It's mainly because she's explored many areas." Hearing this, Feng Wanhe was unhappy. She grabbed Xue Zhanqing's ear and scolded with a smile, "You still have the nerve to blame me? You peeked at inappropriate books and got caught. To save your skin, you shamelessly said it was something I left in your room?" Xue Zhanqing hurriedly begged for mercy, making the guests laugh out loud. Someone teased Xue Zhanqing with a smile, "Look at that, as our military district's top soldier, how come you're beaten so badly by a woman that you're calling for help?" Hearing this, Xue Zhanqing looked melancholic and said, "The wife of a soldier has even greater fighting power. Soldiers have a hard time inside, but they don't say anything.